After being postponed from its usual date in March, the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree, presented by Link ECU and Tuner's Edge, had perfect weather and a big turnout at Sydney Dragway. Australia's quickest sport compact and high-tech street and drag cars converged for an epic day of racing across 10 categories. Jamboree isn't just about racing though, it's a show spectacular, with plenty to see and do off-track as well. Traders Alley had the latest and greatest products and merchandise to check out. The Shannons Show and Shine also had a great array of cars on display as well. In MTQ Street Compact, Bradley Halliburton qualified in first place and then took the win in his Toyota Cressida, with David Atterton runner-up in his Mazda 323. In Mora Motorsport All Motor, Craig Wasson was #1 qualifier in his RX-8. He ended up runner-up to Salim Matta in his Tirana, who took the win. Bosch Motorsport Modified Compact was the largest field at the event, with plenty of action.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree 2021. And my name is Terry Dale, and I'm here with the lovely Janie Smith. How are you, Janie?
Very well, thank you, Terry. What a wonderful day we have planned here at the Jamboree.
How good is it to be here again? You and I haven't commentated since the Winter Nationals, and here we are with Scott Clibben and Graham Maniata. Suzuki, and of course the rotary reaction Corolla of Scotty. Cuts a 466, he won't be that happy with that, but a 192 for Graham is pretty good. Goes through for an 11.52 at 125 miles an hour for Scott, and Graham an 15.17 at 90 in the little Suzuki, Jane.
Yeah, this is, of course, our street compact class here, so all of these cars should be street registered or pretty much a street car.
Pretty well. Now, this is Alvin Johnson, the owner of Rotary Reaction, up against Nathan Wilson in this qualifier in the Godzilla Motorsport Nissan, of course. Alvin running the RX-5 with a 13B turbo, built by himself, of course. Running low boost, but the car is very reliable. Runs hard. Gets out with a 230, does Nathan, a 621 for Alvin. Skyline goes all right. Look at that, a 1160 at 120, some good top end. Alvin finally gets it down the track nicely with an 1142 at 125 miles an hour.
Not a bad pass there for the RX-5 as we bring our next pair forward. We've got Ashley Reason in the speed flow lane, beside him Glenn Hunter in the RX-7.
Both the lads. 0.53 for Ashley. Ashley a regular up here to the track, goes all right. A 3.91 for Glenn. He'll need to sharpen that up, Janie, when it comes to racing time, though.
Yeah, I love seeing the waggle of the tail in the RX-7 as he changed gears, making the way down the track. Went 11.93, 133 miles. And for Reason, a 12.84, 105 miles. Big thank you to MTQ for bringing us a street compact here again this weekend at the Garrett Advanced Motion Jamboree.
So Anthony Dunn and 3.35, a 4.43 for Anthony Dunn. So by all these races, it's their first stab at the track, Janie, so a lot of them will be a bit rusty. So Hayden goes through for 12.06 at 117, and Anthony a 12.27 at 125 in the little RX-7. So Peter Fenton and Tara Johnston.
Tara running for Next Level Motorsport in the Supra. Beside her will be Fenton with the Celica. Nice graphics there on the bonnet of the Celica. It's gone all out for Halloween, I must say.
Can we please have all motor, street compact and all motor, street 289 to the lanes, please. Street 289 and all motor. Thank you. Yes, you don't see too many of the fastbacks around anymore, Janie. Pretty rare, aren't they?
Yeah, they're like the mini Mustang, aren't they?
Yeah, they are too. I think there was a lot of talk at the time that they kind of plagiarised it, but I haven't seen a suit, so it mustn't have happened.
Well, let's not put ideas into people's heads. Tara got out with a 224 reaction. Fenton a 106. He'll need to sharpen that up come racing a bit later this afternoon. The Supra goes on through for an 11.71, 120 miles per hour, and Fenton an 11.54, 124 miles.
I'm just thinking how that conversation would go from Toyota, like forward ringing and saying, mate, we think you pitched our idea back in 1977. So Jason Bailey and Scott Johnston. Scott, again, a regular to the track, used to run another Galant here at the street meet. Gets out of right the little 12A in Jason's car. Scotty Johnson in the Next Level Motorsport Yaris. But Jason goes through for an 11.83 and a 13.66 for Scotty.
Gee, I never knew a Yaris could go that quick, I must say.
Yeah, that is a quick Yaris, isn't it?
It certainly is.
I wonder if they jump up and down when they finish. I don't know, that's a Toyota thing. So Michael Osborne and Stuart Tweedale. Another of the V-dubs in the house, Janie. They're creeping up, aren't they, these V-dubs? They're not slow.
I'm curious to see how some of those will go in the Euro class a little bit later.
Too.
But Osborne into the Hilux, 2.58 on the boards for his reaction time. Tweedale at 5.21, a little bit slower. Like to know what's in that Hilux. It's certainly not going the 17 seconds mine used to. Goes on through from 11.84, 115 miles. And Stuart Tweedale in 11.41.
Nice work. So looks like we've got Stephen Beach up here. Oh, big burnout there from the Supra. So Derek Johnson. And I'm pretty sure on the other side there that that will be my good man, Stephen Beach, I do believe. So 13B turbo in the little 808. And Derek with the Supra, of course. Big burnout from the Supra.
Yeah, must be going for that drag import burnout competition that import media are holding.
Is it only during competition?
Ours is only during competition. Import media are doing their own little deal.
Really?
Yeah.
So you don't miss the opportunity if you can.
Yeah, come out and put on a show. The 808 black track and all its way past 60 foot. He's buttoned off. Oh, he's gotten back on, but that Super is out of here.
Super is gone. Derek will run it through from 11.21 at 130. Stephen in the little 808 has run high 10s in that thing, so it's no slouch either. Oh, here we go. Look at this. We're going to the shops. We're going to Coles with Michael Croft in the Falcon and Rodney Woods in the Mitzi. I love it. I love a good wagon that goes fast with those with the pursuit rims almost.
Yeah.
123 cuts it. Little Mitzi heads on past. Cut a pretty average light, and they'll at least it's their first hit of the track, Janie. They'll need to know what to expect. But the Mitzi for Woodsy was an 11.56 at 123, and Michael in the Falcon a 16.72 at 86 miles an hour. You and I could have run today.
In my Pajero.
Oh, no. Well, it is a V6, so you could have. Kelly Bush and Adam Willard. The Dado of Adams, he's trying to stage on the rear wheels. He's looking to see where the lights are popping up. Mate, you've got to go back about 3 metres. So Kelly Bush in the underrated RX-8s, Janie. We have one of those at home, and it is a great car to drive. It just lacks about 100 horsepower.
I thought you were selling it.
We decided we were keeping it, and Anita drives it every day.
Good on her. Oh, axle tramp there for the RX-8 though.
It's not a very forgiving vehicle. Little Dado's got some poke. Adam's little Dado, look, he's got off it though at half track. Not sure what went wrong there. But Kelly will run in the RX-8 a 15.0 at 100 miles an hour neat, and a 12.15 at 83 for Adam. Nice work in the little Dado. A good looking one too, Jane.
Not as good as this one though, I must say. This one here of
yes.
Jason Gerstgrasser into the Speedflow lane. Looks absolutely schmick. Love the racing stripe up the side, and beside him, Lachlan Weston over there in the Rocket Industries lane. So the mighty Nissan. Good to see the MTQ stickers on the side of all these cars. Big day today, Janie. If you're a 4.6 or rotor or even a turbo V8 fan, it's all on today. It's going to be so cool. So cool. He's gone too far. He won't get a time with Jason. Trip the beam. So Lachlan will go through with a 373 line in the Nissan. He'll go through in the Super for a 12.22 at 113. Sadly, we won't get a time for Jason. He'll need to come back around and second qualify, Jane. Yeah, unfortunately there. Little FJ20 did look like it had some power. It went through the finish line. Our next pair moving forward is RX-7 City. Chris Johnson in the Rocket Industries lane, and beside him, Paul Clyde in the white RX-7. Oh, it's so good just to be here, seeing all these rotaries here. I'm so excited. I could have bought 3 of them. Oh, look at that. The boys just ugly. Just stomped on it, got some stick. Big flame out the back. Opened the rear window. Bit of bouncy foot to top it off. And Chris Johnson in the other RX-7 goes 11.87 at 138. And these are the things with these cars, Janie. You don't know what they're going to do if you haven't been out to the track. It just Paul's probably thinking, I've got to have a crack at that. Big shout out. Well, we've got a second there. Big shout out to Dave Reed down there. How are you, my good man, from dragphotos.com.au? As we push the little rotary back, Dave, which is a bit disappointing for all of us here. We don't like that at all. Mate, how good is it going to be? We've got some big stuff happening today, Janie, haven't we? We've got some trophies for our Shannons Show and Shine. We've got the big all the boys down there doing the sound off. If you nick out the back here, you can go and have a look at the Hot Wheels guys. Go and have a chat to Matty Mingay. It's a big day, isn't it, Jane? We love it. It is going to be a huge day. Action-packed, Terry. Action-packed. Yeah, they can have that base. They'll go home with a headache, and if they keep doing that with us up in here, I'll be going down there when throwing. Oh, hang on, in my Motley crew gear, I'll be going down there. Turn that gear down, mate. It's not happening.
So now, everyone who's obviously might be listening at home or somewhere, everyone who's here, don't forget that you can tune into 88 FM because we have that. We have what we have on the microphone on the FM band. But a big shout out to everybody over there on the grassy area. Give us a wave, folks.
Yeah, that's a big wave.
Is everybody over on the grassy area? Can you give us a wave, please? Thank you. Thank you. You know what? If I have to tell you twice, you're going to get in trouble. We'll scan Mark Allen over there with his Saul mask on. That'll wake the kids up at least. So Janie, a big shout out to all the people in the grandstand. How are you, my beloved, beautiful Jamboree people? How good is it to be here today? Look at it. The sun is blazing. It's clear blue skies. Little puffs of cloud up there, but it looks just sensational out here. Just the grass is mowed to within. It looks like a cricket pitch up on that grassy area, Janie. It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I tell you what, and it's your first, as I said, your first commentary gig since you and I did the Winter Nationals.
Yeah, it's been a little while.
It does. For you, it's been a little while. For me, it's not. I'm here every bloody
non-stop.
weekend. It's like
polar opposites.
I just drive straight through the gates. I don't even have to stop anymore. Actually, did you get priority entry this morning?
No, I stayed in line. I saw lots of other people driving past, and I was like, you know what? It doesn't hurt just to take your time.
I did. I stayed in line until one of our blokes, one of our security guys, go, and he goes, you need to go through. Put your flashes on. We'll put you through down the inside edge. But I'd been in the traffic for 30 minutes, been there in 30 minutes anyway. But it was great. So thank you to that gentleman letting me through. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be here.
Still be out there waiting.
Here we go. The big Valiant. If you're a Mopar man, have a look at this. Nathan Peters. Yeah, it's Barra powered in this thing, and it's we saw him run it at. Was he running it? He was running it at the Nostalgias. Yeah. Yeah. Does he run it all Ford Day or Mopa Day?
Or both.
I don't know. There's a question there.
Oh, it's rolled through the beams, unfortunately. This pass.
It's the second competitor to do that today, Janie, which is a little bit sad. So if you are not round there, Street 289 and Modified Compact, you need to be in the lanes.
The good news is MTQ Street Compact will be back for a second qualifier at about 11 o'clock, just before.
Isn't it good to be here? Look, Janie, look, even from the other week, you can see these little rotary stickers I just left here just to tease everybody in the commentary box from the other week. They are from 1985. Yes. I'm not kidding you. They are from 1985.
You've given us some.
Yeah.
We have some in our sticker collection at home.
I like it when you go to Rotary meetings and the blokes have still got them on the car. It's like, that's old school. Cool. Speaking of which, I think that might be Alvin again. Oh no, Paul's. This is all motor. Here we are. This is if you want it loud, it's happening now. This is going to be loud, loud, loud. Paul McSwan in Alvin Johnson's other car. The Jason Stoodley in the Cortina. Jason Barra-powered Cortina. Took it to Jamboree about, I think it was maybe 4 years ago. Trailered it down to Jambo Sydney and took out all motor. So he's got some credentials in this category. Good drag racer, very, very consistent.
This is Mora Motorsport's all motor. Stoodley out with a 0.14 reaction time, but he's nice on the money this morning.
Oh yeah, Jason's he's made the top eight for old school in the street meet as well, so he'll be here. You don't want to meet him in a final, I can tell you. 12.09 at 110 for Jason in the Barra Cortina, and Paul with a 16.94 at 81 miles an hour in the. I'm just going to remember the 13B or.
Is it Max?
We'll find out in just a second. I'm sure it will be. Young Maxine Box.
It is.
Where
is young Maxine going?
She's gone way more. She says, I'm just going to go down the track and be done with it. I've had enough of this crap. So Jason Frost in the Dumpkoff. In the Blue Beetle.
Great to see Maxine out here in the family fasting, running for Barrier Promotions.
You know what? Why didn't Ray skill her up? It's a little bit rough, isn't it? What is going on with this?
I know, you'd think he would have done a track walk with her. And, it's all good. Let's go, Max. 5.44 reaction time for Maxine to the Fasty. I'll tell you what, this is the fastest that Fasty's ever gone. Jason Frost, though, he's out of there in the Volkswagen. Bit of a step out there at the half track.
Did too.
He'll go on through, though, for a 13.03, 101 miles an hour. And let's go, Max. Come on. Keep that pedal to the metal.
Janie, here's the thing. Down the end of the track, will she know where to exit? Because she's never done it before. It's a frightening thing down the end. Even at 23 miles an hour, it's still scary.
55 miles an hour.
Oh,
Come
sorry,
on.
I take it back. 23 seconds. I was just giving it some harsh time there, but that's a learning curve. She'll know the layout of the track now, so she'll come back and run 11 next time.
The good news about Mora Motorsports All Motor is that it is dial your own. So you don't have to be the fastest, just the most consistent.
It's not the fight in the dog. That's the way it works. It's not the biggest dog that wins, it's the smartest. So Michael Williams and Nick Bentz, a couple of big Q Beetles. 158, 1 down set. Little yellow Beetle of Bentz goes through for 12.30 at 108 miles an hour. Some nice top end there as well on that. And a 15.71 at 87 for Michael Williams. So Trent Bianco and Tim Donsela got the RX-8 and the mighty Tyre City Lancer.
003 reaction time for Bianco. If only it was in racing, he'd be down for our best reaction time.
Trent's done a lot of jamborees. It's not his first rodeo, Janie.
Goes 10.80, 124 miles an hour there for the Tyre City Lancer. And for Donsela, a 17.03 at 82 miles an hour in at the RX-8.
And you know when you see Tim, you know what's coming not far behind. It'll be the other Tyre City car, of course, of Rob Barrack. And Denison Cito here as well in the little Honda. But the Mirage, the little Mirage, look at that thing, Janie. Isn't it just a sight to behold, Rob Barrack's little Mirage?
It is just so cute. It looks like a little Barbie car.
But I can tell you what, it will hammer. And we are in All Motor. All Motor, it's loud. Got a red light.
Doesn't matter about red lights qualifying, you will still get an ET that is representable. Goes on through the quarter mile, 10.57, 121 miles. And for Cito as 13.00.106.
What a cracker, Rob. So we need extreme to the lanes and modified compact if you are not already there. Rob Barrack, he just fired a shot, didn't he? So Dave Butler in the Reedy Creek, a little V all the way from Reedy Creek in the little Volkswagen. I think that might be the last of our All Motors, Janie.
Quite possibly. Dangerous Dave, 3,036cc on board this V-dub. So the big block of Volkswagen engines. Great to see Dangerous Dave back out here, making the trek up from Reedy Creek on the Gold Coast. One of the OG Jamboree guys. Picks on the wheels nicely and gets on the gear change to the 60-foot mark. Listen to it change gears as he makes his way down the track. And it's going to be a 10.84, 123 miles an hour there for Dangerous.
Good work for Dave there. I tell you what. So with that will, I think that'll bring the end of our Mora Motorsport All Motor, Janie, for the first qualifier.
Yeah, I believe we'll be kicking into some Speedplay Street 289 very shortly. And we need Extreme and Modified Compact to the lanes. Street 289, you should be in the lanes already. Modified Compact and Extreme, can you make your way to the staging lanes, please?
Of course, once we bring the... well, we think you're right, there should be Street 289. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes they mix it up on us, Janie, just to make us look foolish. But, you know, but then we don't have to look foolish at all. We don't need any help for that. But anyway, I'm just saying that as myself, mate. Anyway, so yeah, so Street 289, of course, will be brought to us by the guys at
Speedflow?
Of course. I was just thinking Speedflow lane down there. I'm just looking at it down there.
It's all about Speedflow.
It is too. So these guys are just rebirthing. So look, great to see the crowd building up, Janie, as it is. The grandstand, look, filling up, and it's a nice looking day out there, let's be serious.
I know, but I must say, if you're in the grandstand or on the mound and you haven't got a hat, make sure you get on down to Jam Central and pick up a hat. Okay, we all want to be sun safe around here. So, and I know Jamboree definitely have the coolest hats around.
Can I give you a tip? I have been calling this Jamboree and going to Jamboree almost since it started and I have never been able to get a bucket hat until the last Jamboree because they always sell out. So if you want a bucket hat,
limited edition.
My advice is go down, see Jenny, see Renee, see Sam. Don't tell them Terry sent you and that you want a Jambo bucket hat. You won't get a discount, but they'll be really friendly to you.
Jenny will give you a big smile and a wave. She'll say, thank you, Terry, for the support. Chris Adams in the Datsun Ute, about to move forward. In beside him will be Mick Silk in the Datsun 1200 wagon.
Oh, no wheelie bars.
No chicken sticks for Silky today. Love it.
All eyes will be on the old little orange Datsun, Janie, and we know what can happen.
Street 289 action coming at us now thanks to Speed Flow.
Smoothly for Mike.
It's calmed it down a little bit, but that Datsun Ute, a 904, 152 miles an hour. And for Silky, a 950, 131.
I think he loaded it up as much as he normally did, but gee, I'll tell you what, it looked nice and straight. That was good. So Scotty Hoffman and Errol Britton. I reckon Scott has been down this track more than the postman's delivered here in the last 2 months. He is just here every time.
Well, as we know, practice makes perfect, so we'll see what Scotty can do, thanks to Cleveland Exhaust, his own company. And Errol Britton, this Brumby is one of these cars that we've watched evolve over the years here at Jamboree. Every year it comes back and it's a little bit shinier, a little bit quicker.
Oh, carries the wheel. Watch this.
Oh, early shoots there for Scotty. Goes 8.04, 169 miles an hour. And as we said, early shoots.
Just carried that front wheel, dropped it down for just a millisecond, and just lifted it up again on that left front. That was anybody in the grandstand. How was that? Scott lifting that wheel. That was pretty sweet. We love it.
No love for Errol and Brumby though in 1836. Really not representative where that ute can be.
He's been testing the last probably month though, Janie, so I'm thinking I've not seen it do that. So maybe just might be a little gremlin that'll be brushed out with a toothbrush, and then we'll be back the second round and second qualifier and it'll be all good to go. Because we want to see that Brumby run. I mean, that sounds like a Melbourne Cup reference, doesn't it?
Really
we want to
does.
see the Brumby run on Tuesday. Yeah, I should have come dressed as a jockey today. James Moore and Luke Hauser.
Hauser in the Corolla. Moore will be in the Cleveland Exhaust RX-7, 13B on board.
Big thanks to Speedflow. Looks like they've shut it down.
Yeah, there was a little bit of smoke come out of the Corolla there, through the deep end.
So yes, a big shout out to everyone. Oh, they're just checking down there, so it's just not too sure, Jane. But good to see everybody here today. I tell you what, it was. It's always exciting when you pull into Champions Way, into Willowbank, and there's a queue, and there's a big queue. Everyone goes, oh, it's a queue. But you know what? That's a good thing, because that means that you've got an event on that a lot of people want to see. A lot of people want to be part of it. And you and I, Janie, how many Jamborees have you done?
I've been to pretty much all of them except for one. There was a Top Fuel meeting in Sydney, one that clashed the same weekend, and I had to be down there for
What's
that.
Top Fuel? Boom, boom. Less said, the more better. But anyway, that's the way it goes. Because today we are here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree. And how good is it? We've got a slight little clean-up down the deep end there. So we won't be too long. Only about 4 odd minutes. And we'll be getting on. So but now is probably a good opportunity to make sure, like you said, Janie, get down to Jambo Central. Get yourself a Jambo bucket hat. I'm telling you now, they will sell out. Go see Jenny and go see Renee and go see Sam and say, look, Terry sent me down to get a bucket hat because he's blabbing on about it, but you will be the coolest kid in the place if you've got a Jambo bucket hat. So, and make sure you go down and have a chat. Lots of people milling around out the back here with the guys and girls from the Hot Wheels crew, of course. Matty Mingay, I think Kristen might be there as well. And Trent, of course. Good to see them here in the Hot Wheels utes. And it's always good to see them down there. Go and have a chat to them. They're always keen for a chat. Get a photo of them. That's what you've got to do. Mm-hmm. So, but Jane, we are excited to be here today. I cannot tell you. Tell you what, look, we got the Garrett posters on the fence. We've got the Link. We've got the Tuner's Edge. We've got Bosch. We've got Lotus. It's all happening. I just can't keep calm. So what am I going to do? I should have raced today. You should have raced today. Chris Diggle should have raced today. We should leave it to somebody else to commentate, and we should have all had a race.
Mark's here. He could have held the fort.
Well, Mark can race. It'd be pretty sad. Everyone would go, who's commentating? And Kelly would go out of her head. She'd go, what do you mean you're all racing? We've had enough. It will happen eventually. It will happen. So good to see everybody here. Have a big shout out to everybody over there in the Oceana College of Technology corporate area. How are we all, folks, over there? We well? Oh look, it mustn't be beer time. No one's got a beverage in their hand.
It's always beer time, Terry. I don't know what world you live in.
I'm thinking those guys. It's like, do they not have a watch on or a phone that's got time on it? Have you seen that? Your phones have got the time on it. Did you know that? It's not a Mayan calendar. It's a real calendar. He's going, look, I've sent old mate off. He's going, I'm going to the bar. I've had enough of that bloke bloody giving me grief for not having a beer in my hand or having an ale.
He just got up and said, I'll have 2, thanks. And she's saying, no, you can't have 2. But I want to.
Which way were those 2 fingers pointing? I don't know. I don't know anymore. Have a look. Oh, it is. It's 2 minutes to 10. That's the problem. We're on New South Wales time. Look, he's had to say, sorry, mate.
2
Got
minutes.
you excited there. You're 2 minutes early. Poor bloke. Guy looks parched. It is the 10 o'clock rule. It is the 10 o'clock. Look at that. Great vision up on the screen there. Look at the little turbocharged buggy. Nice to see. And that would be Dean Ferris, of course, there in the little turbocharged Escort. Look at it. Look, there it is. What are you hiding under the bonnet? I don't hide that thing. I let everyone know. That way they know what to expect when I hit the track. How good is it, Jane? Look at it. Just love that thing. Just as tough as. I can hear the sound. The sound of my people, Janie. That is the sound of your and my people. I can hear that rotor just firing up.
Brap, brap, brap.
So it'll be James Moore and Luke Hauser. You can see the Gumdale demo Corolla of Luke's. And we can just hear the Cleveland exhaust. Well, how much exhaust has it got when you're racing? It's only got...
Short, sharp burn out there for more.
So Luke in the red RX-7 up against the silver. And we need J275 to the lanes, please. So we are in Speedflow Street 289. Little Corolla will hook up. Nudges it in. 083 for Hauser. Nice one for qualifying. They'll be happy with that. The RX-7 comes on strong and hard in the end, and a 9:49 for Moore, and 143 and a 10:71 and 121 for Luke Hauser in the Corolla. Just when you think you haven't seen enough rotaries,
We'll give you some more.
we will. So the Rotary Motorsport, Carl Herbert in the green machine. Don't see too many Triple R OMs these days, Janie, on the side of that car. Yeah, look at the wheelie bars. The wheelie bars are set at my height.
Tyres there for Herbert.
So the car's still spinning there.
Big. Yeah, 898, 160 miles an hour there for Herbert. Licorice strips all the way down the track there.
Lots of spin.
Still put him into number 2 qualifier though at the moment for Speedflow Street 289.
So now we're moving into modified compact, I do believe. Proudly brought to you by Bosch Motorsports. Thanks to all the ladies and gents from Bosch. I hope they're in a corporate box somewhere, enjoying the view down the track. So Michael Holman and Dean Disco Ferris, the Real Dyno Performance Escort panel van, and the V-Dub Performance V-Dub of Holman. This will be a good race to see, actually, Janie. I know it's only qualifying, but couple of good campaigners here. Watch this escort look up.
Wheels there for Disco D. Bug crunches down on those gear changes as it goes through half track, but Disco Dean is out of there at 874, 155 miles an hour, and for Holman at 1066, 128.
Absolutely amazing what a 1600 carburetted Escort panel van can do, isn't it, Jane? Or maybe not. We need J275 and Pro Turbo to the lanes, please. Extreme, you should be in the lanes.
All right, Ben Palmer moving forward in the Datsun, and beside him will be Andrew Robinson running for Frenzo Concrete.
And Chris has gone into his Puerto Rico voice. No, Jenny. I love Jamboree, Jenny. It's beautiful out here today. Lots of pretty ladies. We should do that. We should pick a category, Chris and I, when we're on. We should just do nothing but do it with Puerto Rican accents. We love it. Ben Palmer, Andrew Robinson. We are in Bosch Motorsport Modified Compact. This is going to be cool. Look at both the sticks on the way on Robinson's car. RX3 808 goes through 947 and 148 for Robinson. Ben Palmer in the RX Innovations Datsun at 1361. Car just didn't hook up right, Janie, did it? Just wasn't playing the game today. Well, this morning anyway.
For this pass. We'll see what he can bring out in Q2. Our next pair moving forward, Lou Rossi, and beside him will be Parry Georges.
So Parry in the 13V turbocharged Gemini. He's got no wheelie bars on it today. There's a couple of photos kicking around of Parry online of that thing on the, well, you can't really hit that Gemini bumper, but it was damn close. The car was pretty high in there, probably at a 45-degree angle. I haven't got my theodolite here with me, but it was probably at about 43 degrees maybe, Jane. It's waiting for Parry. Parry will nudge this thing in big time. Watch this. Yep. Car should run into the low 10s, maybe high 9s. Yeah, 998 at 131, and Rossi a 10.06 at 123 miles an hour for that beautiful looking gold RX4. So Naomi Vandertoot and Luke Redman. Naomi, of course, in the Sylvia, and the mighty Corona. Doesn't that sound wrong?
The mighty
Corona. The mighty Corona. Just look at the Corona. Look, it just looks all. It all looks all. How's your father? It looks like it should have the shopping bags in the boot, but it's instead the parachute gets in the way. That's so annoying when you're trying to put the groceries in the boot. So have a look. This will be tough. The light she'll probably rather forget, but that's okay. She'll just test the car. Same as Luke. Naomi goes through for an 892 at 159 miles an hour. And Luke Redman, a very stout 952 at 143 in the Corona. It's a bad word to say these days, almost, Janie. Like you can polarise your bloody
it's
audience.
The virus.
Nobody likes the Corona. Why? You did really well. I don't care.
It's Corona.
So Dave Waddington up against Jacob Setgast. The VTG Vehicle Transport Crusader and the Northside Custom Kitchen Ford of Dave Waddington. I love that Cortina.
Love Mark 1 Cortinas.
How many are they left? Every drag racer
Not
through the 70s has just pillaged every wrecker and put a V8 in it back in the 70s and 80s. So the only time you ever see them these days is really at a drag strip or at a car show. No one's got a 4-cylinder in there anymore, have they really? Like a 1600.
You haven't been to Leeburn, have you?
No, I haven't.
No, you need to go to Leeburn. Home of the Cortinas.
The home of the Cortina. We did have a Cortina back in the day as well.
Bosch Motorsport 3 House Modified Compact. The Crusader out with a 9:37 reaction time will be the quicker pass of the two as it goes on through the quarter mile for a 9:20. And the Cortina, He'll go through for a 10.22, 132 miles per hour.
Some good top end on these cars, Janie. I think the be pulling those chutes with a little bit of trepidation. Some 150 odd mile an hour. So Stephen Farrelly in the Commodore and the little Corolla. So some of our competitors we don't have.
We do.
Scramble, we scramble, we scramble.
Yeah, the one.
So we are in, of course, Bosch Motorsports Modified Compact. We welcome everyone to, of course, Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree and its partners, Link, and of course Tuner's Edge. So nice work.
Okay,
the little Corolla and the ever so tough VL of Stephen Farrelly. I reckon there's probably about 20 VLs here this weekend, but that is not a bad thing. Please do not think that is a bad thing. It is a great thing to see the Holdens, the Commodores, because they hook up. They are a wild beast. Gets that VL out. Watch for the top end. 796 at 175 miles an hour, and the Corolla an 883 at 158. Oh, the VL. What do? You build an Australian car and put a Japanese engine in it, and you make everybody in the world happy. Oh, Daniel Lake in the Force Performance VL Calais. If only Holden had have kept making them and not gone the route they did. The VL was just a little late. You could pick them up for a pretty good price back in the day because no one really cared that much because it was like... but then all of a sudden, people went, you know what, these VLs are fast with a Nissan engine in them. And they started selling out, and now you can't get one unless you sell your left foot and your right arms. Whoa, lots of spin there from Dan. So Extreme J275 and Pro Turbo, you should be in the lanes. So Daniel Lake. So as we move along. What do we got up next, Janie? Just waiting for Dan's car to clear off the end of the track there. We can see on our screen.
Number one qualifier at the moment is Steve Farrelly, followed by Disco Dean. And then I believe maybe that little Corolla we saw is currently in third qualifying position as our starter Dave Hunter gets out for his morning jog. Our next competitor will be Hong Tran in the Civic.
Yeah, have a look at Dave. He's just checking out. Yeah.
Eagle eyes, Dave.
Yeah, look, he looks like he knows what he's doing. It's quite amazing, really. He's never been the same since he hopped off the motorbike, I've got to be honest. So Hong Tran in the Honda. That is a tough piece of gear. Look at that thing. I have not seen this little machine.
No.
I think it did some testing yesterday, Janie. So, but well, it's got 78 gears on the limiter. It's on the how sweet is that sound on the limiter? Woo!
Now, it had Vinny on the side of the car, and if it's the same one, that's known V-Man. He's been around Jamboree for a long, long time.
That thing was singing. I want to see that thing in full flight. Very tough. Very, very tough.
Still went on through for a 12.41, and as we know, he's well off it by half track. So let's see what he can bring at come Q2 a little bit later today.
That's a good field too in modified compact, Janie. It's we've got like 14 in the field, so
nice
it's
healthy.
It is very healthy, very cool. A lot of really interesting combinations there to see when they race. And another one. We still got more.
Yeah, still they continue on in modified compact thanks to Bosch Motorsports. This is Brendan Davis in the Hilux.
Quite surprising you can, with all the amount of tradies we have these days, it's a wonder any Hilux has ever made it to the drag strip. I think every 19 or 20-year-old has got a Hilux.
They're the new ones. That's why we see old ones here at the drag strip.
Wait a minute. My son bought an 87 model. Like,
Your son's the exception.
I
The
said, mate,
10%.
I said, mate, you could actually put that on Club Rego and go to work in it. How ridiculous is that? Look at that. That's a lot of checker plate. How cool is that thing?
Very neat. Do miss my mini truck. J275 to the staging lanes. J275, we need you in the staging lanes right now.
Yeah, the dog would fall off the back of that ute. Wouldn't be good for the dog.
No.
Maybe that's the idea. Let's see if it hooks up. It's a good looking bit of gear. Yeah, just take your time. I think it's a good thing at first qualifier. If you've got a solo run, you can get yourself set mentally. Just get yourself right. Get everything around you feeling comfortable. I'd be like Brendan. Just settle, breathe in, get the car set. Sounds strong, doesn't it? Through those gears. Gonna go all right too at 10, 14 and 129 miles an hour. Now, I don't know whether we're calling out the Aussie. Don't know whether we're calling the K's out today, Janie. You know, kilometres. Have you heard of those things?
Nah, miles an hour.
Thank God for that.
Repco Max Extreme time at the moment. We've got a pair of dragsters on the line. We've got Rod Williams in the speedplay lane, and beside him, Megsy Anderson.
A couple of local southeast Queenslanders, of course. Rod been racing for quite some time. Megan having some good time in this dragster as well.
I know, it's so beautiful. It's just such a well-built car, this one of Megsy, out of the Weldwell Engineering Workshop.
Down at Cooper's Plains. So. I'm going to pinch that, Chris. More plumbing than a Reese shop. A Reese plumbing shop, seriously. That is... You know what, when you've got a car like this, you've got to learn to weld well. You do have to actually learn to weld well, because things... I'm just waiting for Meg. She just wants to creep the car up slowly. You'll hear these two drags as they will build the revs, try and build the boost. There's an angry junior style, isn't it?
She got out well with a 008 reaction time. Looking good through the finish line. A little bit of smoke, a 7.75, 145 miles an hour. And for Rod Williams, a 9.29, 134 miles.
Wow, that was nice. Good light there from Megan. That is really good. She'd be happy with that. So we get to see the big and angry, the Mazda Capella of Fabian Romanen and Kim Anderson in the dragster. Fabian having a crack at the QDRCs as well this year. Been running a little bit in the Top Sportsman. Can we have Pro Compact, and you ready, folks? Factory Extreme to the lanes, please. So Kim Anderson and Fabian Romanen. Fabian in the, look at this, folks. Oh, there's a burnout, Fabian. Come on, mate, that's what we want. Look at that. Look at those big black licorice marks all the way to that Capella. So we see Kim Anderson just bringing the dragster forward. But Fabian says, look, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to test those big slicks I've got. I'm going to see how hard they burn, and that is what he's done. Car is a, well, it's a bit of a handful, Fabian's car. It does, it's pretty tidy and it's pretty fast. So might be in for a bit of a show here with Fabian and Kim Anderson on the line. Love the little front engine dragster. You know, you have to pick your choice. What do you want? Twin turbo? What do you want? A four-banger?
Definitely go to the front engine four-banger.
Oh, that is just... Oh, mate, absolutely. Look at that. Just try and win the burnout on the launch. Car will watch the top end on this thing still, though, folks. Unless he gets off it, which looks like he might have. So So 12.3, but he was at 121 mile an hour at the 8th, even with all that wheel spin. Car does have some serious top end, but Kim, a 16.55 at 60 miles an hour, so the car wasn't playing the game as well in the second half.
Yeah, Kim just out there for a cruise.
You know what, if that's what they need to do, that's what they need to do, I suppose, Janie.
And a big thank you to Repco Max for bringing us Extreme here today at the Garrett Advanced Motion Jamboree. You can see our next competitor's about to move forward into the burnout box. I believe we'll be moving into some J275 thanks to Race Car Engineering.
Thanks, Janie.
Oh, Mr. Chris Diggles, how are you, my good man?
Hello. Hello, slash.
Mate.
Terry's, all of a sudden, his hair's growing about 6 foot long. Actually, we're looking for potential winners of the different costumes. I've just saw a very scary little girl down there at the Hot Wheels tent there. She's any other day you'd be alarmed. Completely splattered in blood all over the dress.
Oh, look at her.
Normally any other time you'd be alarmed with that. Like if you're walking through a Westfield and you saw that, you'd be calling security.
Have
but
a
today,
look at look at the wig. It's all.
of course, we're Jamboree Halloween inspired. So yes, a child completely spattered in blood apparently is acceptable, and that kid's one of the scariest little kids I've seen. No offence.
Oh, that is gold.
Speaking of scary little things, we're hitting a little bit of J275 thanks to Race Car Engineering. Mark Allen won't be too far away from having a crack too there, Taz, because we're getting into Pro Turbo and Factory Extreme and Pro Compact very, very soon too. But I'm keeping an eye out because we've got the Babe comp coming up at 11 o'clock, so that's in about 42 minutes time. Keep your eyes out on that. Hey, check this out. Joel Mercer, for all the Ford fans out there, the All Street Performance XA Falcon, and beside him, well, one of my favourite Tiranas. How could you have a favourite Tirana in drag racing? You narrow it down to the last 100, right?
No, there's too many. It's like you can't do it, and they all look so good, mate.
Well, Ryan Holtz, this is a spot-on car, of course. Janie's watching, of course, the Workshop Wars for racing, but again, of course, Danny Lansdowne, the chief fabricator at Spot On, he's a 2J nut, and of course, when Ryan goes, I want to put a 2J in a Tirana, Danny goes right this way, and this car goes on the jig, and this car gets built. It's gone 200 mile an hour in the quarter mile. Bump City, baby. Oh, we bumped too much. Oh, no one's got nothing to start with. There we go. Oh, it's that pressure of the Pro Tree, isn't it? It's just that real pressure. So Ryan's throwing that one away. So is Joel Mercer. I think Joel's bumped straight through there. I don't think we saw any lights throw yet because
nothing, mate.
Because Ryan hadn't bumped in either.
Really disappointing. I'm sure it's more disappointing for Mercer and Holtz rather than Diggles and Dale here, but that's fine.
I'll make the prediction right now. That won't be the last time we see an issue with the staging process here today. We've seen that every single time we have some Pro Tree action there. The pressure just gets concentrated into looking for those bulbs.
It's almost like they need to stage like 2 metres back.
They almost do.
Not like just a short bit. It's like, mate, get a bump in. Why are you bumping back in the burnout box?
We need to hold them on chains, I think, to try and stop them from leaching forward. Now, tell you what, one thing about J275 today, you are going to see some of Queensland's toughest street cars, and I mean street cars. Shane Baker, for example, from Warwick. This is a Holden 308 based engine in a V8 Commodore. The turbos are hidden up in behind the guards there. And same with Andrew Coles, of course, Spot On Performance. Him and Danny Lansdowne, of course, and all the guys that work at Spot On. This is pretty much the benchmark for them. This is the flagship. But as Colesy keeps telling me, they've done probably 20 VLs since he's built this one, and every other VL since then is actually, he says, they're all better than my car now. We've
learned unfair, isn't it?
Well, we've learned so much. He says, we've learned so much. The customer behind him is one that's just fresh out of the workshop. These are some of Queensland's unprecedented, quickest real street cars you'll find. Colesy still drives this thing on the street regularly when the mood takes him. And of course, Shane Baker, very, very competitive street car as well. We're going over the quarter mile. Colesy! Nice wheel stand there from Colesy. He's going to get back in it. It won't be a 6 at 200, but it's going to be close. 759 at 186. Bakes goes 826 at 166. But how's that for a bit of a rocket out of the hole?
How was that? Just absolutely blazed it off the line, Chris. I tell you what, Holden never made him like that in Australian conditions, did they?
How's the prep? How is the prep? Oh my God, that's scary too. We've got like a 12-foot 12-foot woman here, possessed. It looks like she's levitating. I'm going to have nightmares now for a week. I'm going to hear rotaries. I've got zombies in my brain and rotors in my ears. We had Sammy Afco.
It doesn't sound too bad, Chris. You got tomorrow to get over it, mate.
Yes,
so
yes.
Lee Povey and Chris Carlsberg, of course. You were just going through that, Chris. The Calais. There's so many kicking around today. But that is a bit frightening. If anybody's up in the back area where Jambo's all happening out the back behind the grandstand, that lady is
That's scarier than Kelly Betts in a bad mood. That's what that is.
I want it known, Kelly, that Chris Diggle said that, not Terry Dale.
I'll say it again.
I don't.
If you don't believe me, quote unquote, there's media monitors everywhere around, but yeah, that's quite unnerving. So was the little. Here's the little little.
Yeah, look at the little kid with. Oh, that is funny. Look, little girls.
Yeah.
Look, the whole family. Look, we've come out for a great day at Jamboree, and we're going to dress our children up as little dead kids.
Honestly,
that's just a little bit frightening, isn't
Again,
it?
if you're walking through Westfield on a Thursday night, yes, I'd be calling security. But a blood-spattered child here on Saturday doesn't seem to be much of a. Mind you, if she was walking there with holding her head beside her, that'd be a bit different. Actually, that's going to take the cake. Honestly, we're looking for someone holding their head beside them. Decapitated
now
person.
you put it out there. Someone will be sitting at home, might go, I'm going to do that just for Chris.
We're just having a little look down the braking area there. I don't know from either that might have had an issue there, but I tell you what, the way that Colesy came out of the hole there, I don't have the time slip up at the moment, but there's a little bit of a goal sneaking in there, of course, for the spot-on team. Of course, the VL is that they haven't run a 6 at 200 in that car yet, and it's only a matter of time before they do it. Now, remember, of course,
was it a 7.0?
It's gone very low sevens at over 196 odd mile an hour.
It's coming.
But of course, Ryan's gone 200 in the Tirana, of course.
Yes.
So there is already a car in the spot-on stable that's got the double ton up, and it's only a matter of time, I think, before you'll see the likes of someone like Andrew Coles with not so much a crazy wheel stand on the way down.
No, something a little bit more maintained and a little bit more calmer, and keep the front wheel on the ground and just get that car down there as quickly as it possibly can.
And of course in Jamboree we always look for sky's the limit, so we're always looking for best wheel stand. We normally like to see that during the racing because that way there's a bit of pressure on the
performance. Don't you go early, Chris. Don't you go early saying that, because that was pretty impressive, but you know what? You want to see Kelly cranky when you gave it out in a qualifier. The first qualifier, Chris. You can't do that.
I know. I'm sorry. I do apologise. Look, just a quick little delay. We'll throw a couple of ads on the big screen and we're back with more J275 in just a tick. Great stream we're having here today. So a bit of J275 qualifying. Breaking back with more once we just have that little tiny clean up down the end of the track.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of race car engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough.
Well, thank you very much. We had the Jekyll Hyde car just coming out of the water. We ran an ad there for Race Car Engineering. And just as we said before, of course, Andrew Coles from Spot On, as Mark Allen joins us on the mic for the first time. G'day, Mark.
Hey, how you going, mate?
Very, very good. The Jekyll Hyde car out of the Spot On stable, and that is Lee Povey. So no Chris Carter this round. But again, the Jekyll Hyde car, he has hit the ground running with this car. I think he ended up going out to the Red Centre Nats and everything with this car. 817 at 168 mile an hour. I do believe he's from Emerald or Mount Isa or something, I think, Lee Povey, and he got that car finished at the Spot On shop. Here's another car in the far lane, which I think's out of the Spot On stable as well. Shane Faccioni, the Commodore LS1. Beside him, Graham Horner, the Horner Performance Commodore, 429 cubes on board. And J275, it's just we've got that many tough streeters in here, it's not funny, mind you. We also see a fair amount of V8 turbo EFI in here too, Mark.
That we do, and let's have a look at the qualifying sheet at the moment for these guys. Andrew Coles is the number one with a 7:59, a huge speed, 186 miles an hour here in J275. Brought to us by Race Car Engineering. Both these drivers are moving towards stage.
Yeah, have a look at this one, Horner and Faccioni. Now, again, he chains on the wrong side of 21 years of age, but wanted a car, built the car of his dreams. I do think this was actually a family heirloom, the VP, I think.
It's a VP, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, he's bumped in too far there, Horner. He's not going to get anything. Faccioni's going to get something, but Horner's only going to get data on his own data logger. It's a pretty quick pass with the VH. If only we knew what it was. 879 at 160 is what we see. That's the rewards of staying in stage, Mark, is you do get that elapsed time come up.
You're right. You spoke about the pressure before of the pro tree staging for these guys. And it'll happen again later on. Honestly,
the invention of the bump boxes created far more problems than they've solved, really, because you've got to tune a bump box in as well, which is, again, a solenoid within the trans brake that allows you to make little incremental bleeds of the trans brake. One guy that normally gets it down pretty well, both these guys, Ben Vlecken and Trent Brimble. Now, Trent's already got one light on, the VL, for Shifty's race engines, 400 cube Commodore, tuned by Next Up beside Ben Vlecken. Spot on performance, another car out of the workshop. Look at that, look at the flickers of the bulbs. Now this wagon, it has got some stink, no doubt about it. One of the fastest Commodore station wagons we've got anywhere. And here we go, 767, 171 mile an hour for Ben Vlecken. Trent Brimble got it all hooked up, 817, only 133. He was 144 at half track, so he's rolled off that throttle.
Yeah, he would have ran to the 7-second zone. Now, Vlecken goes to number 2 qualifier here in J275, sits in behind Andrew Colesley, Povey in number 3, and Brimble rounding out the top 4.
Now remember, there's no Horner on there, and there's no Ryan Holtz on there for that one because they both well, 3 cars because we also had the XA as well. That didn't get a time either. So that's about 9 cars in there that we know should be there. But yeah, there's 3 without ETs for now.
So they get a couple more shots later on today.
I'm sure they'll make sure they put the lights on and hold them on. I think we've got another pair here, including this one in J275. He's just getting ready in the staging lanes. Oh, it's Varun. The Oceania. Now, it went 200 mile an hour here last night. I think I watched the video wrap up. So close to running a 6 at 200 mile an hour. Matt Whiting beside him. They're holding 427 cubes. Got Haltech on board there by the look of it. He's made a special mention of that on his entry form. But Varun Sharma from Cooper's Plains, of course, Oceania College of Technology, 3.3 litre Stroker 2J. Got the, I think it's got a turbo 400 in it from memory, and it's got, I think, an all-race fabrications torque converter, which is becoming the hot thing. Of course, you know, James Horan with the Black Hilux chute, he's been building these lock-up torque converters for people, and there's quite a few guys going to the James Horan lock-up converter. This is one of them. So Varun, they've definitely been picking up a bit of mile an hour. The joys of a torque converter that you can lock up, you can control the slip to a fair degree and then lock that converter up so you don't slip it as much down the end. J275, heads up quarter mile racing on a 275 radial. Oh, zing, 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 straight off the hit, not good for the first hit. Oh, and here goes the utility all ready to go. And if we're in a real race situation, well, you know, you are going to try and fight your way to the finish line to get the win. 890 at 115 this time, but yeah, Varun, keep an eye out when they come back. They might have to just soften the power of that 2J on the next hit just to get one down. Pro Mod to the lanes, please. Factory Extreme to the lanes. Pro Compact and Pro Turbo to the lanes, please. Pro Mod to the lanes. Factory Extreme, Pro Compact and Pro Turbo. We are in Race Car Engineering J275 still, and here he is.
Ah, the man.
He's back. Simon O'Carroll and Lambro Nicolau. And Lambro, of course, Horsepower Solutions tuned R34. I think we're a cogger in this thing as well. I think he's got clutch pedal. Oh, no, maybe not. No, one of the ones Justin tunes has got the manual gearbox in it. How's that for a nice big skid?
Very nice, very nice. So we don't get to see Simon O'Carroll run over the quarter mile too often.
No. No, watch
Has
out
he run
here.
into the sixes in this thing?
I don't think he has because he hasn't
Shannons?
really put it through the quarter
No.
yet. Now, he's just received this car back in the last week, of course, with all of the restrictions in Sydney. Of course, Simon Krieger, who's a nitrous, big cube nitrous expert, and of course Con Miklodakis from Wollongong Automotive Services, that helped Simon with this car. He couldn't get the car back from the earlier radial race in Sydney, I think our Kedner in Sydney, so he couldn't get it. Well, I think it stayed down there for
That's why we
refreshing.
didn't see him at the last Kender event.
Yeah, stays for refreshing. And then couldn't get it back. Now, of course, the borders are allowed. He was allowed to get it freighted up, and here he is. It's now an EFI deal. So it used to be carbureted, now it's
interesting.
EFI.
Yep.
And it's 648 cubic inches of big block with 4 kits on it. Yeah, so horsepower, it should have some. Over the quarter, how do you go with 648 cubes over the quarter when you've got some nitrous on it?
It is going.
Oh, Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools, that's his business. So, yeah, he's always pouring slabs and, building some very big pools, and he just waits for race days like this. What's his first hit going to be like on the 275? It's going to be like that, Simon O'Carroll. I can see the flames from here. Half track, 470. Full quad, he clicks it early. 739 at 176. Problems for Lambro off the line, but it was all O'Carroll from there.
All O'Carroll. Let's look at the tail of tape. 470 to half track, 150 mile an hour at half track there for Simon O'Carroll. 739. He did have the power cut early, buttoned her off early, so it definitely would have been to that low 7-second zone at probably 185 plus mile an hour.
That's one of the hardest. It's one of the hardest cars to probably get to hook up on a small tyre when you've got 648 cubes and you want to leave. And you want to leave with some nitrous.
115 to the 60 foot as well. That was impressive.
You want to leave on some nitrous, even if you put one kit on that, you're making a lazy 500 plus extra on the engine, which is making over 1700 ASPO. So we're 2,000 plus horsepower in that car. But how do you get that tyre down?
That's where the magic happens.
Oh, hola, epa! Rob Cady, I thought it would just throw a little bit of it's just the international language in Puerto Rico. Big 13B burnouts. Yeah, 13Bs across the line in the burnout. You could be anywhere in the world, and if you do watch a little bit of Palfarigu TV like I do on YouTube, there's that Group Salinas Raceway nearly every weekend where this is the staple diet of the Puerto Rican drag racing community. Yeah, they do love V8s. I have seen V8s there, but a lot of it is Rotoris. And Rob Cady, he's in Pro Turbo today. How about that? So he's in actually Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo. For the past 23 years, Vibrant Performance established itself as a global leader in the curation and supply of professional fabrication components. We saw an ad on that before. Some of that stuff's really great bits and pieces that, the market was a little bit closed before Vibrant came on with that stuff, and now Vibrant are really opening quite a few eyes in the fabrication.
Well, they're on 6 continents.
Yes.
They're professional fabricators.
Right, Katie in here from CQ Rotary. This is the ex-Dodsy car.
Spin. Recovers it slightly, Rob Cady. This little Mazda, what's it going to do across the finish line here? He goes 958, 151 miles an hour for Rob Cady in the Mazda.
Yeah, so
we're into Pro Turbo.
Yep, so I don't know how many we had lined up in Pro Turbo. I know we can see the What Up G car back there. He's normally in Pro Compact. But yeah, Katie, I think's elected to bring the pocket knife to the gunfight, and maybe today the pocket knife might be enough. Because normally in Pro Turbo you can go 20B and 6-cylinder.
Yep.
Bringing the little 13B in there is sometimes just maybe not considered bringing enough ammo, but maybe today, of course, with a slightly smaller fields, you might have a chance.
And with these conditions as well, track conditions, it's going to be tough getting the cars off the start line. So you got to be smart with the way you set up the car. It could play in the favour of these guys they don't have as much horsepower as these other cars.
It's going to be an absolute pedal fest, I would imagine, if Katie needs to hook that up. This will be obviously one of his opponents for today. Here he is. I've seen this car before on social media. Guy King. And I think we're Barra in the KE.
Yes, you'd be correct. It is a Barra. Yeah,
in the KE20. So how's them apples? I mean, we've got the Barra in the Escort panel van. We've got the Barra in the, the KE20. Barra in the VL. We've got Barras everywhere, but something about putting him into a KE20. I mean, we're blowing all the Puerto Ricans' minds with this stuff, because yes, they do know KE20 in Puerto Rico. We do know of them, but yeah, no one's quite got the barras over there yet. Mind you, not that we've been and we can't ask the government to do this. Does the Australian government know how many barras have gone to America? No, they don't. No one can tell us how many have gone to the States, but guess what? A hell of them have gone. Amount of them have gone to the States. They're in Europe. They're already starting to rave about them in South Africa. There's a barra and a few things in South Africa as well. These engines are popping up all over the world. So yeah, we've got to proudly wave the old Aussie flag for that. We've got to thank Howard Marsden and Tickford and Ford for having the vision to be able to take what essentially is still based around your old crossflow, and they put a 24 valve overhead cam head on it, and the barra was invented, of course, for our BA series Falcon, and geez, the rest is history, isn't it? They are just
really taken off.
They are the engine that if you want to have something to put a smile on your dial, you want your first 1,000 horsepower, well, you can. Guy King, yeah, I think he actually still may even be on a radial, if anything, a very small tyre. You wouldn't think he'd fit too much under the back of that Corolla, but he is in Pro Turbo as well. So maybe him and Katie, if it's just him and Katie around match racing.
We had 5 entered, so Damien McKern was in there as well, Jason Payne, Tony Goodrum.
Well, Tony Goodrum's back there now. He's bringing it out. I can't believe I saw footage of it last night. Here it is. Like, he'd been building this thing up. I initially thought, oh, yeah, it's going to be a great little all-motor car. I didn't think that he'd put a turbo on it, but he has. And he's just getting that car sorted to come out shortly. So, yeah, you're right, Mark. You've read the entry list. We've got 5 on the schedule there for that. And here comes Paney anyway. Now, I'm checking my little time here, because in about 2 minutes' time, I might have to skedoodle. I might have to throw Janie on or get Terry on. I might have to go down to the Babe comp, twist my arm. Oh, God, I've got to go down to the Babe comp. I know they'll want to watch Factory Extreme and Pro Mod and Pro Compact and What Up G and all those guys, but I've also torn. I want to watch this as well, but the gig's a gig. We've got to do what the boss lady tells us. So, and I don't want to get on the wrong side of that clown either. You know the clown we're talking about. Scary clown, very scary clown. Freaked me out this morning. I froze. You know when you feel like someone's walked over your grave? He was looking straight at me and I felt that way.
Is that the It?
The It. Yes, Captain It. Yeah, it's very, very scary. All right, Paney. This is so good to see this car. I mean, he has raced this any opportunity he can, and he does fit into, of course, Group 2 categories at a lot of our mainstream events as well in Comp Eliminate. Oh, Superstock, I apologise, Superstock. Yep. We've got Aaron Tremaine. Is that Aaron Tremaine hanging out there? I can only tell by the biceps. Is that Aaron?
It does look like Aaron, actually.
It does look like Aaron. Is that you, Aaron Tremaine, right beside there? I can't tell. He's definitely got the arms. Hang on. So Scotty, so IHRA's just making sure. Yep. So we've got a little door latch on the top, making sure that's okay. And we're going to send Paney in there. Now I can't remember. Has he still got the auto on this? I thought he might have gone to a Liberty, but we'll keep an eye out in just a sec. So we've got Tony Gooderham's just going to have to go on a solo in a sec. Is that the name of the car? El Squirrel, is it? It's got Squirrel on it. No one's ever called one Squirrel. No, it's an auto for Paney. Vibrant Pro Turbo. Whoa, Paney, hold on to it, mate. Boy, oh boy. They're all bringing their horsepower today. We've got that heat on the track. I honestly thought we still quite weren't in that spot, when we get the track hot. And the guys are already showing us how much power they're making, that maybe we are on the fine line of the track temp at the moment, early in the day.
I know they were really happy with the track.
Oh, Squirrel! God, it's all happening here.
It looked like something came off the car there, or...
I think it was like a claw, one of the claws of the Squirrel's feet just came off there. So, El Squirrel giving them all a little bit of a graze. But
dust there on the side. Jesus Christ, what's going on here?
Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
Tony Gooderham, Mr. Enforcer.
Yeah, that is crazy.
What's he got a wheelbase of a bit of a shopping trolley there?
Yeah, actually, I haven't measured the Suzuki Swift's wheelbase, but you would have to think that it's good.
What's that, about 80 inches maybe?
We've got Slash down on the line there. We'll hand it back over to Janie and Mark for a second. Terry's coming up when he can. All right, I'll hand this over to Janie, and I'll have a quick look at the squirrel. I'll have a look at the squirrel, then I'll hand it over to Janie, because the squirrel's only 30 seconds away, and I'm actually 4 minutes from the stage, aren't I? The stage is down here, of course, behind the main grandstand. I think I've seen it. Yeah, well, it's on our map. I think it's down there. I'll start going down that way anyway. If I'm in the wrong spot, I'll know. All right, come on, squirrel. Pro Mod and Factory Extreme to the lanes, please. Pro Mod and Factory Extreme to the lanes, please. All right, Tony Gooderham. 13B. Whoa, hold on to that little squirrel, will ya? Is that called the squirrel grip? That's an old footy term, isn't it?
We won't go there.
An old footy term. Oh, well, the squirrel got down. Okay, gee, tell you what, if this is the little taste of the action we're going to dish out today, hold on to your hats, folks.
The track will get better as the more cars get down. Throughout the process today, we are in qualifying for Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo. 4 cars down the track so far. Rob Cady is our number 1 qualifier at the moment in Pro Turbo with that earlier 9.58. No one really getting down the track, all sort of struggling to get these cars off the start line. I'm not sure if it's the track conditions, it's the heat, or if they're just taking a swing at it with their setups and tune-ups. But, you know, it's been a couple of years since we've had a Jamboree here at Willowbank Raceway as well. And in these in this heat, usually it's in September or August that we run the Jamboree, which is obviously cooler conditions. But when you get a day like this and you get the heat on the track like this, it does get a little bit greasy, a little bit slippery, and makes it fun for the tuners and the crew chiefs down there trying to get these cars down the track. Because, you know, a lot of these cars have got well over like 2,000 horsepower, and they've got small tyres as well. You know, the 275s and 315s and.
Now, mate, here we have a couple of 3RZs, Mr. Mark.
3RZs, we do.
A couple of 3RZs with Sam Kyprios and, of course, Chris Tate. Yes. Both very familiar to drag racing.
Yeah, we're into the Pro Compact class, of course, brought to us by McKern and Associates. Founded in 2002 by Damien McKern, McKerns have worked hard to build a personable and confident approach to working with their clients. McKern's team of well over 30 accountants and advisors are deeply committed to growing in their skills and knowledge that they can apply to their clients' businesses. So thank you to McKern and Associates for supporting the Pro Compact class here today.
Yes, and Damien, of course, the owner of the RX2 with an RX2 with a 20B turbo in it as well. So always good to have somebody who jumps on board, who has supported our sport for a lot of years, has Damien. And but these two boys here, Mark.
Well, Kyprios, we know he can run into that low 7-second zone. We know Tate has gone into the high 6s.
Yeah, Chris Tate actually was at one point in time, has been the fastest 3RZ in the world. Probably second or third, I think, at the moment. But Chris Tate has been working pretty hard on his car, got a spare engine. Sam, a regular to our track racing, the QDRCs as well, very successfully as well, I might add, and Winter Nationals. Out with a 155, but have a look. What will it do first time back?
700.
200 mile an hour.
And Kyprios hasn't left the line. Has not moved.
Really unusual for the El Ninja. Let's hope it's okay. But just a note there for Chris Tate, I think he will be pretty happy with that first run, for that run back today for his first hit at Jamboree.
Well, it was very soft off the start line there for Chris Tate, and then they obviously applied the power about 20, 30 metres down the track before it really got moving, but it was soft.
And you and I...
Have a look at that. Have a look at the costumes on the start line.
You know, how beautiful. How beautiful are they? Seriously?
Yeah, that's Blazy and Pete Farnell.
Oh, look at them.
We love the commitment. So there is a prize today, I think, for the best presented crew.
Always question it when guys dress as females. I've got to be honest. I've just...
I don't question it when it's Blaze.
Oh, no, you don't. You can't... Janie reckons you can't knock a guy in a skirt. Sorry. All I know is, everybody wants to know, look, the two boys who were just running those 3RZs, the 3RZs are just a little 4-cylinder Toyota engine, so obviously running a lot of turbo, a lot of boost, Mr. Mark Allen.
Big time, especially Chris Tate in that lane beside Kyprios. Kyprios said he changed to a clutchless transmission just before the Winter Nationals this year as well, like a Pro Stock style transmission.
The car has been running very consistently. That's the first time I've actually seen it falter off the line. So hopefully it is nothing.
He's usually really consistent with that car. It gets down the track from A to B. And,
has owned part
sets
of the
records.
Yeah, I was going to say has owned part of the record as well. So in that category, but mate, what a great day to be here, Mark. I'm really disappointed you're not wearing your saw mask while we're commentating, because you were. It is quite frightening. I think you should actually run down the back and just find some small children or people to frighten, because. You're not short like me, where it's like, what's the midget doing wearing the little mask? It's like you look at Janie. Look at Janie now. Look. How do you make a pretty lady look very, very, very scary? No, even prettier. Calm yourself. But what a day, Mark. It's going to be a full-on day here at the track. I know that Chris Eagles has gone down to get ready for the Babe competition, I do believe. And is that right? Yep. 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock.
So 10 minutes for the Babe competition. Of course, this is the Jamboree today, brought to us by the guys at Garrett Advancing Motion. Thank you to those guys, and Link Engine Management and Tuner's Edge supporting the Jamboree today. We are in the middle of qualifying session number 1 for all of our classes. We're to the pro classes at the moment. Everyone will get 3 qualifiers today before we get into racing later on. And there's plenty of things to do and see here at the Jamboree. There's just as much entertainment off the track as there is on. You see Matt Mingay's Hot Wheels set up down there with all his toys.
And he has got a few toys down there as well. You can see the bike, you can see the ute. And, good to see. You can see Kristen Force over there with the Rotorforce, the RX-7. Hey, it's pretty good over there. We go and have a chat to the boys at Link down there. And you get to see a couple of very, very cool looking, well presented vehicles as well. Don't forget we've got the car show on as well. If anybody wants to heads down to the back of the pits, out behind the grandstand, there's 11 billion. I think I can't remember how many was entered, but there was a lot, and the quality looks absolutely exceptional, as it always is. And I get the privilege of giving out the trophies later on, which is good. Don't forget to give the boys in the sound off a bit of love.
In the meantime, let's hear from a couple of our supporters here at Jamboree. All right, we're back into it. Qualifying here in Pro Turbo, brought to us by the guys over at McKern and Associates. Next pair out. Who we got? Terry?
We got What Up G, of course, Alan Dodd and Ben Graham. So a couple of nice rotor-powered vehicles as well, of course. The RX2 of Alan Dodd and the RX8, the Your Plumbing Solutions of Ben Graham. Got to let you in on a bit of insider information. My son actually works for Ben. There you go.
There you go. Actually, it says Pro Compact. Or, sorry, what's called Pro
PC?
Turbo? Yeah, Pro Compact. Read.
So we are, all these lads, of course, getting closer and closer to that 6-second bracket. These lads.
Yeah.
No, Ben yet to Ben yet to see the magic 6 drop up on that little RX8. I'll tell you what, the car looks, when you look at the RX2, the BoostWorks RX2 of Alan's up against Ben's RX8, you'd think one goes through the air a little bit quicker than the other.
You'd think that?
Yeah, one's a little bit pointed, and one's a little bit like
a brick.
Yeah, it is kind of a little bit boxy, but what you make up for in what you lose in slipperiness, you make up in horsepower, I suppose, Mark.
And cool factor as well.
Both these guys running 2 parachutes on the rear as well, which means, that's right, Mark, is they have the ability to go over 150 mile an hour, or 200?
200 mile an hour for the sedans. So if they want to get that number 1 qualifying spot, they will need to dip into that 6-second zone with Chris Tay running 700 on his earlier pass. Ben Graham, the RX8. He's already in full stage, waiting on Alan Dodd now to bring the BoostWorks RX2 in.
Oh, Ben has a look at the centre line.
He's way over in the centre line.
Whoa, he's actually crossed it. Oh, just maybe
tap.
Give it a tap anyway.
802 for Alan Dodd, and he got it pretty well. 762 for Ben Graham, 146 mile an hour. Both cars got off the start line. I saw a little bit of shake over in Dodd's lane. But that was a good clean pair pass, except for obviously Graham was over towards the centre line. I don't know how he didn't hit the timing blocks, because he was right over there.
Most definitely gave him a bit of a scare, Mark, didn't he? He gave him a little bit of a how's your father as he's going past it. A little bit of a bustle.
Well, normally you'd buy someone dinner if you want to get that close to them.
You know what? That is a very good analogy. I like that. So we get rid of one. We get rid of a couple of rotors, and we bring another one to the stage. Chris Hall from Mazfix Racing. So the 13B Turbo of Chris Hall. He's got He's got his other car for sale if you're keen on buying a going rotary racing. So another one very similar to the setup to Ben Graham. They both looking to go into those 6s. Haven't yet met that the beautiful number that is 6 for these drag races. It's something that if you can get there, well, I can see some very, very quick cars coming around the back here too as well, Mark. So if you think it's loud now, or you think it's quick now, it's just about to get a whole lot. And the carnival's coming.
Yeah, a lot of these teams did take advantage of the testing we had here at Willowbank Raceway yesterday and the last few days here. So hopefully that translates into some quick ETs today.
And you can see Chris Hall, they're making sure that every bit of smoke is out of that car because it doesn't want to affect his hairdo because he's just had his hair done. So we know that with Chris, he'll be pretty happy to. He needs to look his best at any time when the media comes round to his marquee.
Just not worrying about the helmet hair.
I don't think he's wearing a helmet because he can't with that perm, but that's okay.
No. Chris Hall moving forward for Mazfix Racing. The RX7, a local racer here at Willowbank Raceway, has run into the low 7-second zone. Q1 for Pro Compact.
Car just went lean at the 330, so we won't get a representative run there. We got an 8 at 110 there for Chris.
Still not too bad considering it was nothing special at all that pass. It was soft, it was lazy, it wasn't happy. The shifting gears, you said it sounded like it leaned out or something, but yeah, 880, 110 miles an hour. It's a starting point for the team.
But all eyes are on Chris Tate. That was pretty impressive with
It's
the
good. Yeah, 200 mile an hour as well.
out of the little 4-cylinder mark. Looks like we're going into we are in Factory Extreme. So that means we come to a whole new generation of cars that are just going to bring us to a Precision Turbo Factory Extreme.
Yeah, Precision Turbo design, test and manufacture record-setting and championship-winning turbochargers for all forms of racing worldwide, as well as original equipment manufacturers such as General Motors. Friendly staff over 100 years of combined knowledge working on their turbocharged systems. Thank you to Precision Turbo. We move now into Q1 for Factory Extreme.
So we've got the 4-cylinder versus the rotor. You can see Colin's crew down there. You can see the inmate, Johnny Lewis. Looks a bit frightening down there. I just walked past Johnny before, and he is a little bit frightening in his orange inmate suit. I don't know what he is, but I'm not going to ask. So Colin Wilshire in the Garrett Advancing Motion Mitsubishi Eclipse. Sam Afshell in the Mazda RX-8.
So if this is your first time ever seen the Factory Extreme class, so basically this is a heads-up pro start category for vehicles, 4-cylinder, 6-cylinder, 2-rotor, 3-rotor, 4-rotor, and a maximum of 2 power adders. So you can have twin turbos on it, nitrous, and so on. As long as you're a 4-cylinder or 6-cylinder or 2, 3, 4-rotor vehicle, this is the big class here in Factory Extreme.
And it's what do you want, Mark? Do you want a little supercharger, a turbocharger? What do you want on it? You can just take your choice. Go to the goodie box and just put something on it. Now, Colin, we know has run 6.2 something in the Eclipse. So
Jenny, we know 620, isn't it? For
622, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
So we know that this car is in the cutting edge of the 4-cylinder guys, and I know that there'll be a lot of people across the world will be watching him this weekend, today rather. I don't think they'll be watching him for his crew. Without a doubt, that is not something. It's kind of off.
Yourself, they're not too bad.
It's a little bit.
Those legs look alright down there.
Those legs look alright.
So Sam Afkal over in the lane beside Colin. I haven't seen much from Sam in the past, so
yeah, the car's all red now. It looks $1 million.
So it looks like Colin's in pre-stage. I don't know if Sam is actually going to be moving forward here.
I think Colin might be just waiting to see if Sam can.
Yeah, it looks like Sam's backing out, so it will be a solo pass for Colin Wilshire.
Let's see what the Eclipse can do, Mark. This will be very interesting. See if Colin can get it to hook up.
When you talk about a car that is aggressive on the start line, this is one of those cars. This thing gets out very, very hard on the hit. I know they've made a lot of changes to the chassis setup as well.
Compound turbo.
Oh,
Whoa.
he's left before the lights were activated, yeah.
Well, you know what?
That's unfortunate there for Colin, so he'll roll down the track.
So big welcome to everybody who's here up on the grassy area. How are we all, folks? We all excited for Jamboree?
Nice and warm. The sun is out. The grass is green. The track is looking good. We'll have to get Colin off the surface here before we get into our next pairing. We are, of course, in Factory Extreme, brought to us by the people over at Precision Turbo. And so far, it's been pretty exciting so far this morning. Of course, this is the first time we've had Jamboree here at Willowbank Raceway for a little while. It's been a little bit, but it's finally happening. And it's good to see a lot of the people getting into the atmosphere for the Halloween spectacular that we've got on this weekend. Some good costumes getting around in the pits. Colin Wilshire there, obviously, unfortunately, let go of the button before the tree was activated. So that Garrett Advancing Motion Mitsubishi will get taken off the track, which won't take too long, only a couple minutes. We'll be back underway with a qualifying very, very shortly. All right, whilst we get Colin off the racing surface, let's hear from a couple of our supporters here at Jamboree.
With over 25 years' experience, Link Engine Management are global leaders in motorsport engine technology. Developed and manufactured in New Zealand, Link supplies a range of ECUs, sensors and dashes to drivers around the world. We have a range of products to help you get the most out of your engine, and all our ECUs come with a limited lifetime warranty. To learn more about our products, including our new G4X range, or to find your nearest dealer, visit the Link ECU team at the track today.
Oceania College of Technology, an RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators.
Okay, we are back. Archie Kieski and Matthew Earl, the Godzilla Motorsport and the Mazfix Performance. The Rotor versus the 6. How good is this, Mark?
Oh, we know Archie's one of the quickest in the entire world in this Mazda. We are in Factory Extreme, brought to us by Precision Turbo. And it's good to see Archie back on track because it's been a couple of years in between drinks for Archie.
I think he said it was either 3 or maybe even 4 years, Mark, when I was talking the other day. Oh, the car's gone dead, sadly.
Oh, no.
Car's turned off, so that might be good. But I'll tell you what, Matthew Earl has been getting this Nissan. He's been testing the absolute hell out of this thing the last few days. And, it is just a beautiful piece of gear. And let's have a look and see if he can get this thing into the 6s again. Not too sure, so hopefully we might get to see.
So did he run his first 6 in this in testing?
He most definitely did.
There we go, yeah.
Most definitely did. So Matthew Earl, we'll get to see what the Godzilla Motorsport.
Car.
Oh, how good is it? So they the Nissans, the GDRs, they didn't build them like that, of course, but
R35.
Mm-hmm. just looks like it. You know what? It just looks fast. Doesn't
They do.
it?
They look
Seriously,
fast
it
sitting
looks
there.
Fast.
And at the moment, Factory Extreme, #1 qualifier is, well, no one yet.
No, we haven't because, yeah, you're right, because no one's done a full run. So, theoretically, well,
Matthew
not even
will.
theoretically, he will go to the top of
As
the
long
tree.
as he accepts the green, because if you don't accept the green, you won't get an ET.
We'll all be hoping and that Matt can put another 6 on the board.
Oh,
Whoa! Car took a sharp right and just absolutely nailed the Gumdale demolition wall. Oh,
Matthew Earl, that is unfortunate. It started spinning the tyres and...
We have a look at it there, Mark, on the line. You can see the right tyre just absolutely the different marks on the track compared to the left-hand side tyre, left-hand rear. And, that was just, that is absolutely devastating for Matthew and for us here. Let's hope Matthew is good, because that's still a big nudge in the wall. We'll make sure we find out as soon as we possibly can that Matthew is fine.
And he went front onto the wall as well.
Yeah.
It's never...
And they're just looking in there.
Well, we can see he's opening the door now. Matthew Earl has opened the door on his driver's side, and he's getting out of the car. So
let's hope, Matt.
Put your hands together there for Matthew Earl. That's, we don't like seeing those sort of things
not
here.
At all.
Especially in a car. We were just talking about how immaculate it looked on the start line there for Matthew Earl in that Nissan R35. And that's just heartbreaking, really. It really is.
When you see things like that happen, Mark, you and I, and you've been racing, and you and I have been calling for a lot of years, and it's always, as a commentator, it is one of the most saddest things when you see, no matter what it is, it's just so sad to see, you know.
The thing is, and a lot of people don't realise, is that when these cars start spinning the tyres like that, and if the car is not perfectly straight, when they back off, it grips. It literally grips and shoots you towards whichever angle the car is pointing. And unfortunately, in this case for Matthew Earl, he was pointing towards the wall. So when he backed off, he was just going to be a passenger, because once you think about the speed that those tyres are spinning, probably at 200 mile an hour, spinning those tyres, and he backs off and it grips and shoots him towards the wall.
Well, he's doing 1.1.
He's still 1.14.
1.14
that's
at the
well
60,
over.
so that's probably
Over 100.
Yeah,
It'd be 120k an hour already in 1 second for that guy. 120, 130k. And you think about the spin of those big slicks, and then when it grips, when he backs off. And it's just one of the unfortunate things that happens. And
well, at least we know that Matt got out of the car on his own accord, so that's a really big relief.
I know it's just hopefully it's just all cosmetic for the team, and just a new clip for the front, and check the chassis out.
Well, first qualifier, so we'll see when racing and more qualifying due later on, obviously, Mark. So we'll see what happens when they see what they can do, see what the damage is. But tell you what, we need street compact. If you're not already to the lanes, we need street compact for your second qualifier, and of course Pro Mod, probably quite possibly Pro Mod. You guys should be in the lanes as well anyway. So.
Excited for the Pro Mod class.
And look, got some really good vision. Got the gentleman down there just taking some vision across there on the big screen. You can see all the lovely people on the grassy area. You can see there's the Oceana boys up in the. These guys having a beer over there now, over there in the Oceana College.
Yeah.
You guys got a beer in your hand yet, or what?
Yes, Oceana are one of our supporters here at Jamboree. The Oceana College. They continue to support the Jamboree, also racing their Super in the RC 275 bracket. Oceana College is a registered training organisation and now have a campus in Sydney and Brisbane for all automotive courses. Head to the website for more information. Check those guys out, Oceana College of Technology. They're over there in the corporate club there on the start line. Thank you to those guys. Automotive courses. I should take one of those. Mate,
they're just based over at Cooper's Plains, so you go past there all the time. The guys very supportive of Jamboree and have done so for quite a number of years. So looks like we might have a little bit of downtime. So we might actually might throw a little bit of something from Sydney up on the big screen, folks.
After being postponed from its usual date in March, the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree, presented by Link ECU and Tuner's Edge, had perfect weather and a big turnout at Sydney Dragway. Australia's quickest sport compact and high-tech street and drag cars converged for an epic day of racing across 10 categories. Jamboree isn't just about racing though, it's a show spectacular, with plenty to see and do off-track as well. Traders Alley had the latest and greatest products and merchandise to check out. The Shannons Show and Shine also had a great array of cars on display as well. In MTQ Street Compact, Bradley Halliburton qualified in first place and then took the win in his Toyota Cressida, with David Atherton runner-up in his Mazda 323. In Mora Motorsport All Motor, Craig Wasson was #1 qualifier in his RX-8. He ended up runner-up to Salim Matta in his Tirana, who took the win. Bosch Motorsport Modified Compact was the largest field at the event, with plenty of action. Steve Farrelly in the Barra-powered VL qualified in first place and went on to take the win, with Cameron Basirio in the runner-up spot in his Toyota Hilux. Repco Max Modified 10.5 saw Vince Rigoli as the #1 qualifier in the Cosworth-powered S15.
Fauzi, the orange S15, that car's been a struggle for a little bit with the C4 transmission. As of recent, we only put a Turbo 400 in it this week, built by Fred at ProTrans. 750 at 180 mile, mate, forced on the Cosworth 2-litre engine. And the car was always put together with the Cosworth for a dear friend of ours, Fauzi, and it was always his dream to get the car to run 7s on a forced on the Cosworth engine. We've done it, but now we're chasing the world title, so we'll get there.
Vince went on to take the win with a manual man runner-up in the RX-3. Speedflow Street 289 was all about the old school, and Paul Tester was #1 qualifier in the Chrysler Galant. Andrew Myers ended up with the category win in his Mazda 323. He also took out Best Wheel Stand at Sydney Jamboree and the Rotary Compression Tester Prize for having the best reaction time by a rotary-powered vehicle during racing. Damien McKern was runner-up in the RX-2. RCE J275 has become a fiercely competitive category, with some big cars and bigger names making the switch to be on radials. We caught up with Po Tung, whose Supra has returned and made the switch.
We've been out, for probably a couple of years. Just coming back now with the Fuel Tech new ECU on board. Yeah, the car's been going well. In testing, we went 676 at 210. So we're just out here running J275. Well, it was built as a 289 car, and mate, with the horsepower that the engine's making used to just punish the tyres. The tyres could last anywhere between 3 passes to 6. And it was just getting a little bit dangerous on that tyre. With the 275 radials, the car's a little bit more smoother. That's why we've gone to the 275. So, and also, there was no competition in 289, so got to step up and get the next class,
World-renowned DJ and drag racer Carl Cox was #1 qualifier in J275 in his Ford Capri. In the end, Danny Busbridge took the win in his Tirana, while Ben Vlecken was runner-up in his Commodore. The GTR category was a showdown between long-time rivals Matux Racing and Croydon Racing Developments, with Nader's King 32 and Robert Margin's Jun 2. They are in a tit-for-tat battle for the Pro Street GTR world record, but when they did line up, it gave us a great race. Into the Pro categories now, and first up, McKernan Associates Pro Compact. Rodney Rahayem from Pack Performance qualified in first place in the RX-8, also resetting his 13B record.
How you doing? Rocky here from Pack Performance at the Sydney Jamboree. It's been a little while since we've been racing, so it's pretty good to be back out here with all the COVID restrictions or what have you, but it's awesome. Good weather, plenty of people. We've got about 21, maybe 20 cars racing today. Typical turnout for the Pack Performance stable. We've got a lot of street cars here. Of course, the big car isn't here at the moment because we've been working on it tirelessly, but we've got the RX-8 instead. Just ran a 648, making it the fastest two-rotor car in the country.
In the finals, Rodney crossed the centre line, getting disqualified, so he took runner-up to Frank Canistra in the RX-3. Mario Rahayem took the Pepper Money cash boost in the Starlet for the McKernan Associates Pro Compact. Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo saw Fred Coran qualify in first place in the S15.
My car, the black S15, 3.2 litre, Fuel Tech Liberty. We went 670 at 210 in that one.
The Pepper Money cash boost in the Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo class went to Eddie in the RX-8. In the end, Anthony Matuk was runner-up in VL God, and he also took out Best Burnout. And Justin Gregory took the win in his RX-7. Fuel Tech Pro Mod was where the quickest cars at the event with Monster Twin Turbo and Supercharged V8s came to play. Robert Campisi was number 1 qualifier in the Mustang. In the end, it was Tristan Ockers as runner-up in the Nova and Greg Sakaridis in the Mustang that took the win off Fuel Tech Pro Mod. Precision Turbo Factory Extreme is the headline act of sports compact drag racing in Australia. Dom Rigoli was making waves in his 350Z, going 6-0 with a cast RB block.
We've done a few revisions. We've lightened the car a bit. We've put a bigger turbo on it. We've been sort of adding the numbers up to get this result, and it's kind of been easier said than done. And yeah, we're here. It's just something personal for me. Like these billet guys are just going nuts overseas and even here. Cast, I've always wanted to find the limit of it, and to try and beat a 2J, cast 2J. And I think we're getting there. It was a .96, 60. I'm not sure what the 330 was. It was 2.6 something. It was 3.9 half track. So I think that is the recipe for the 5. Obviously, we need the power at the finish line, but I think we're going to need over 90 pounds to do it.
Rod Harvey was the quickest import of the weekend, going 5.873, while Frank Tarabay had the light of the night with a .003. Rod Harvey was runner-up to the number 1 qualifier and Precision Turbo Factory Extreme winner, Joe Signorelli from Gas Racing. He piloted the Celica to a 5.9, also earning him the Pepper Money cash boost for Precision Turbo Factory Extreme. Dandy Engines was the most successful workshop overall at the 2021 Sydney Jamboree, winning the Castro Edge Workshop Challenge. Now our attention turns to the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree, presented by Link ECU and Tuner's Edge, held on August 21st and 22nd at Willowbank Raceway. More info, entries and tickets online at jamboree.com.au.
And not too far from getting back underway, we can see Tony Wedlock strapped in the Orient in the back of the lanes there. So he'll be coming out shortly in Factory Extreme, of course, brought to us by the guys over at Precision Turbo, supporting the Factory Extreme class. And we've had a few cars down, but not actually putting in a lapse time down yet in qualifying here in Q1. For Factory Extreme. What do you got, Terry, there?
Well, mate, we're just going to have a little bit of a quick chat about the Pepper Money cash boost during qualifying. The cash boost happens only during qualifying. We're nearly at the end of qualifying. The cash boost concept has been very successful for the past 3 years at the Jambo events, rewarding the racer with the most consistent 3 runs in qualifying. So over the 3 qualifiers, $1,000 in each of the 3 pro categories. So Pepper Money's going to present a big check. As in a big check. We love the big checks. And the winner of the cash boost at the Jamboree events in March and August. So August, of course, Pepper's Australia's number 1 alternative lender, and live their mission to help people succeed. Since 2000, they have been helping over 200,000 Australians who don't tick all the boxes for home loans. And they also provide car loans, and loans for professionals. So Pepper Money, they will be they will reward competitors for consistency and performance in Factory Extreme, Pro Compact, and Pro Turbo. So big shout out to the crew from Pepper Money. We thank you very much for jumping on board as they have.
Hey, not too bad. A bit of money there if you can get your car down consistently in all 3 sessions in qualifying, which is a little bit hard when you've got 3,000 horsepower like these guys on a hot day like we've got here at Willowbank Raceway. Tony Wedlock on track in his first pass for Ultimate Financial in the Toyota. Backing up, big burnout. So they are in the speed flow lane.
Yeah, Tony doesn't mind a skid, obviously in the 2J powered Toyota. Can we have street compact and all motor? Can we have street compact and all the loudness that is all motor to the lanes, please? So Tony gets to run the Toyota down the track.
Now we've seen Tony run into that mid 6-second zone in this Toyota.
Tony been racing a long time. Used to run Pro Stock.
He did
back in the day as well.
Yes, as a kid growing up, I used to love watching Tony race. He always liked to play some games on the start line. He was a master at it. Getting into the other competitors' heads. Tony Wedlock moving forward.
So we need the drivers back to their cars in the staging lanes, please, immediately. The drivers back into your cars on the staging lanes, please. We need you in your cars because you need to drive them. In the meantime, Tony Wedlock. The Toyota, the Ultimate Financial.
Well, if he gets a number on the board, he will be our #1 qualifier in Factory Extreme. And leader of the cash boost as well. Yeah. And the most consistent. Everything in there. Good 60-foot, 120.
Oh, that looks good too.
673. 210 miles an hour for Tony Wedlock. That was nice and easy. Very soft, very smooth.
That looked effortless, Mark.
It did.
You are right. It did look like it was a slot car on a track. It was very good. And
that was a good pass. Wedlock goes to #1. Leading the Pepper Money cash boost as well with most consistent car. Just by getting down the track.
I have nothing to say, but that's actually... So Dan Swanee, you want some rotary power? You got the direct clutch rotor in the house. Daniel been testing the car quite a bit lately. So
he did start the burnout procedure. It looks like his crew pushing him back. And maybe he didn't get up on boost enough there. Let's have a look. Let's have another go. Daniel Swanee. Take 2. That's better.
Nice work there.
The RX-7 for direct clutch. Daniel Swanee.
And just to remind everyone here today, if they're here, there's you have all manner of rotors here, from the 20B, which is a 3-rotor, to the 13B, which is a 2-rotor, and the 12A even in some of our street compact guys running 12As as well. So the little engines all the way up to the mighty 3-rotor. I don't believe we've got any of the guys from down south with the 4 rotors in all motor here, and that's a sound to behold, Mark. A injected 4-rotor. So I don't know if you've ever heard one.
I'm not too sure now.
Chainsaw, it's usually here, and it's just, well, it's a...
Well, I didn't get down to Sydney for Jamboree. It's been, as I was talking this morning, it's been a couple of years.
That was last March.
Last March.
Is that right, Sydney? No, it wasn't. We had one before then, didn't we? I keep thinking about when the world went to the germ.
I'm sure you like watching your rotary boys beat up on the V8s.
Oh no, without a doubt. It warms my little rotary heart when I see the rotor boys doing well. Let's see what Dan can do.
Well, he sort of rolled out of stage, so he's probably lost half a second there just with the little roll, but he goes 768, 183 mile an hour. Very nice, but a 1.6 second 60 foot for the team, so they want to get that down. Yeah, obviously, because it just rolled out stage at the time as it started.
It did too, Mark. So,
but that was good.
Definitely something nice to work on there. And look, we got to understand that we're sitting here in an air-conditioned box, whereas down there on ground level, it's like probably, like hotter than the Sahara down there, Mark. and it is hot down there. There's no sand.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the weather now. I haven't looked.
Got you intrigued, haven't I?
Yeah, you've got me intrigued. Let's have a look at the.
We want to know what the temperature is on the track.
I've got a drag racing weather app on my phone here, so.
You are the only person I know who would have that because you are such a drag racing aficionado.
Yeah, I'm just having a look. There's a lot of water in the air, so 102 water grains, which is not great. It's not crash, so obviously you can't burn water when you're putting it into the engine.
You can't burn water. That's actually
so
very
robs
true.
robs it of horsepower.
Unless you add oil.
Yeah, I'm just having a look. See, 2,700 feet for the density altitude. Barometric pressure's up though, which is good. Humidity's up. It's not there. It's average, very average for making extra horsepower anyway when you're talking the atmospheric conditions.
Well,
yeah. But that was the final pass in factory showroom. Of course, thank you to Precision Turbo Q1 there. We are now going to move into FuelTech USA Pro Modified. FuelTech's craftsmanship technologies built on extreme performance and proof. It comes from where it matters, the racetrack. Excellent record-breaking track results on a wide variety of racing classes such as sportsman and pro drag racing, circuit, off-road, rally, motorbike and marine applications testify FuelTech's commitment to attain the best results everywhere they compete. And you see FuelTech on a lot of these vehicles now these days, so they're thank you to those guys supporting our bracket here at Jamboree and Pro Mod. We're going to see some of the V8 boys now.
Well, we do. We get to see a few of the V8 lads bring the pain. Bring the what they can do.
Yeah. So basically, the Pro Mod rules. It's a heads-up class, Pro Tree Start, and it's for all of our Pro Mod door slammer style vehicles, turbocharged, blown, nitrous, rear-wheel drive race vehicles with using V8 engines with a maximum of 2 power adders.
Because that's what a V8 needs, the ability to have 2 power adders. So if you like your Plymouths, well, here's Peter Gratz, and up against him will be the Mustang of Steve Smith. So does a long burnout down there in the Plymouth, the Aussie diffs. So Peter Gratz. Don't these cars? We've been watching all these, all the slippery cars, and now we just come to Grazzi with this very angry sounding car.
Oh, I love this car, Grazzi. So this car's got the potential to run into the 5-second zone. Obviously, they run very low 6s in this Plymouth. In the lane beside him, in the Mustang, Steve Smith. Now, this car ran a PB speed last night in testing with 2 pedals, went 209 miles an hour, LS-powered car as well for Steve Smith. It has got some stupid amount of horsepower. I'm talking getting towards 3,000 horsepower of this car for Steve Smith in that Mustang LS.
LS in a Mustang?
Yep.
Is there something wrong there that I should know about? There's something that says... Have a look at Pete over there. Look.
Yeah.
Smithy's just there like, this car's just got all the power. It's a different sort of power, and it's... Well, I think the sound says it all with Gratz and the Hemi.
Yeah, so Smithy's probably giving up a little bit of ET to these other cars. He can probably run to the high 6-second zone, but he's going to keep him honest. And he's on his radial as well, Steve Smith. He's got the Gratzy's got the big gum boots, as I like to call those big rear slicks.
Well, Steve's gone. He's away in the Mustang. Let's see what he can get it down through to. A 713 at 204 mile an hour. Peter Gratz just blazed the tyres, didn't he?
He went after it, Gratzy. Steve Smith had, I'm not sure if he spun as well, because 60 foot was down at 134 for Smith. And 713, 204 miles an hour. Backs up what he ran last night, but the speed was down a little bit. It'd be interesting to see what the team did with the car there today. But 713, he's on the board and #1 qualifier at the moment.
And like you said, Mark, it's the humidity. The heat out there is just be giving the races all sorts of grief at this point in time. But, you know, like, it'll be okay. So just a reminder to all the racers that you are to keep your windows up and your helmets on until you are at the top of the track and around the loop on the return road, please. You need to keep everything on. No chucking the helmet off or winding your windows down, especially the guys who are in the street compact and all motor class. It's a safety thing, Mark, isn't it?
Exactly.
That's what
You just got to get off the racetrack, first. We realise it is a bit of a warm day out there, but just wait that extra 3 or 4 seconds. And
when you race in the street meet, when do you take your helmet off?
Definitely after I get off the racetrack.
Definitely after you get off the racetrack. I take mine off up on the return road.
Yeah.
I usually throw it across the car, swear a bit, and carry on. No, I don't. I just take it calmly off and go, well, that was fun. But
yes. Yeah.
So yeah, but once again, folks, I know if you're managing to somehow get this division from the lads from Jamboree today, you will see an absolutely beautifully prepared venue. We can see all the people over there on the grassy area looking absolutely resplendent. Big shout out to everybody over on the grassy area. Hope you are all well and got your sunscreen on and got your hat on. And everybody over in the grandstand, I hope you are all well today too as well. And you have the ability to just head back and go to Jambo Central and get yourself a bucket hat, get yourself a cap, get yourself. We've got to see a few umbrellas around today, Mark.
I think that's smart on a day like this.
Is it an umbrella or is it a parasol when it's not raining? What is it? I don't know. We could take the vote on it.
Yeah.
I think if it's a bloke holding it, it's an umbrella, and if it's a lady holding it, it's a parasol. Is that a little bit sexist? But it's not really, is it? It's just we're trying to.
You're the one talking, Terry.
If it's not Chris Stiggles getting in trouble, it's Terry Dale getting in trouble. But that's okay.
Yeah, it's all good.
Got to love a good tartan skirt, though.
Mate, I was just looking at the overtaking lane video feed on the big screen here at Willowbank Raceway, and this matchup I'm excited for because there was a bit of trash talk during the week, or not trash talk, but
oh no, it was trash talk.
You reckon it's trash? Yeah, let's say it was trashing. These guys want to beat each other up here on the track, not off the track, just on the track.
I'm not a fan of trash talk. I think it demeans our sport and demeans them personally. And I don't think Rob Harrington should be getting involved in that sort of ugliness of our sport. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. We love it. There's nothing better than trash talk. If there's no trash talk happening, it's not a race.
Yeah. So we've got the Monaro of Rob Harrington, the Chin, as he's affectionately known. It's amazing he can get that thing into the car. Taking on the captain, Colin Wishire, in the Mustang for Garrett Advancing Motion beside him. And they are good friends off the track, these guys. Help each other out. The crew chief for Colin actually does a lot of the tuning and setup for Rob Harrington.
Could there be some skullduggery going on? I mean, because it's Halloween. Is there a bit of skullduggery going on in the tune?
I think Blaze is happy either way. If he sees both cars get down the track, he doesn't get who wins. But he'll be happy either way. So Blaze Hanson, obviously the crew chief for Colin Wisher, but also tuning and support, chassis and suspension support for Rob Harrington in the lane beside as well. For Child's Tyre Services in the Monaro, supporting Rob. This is it. So Harrington for the supercharged guys, Wilshire for the turbo guys.
That's a
V8s both sides.
It is fair thing, isn't it? Turbo versus blower. What's it going to be? Just even gives it that little bit of a squirt up the top end as well. Rob through his burnout. Colin, nice. I wouldn't say sedate burnout. That is not sedate, but it is most definitely purposeful.
Do we say that Rob won the burnout stage?
I'm not. We can get a tally going, Mark, but it's going to be. We don't want to be held responsible as commentators for it.
So Rob in the Monaro, the supercharged, has run a PB of a 6:09. At 241 mile an hour. We've seen Colin last night testing go a 6:07.
Oh.
But his reaction time, so Colin's reaction times are a little bit iffy, so he's definitely got some room for improvement there. And we know Rob Harrington is very, very sharp. He's very well known for how strong he is on the start line. And when we're talking about the reaction times, I was talking to Rob yesterday. They're just looking to get this car from A to B. They don't care about running fives. They just want the car no shake. They don't want to have to pedal it. They just wanted to go from start line to finish line under power, and he's happy if it runs a 6:20 or a 6:1 because shake and pedaling is not good for cars.
No.
And they don't like it.
It's not good for your eyeballs either.
No.
Because it'll shake them out of your head. So looks like Cole's nudging the Mustang in. Totally different combinations on the line. This is one very, very exciting race, and it's only a qualifier, Mark.
Well, you'll see it because Rob obviously has the clutch in his car, where Colin will be the auto. He'll bump in on the bump box. Harrington will build the revs up, then let the clutch out and slowly get into stage with the revs built up.
Whoa! Rob gets it there. Oh, look, he's back on it. Cole's heading down. Cole says, I'm going to make this. And it's a 673 at 230 miles an hour. Car was slow off the launch, but he got some good top end there. And Rob had a little bit of a steer there, Mark. Had a little look at the... what would you say? He was looking at the signage.
Yeah, well, I was just having a look at Rob's lane because Rob actually left first, so I saw his car leave. He started getting shake. You can see the shake, the chatter marks there, and a bit of spin. So I think went into shake into spin, and it looks like looking at the tyre marks in Collins' lane, he had tyre shake as well, but obviously he was able to get to recover to get that 673 pass. But Rob Harrington, he spun and just went, you know what? Let's go back, look at the data, and we'll come back out for Q2 and go after it.
Yeah, nobody wins anything if you keep in it and it's shaking like that, Mark. As you and I know, it's you just get off it. Just live to fight another day.
Exactly. And we've seen what happened this morning with that car that had a bit of shake and spin. Anyways, that is qualifying for Pro Mod. Finishing up, thank you to the guys over at FuelTech USA for supporting that bracket. And we're moving back into our sportsman classes.
So it does look like we'll be moving into a street once we see this loaded up. Nathan Peters and Rodney Woods. So Nathan in the Valiant, and of course the Mitzi of Rodney Woods. So a big shout out. Thank you for that, Mark. We're jumping back on the microphone with the lovely Janie Smith. Oh, once again, Nathan, the Valiant, crept forward, Janie.
He's rolled the beams again. No such problems, though, for the Mitsubishi down there. Got out with a 341. Not a great reaction time, but he will get an ET, unlike the Valiant, an 1140, 122 miles an hour. Currently 23 vehicles qualified in MTQ Street Compact here today. As our next pair move forward.
That'll be Scott Clibben. And a couple of both the boys out of the Rotary Reaction crew, and Jason Bailey as well. A 185 for Scott and a 240 for Jason, the little 12A powered Galant. So Scott will punch the little Corolla down there. They're both rotary powered, 1145 at 124, and Jason an 1192 at 122 miles an hour. So some good top end from those little street-driven cars, Jane.
Nice work there from the guys. This is, of course, the Garrett Advanced Motion Jamboree. Street Compact coming at us thick and fast. We've got Nathan Wilson moving forward in the Godzilla Motorsports Nissan. In beside him will be Peter Fenton in the silly car.
That's a classic Japanese rivalry, isn't it? Nissan versus Toyota.
Old school versus new school as well, which we like.
So Nathan gets out with a 115, and we'll put the Godzilla Motorsport Nissan through for an 1155 at 120, and Peter Fenton in the Celica 1197 at 122 miles an hour.
So Fenton straight away from his previous pass by about 0.4 of a second there. I wonder if this heat, we know it's getting hotter and hotter out there. I wonder if it's sort of playing a bit of havoc with these cars.
It does seem. So Ashley Reason and Kelly Bush, both the Rotors, the RX4 Coupe and the RX8, both get out with not too bad a light, a 132 for Ashley, but Ash goes through for a 1367 at 104 and a 1393 at 108. Getting quicker is Kelly in the RX8. And here's young Stephen Beach.
Likes to get it and have a bit of a play, you can tell by that burnout.
He does, and then little 808. And Hayden Tweedale in the Harding Performance. Of course, that'll be Dan Harding, of course, in the V-Dub. So these run a 12.06 earlier, did Hayden. Now Stephen ran a 14.3, but the car has run into it will run low 11s, maybe even high 10s today, as long as the car hooks up. But I'll be interested to see if Hayden can get that V-Dub into the 11s, Janie.
It is a very quick V-Dub, isn't it?
And it looks sporty, but it doesn't look over the top.
No, it just looks like your regular street car with a nice set of wheels on it. He gets out with a red light. Doesn't matter, it is only qualifying. Bit of a backfire there from Beach, and he's buttoned it off. But all eyes on the Volkswagen as it goes down through the quarter mile for an 1190, 116 miles an hour. It's a nice pickup there.
So let's see, and Stephen, yeah, the car we're having obviously troubles coming up from second to third, so 18.7, so we won't worry about that for Steve. He'll be coming back for his final qualifier and having a little bit of work to do, but that's okay. So Jason Gertzgrasser up against Alvin Johnson. We'd have to call him Mr. Rotary Reaction because he's the owner of the business. And you can see Parry Georges down there with Jason on the line there, crewing both the Blads, helping each other out in the same pit today. So in the little Datsun 2 litre.
Yeah, little FJ20 on board for the Datsun.
I don't know, Janie. A car with louvers should always win. It's the way it should be.
I love RX-5s. They're one of my favourite shapes of Mazdas.
Alvin absolutely spinning the tyres. Absolutely, that just licorice all the way down. And the car does run, he built the engine strong, a 13B. He's only running on about 9 pound, but the car still runs low 10s when it hooks up. But Jason, car's hooked up now, but it'll run through for 12.23 at 125, and Alvin a 12.70 at 123. So I think the heat is really giving these guys a fair bit of grief down there, Janie, for these street cars. So especially all these turbocharged cars, really just giving them a fair bit of hard time on the line. So Adam Willard and Stuart Tweedale in the other Harding Performance V-Dub on 11.4. I wonder if we'll get to see that go a little bit quicker as well.
Yeah, possibly.
They could almost be a carbon copy, except one's got silver wheels and one's got the black wheel.
Yeah.
That's how you know which car you go to in the car park.
And just a reminder to all our drivers out there, we know it is hot today, but we do need you to keep your windows up while you're on the racing surface. Even though you've passed the finish line, keep those windows up and the helmets on until you are around the loop and going up the return road, please.
So we've got a good crowd building, Jane.
Yeah, just a quick check of the track down there through the deep end.
So Adam and Stuart waiting patiently. The Datsun and the Volkswagen.
Our eagle-eyed track walkers spotting something there on the racing surface. And we should be good to go.
Somebody must have, maybe Alvin just dropped a couple of horsepower off.
Maybe he left his wallet on the roof.
Might have.
Seen that happen before.
I found your horsepower. It was at the 8th mile mark, or just past. So Jane, it is good. It sometimes feels like we haven't had a jamboree for quite some time, and it was nothing more exciting than you and I getting here this morning and having this happen in front of us. It's like
it's beautiful.
It is a beautiful thing, isn't it?
It really is.
It's like Marquee Central out there. There's feels like I should go onto the grassy area and buy myself a wind chime or a dream catcher. It's like a Sunday market, not a Saturday drag meet.
So our track walkers just picking that belt up there, just about half track. And we're good to continue on with Street Compact, all thanks to MTQ. Speaking of MTQ, how good is it to see Chris Tate back out here, getting down the track?
I can't wait to catch up with him later, because he's a top guy.
One of the most excitable drag racers.
That he is.
All right, all eyes on the Golf as it goes on through. What's it going to be? An 11.66, so 2/10 off its previous pass. And for Willard, an 11.25, 135 miles.
A lot quicker. So we need All Motor and Street 289. All Motor and Street 289 to the lanes, please.
Glenn Hunter in the RX-7 moving forward for GAM Engineering, and beside him Michael Osborne in the Hilux. The RX-7 at 11.93 on the boards. The Hilux went 11.84, but I don't think you'll get this on this pass with those spinning tyres.
But the RX-7's got some toe.
Yeah, it's getting on down, isn't it? Let's see what it goes. An 11.53, 140 miles, so he's picked up 0.4 of a second.
Watching a car that runs 140 mile an hour at 11.5, there's something amiss there. He's going to get that thing down to well and truly into the 10s or below. So that is a quick car, Mr. Glenn Hunter. I'll tell you what, that's some serious top end for an 11-second car. So we know that equates to it will be probably a low 10.
Yeah, it's got some horsepower in it, doesn't it?
We like it. We like it a lot.
And again, it still looked very streetable.
Yes, it does. Yes, you'd be just up at the Ipswich shops and you'd see one parked in the car park getting a pizza. I don't know, whatever. So Derek Johnson in the Supra up against Graham Manietta, of course, in the Susie Auto Service Swift. Well, quiet and unassuming little Suzuki that runs like 15s or 14s.
But consistently. That's one thing about this car.
Oh, no.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
No, never. Well, that's the thing about drag racing, isn't it, Cheney? You and I know that. It's like 18 seconds, 19 seconds. It doesn't matter. Oh, he's crept forward, though. Graham has, so never mind. But Derek Johnson will get a... see if he can better his 11.2 he run in the first qualifier for the Ramsden Racing Supra. He most definitely can get better. 11.16 at 129 for Johnson and a 15.10 at 94 for Graham Manietta. Yes, it's about consistency, Jane, in these categories. So Anthony Dunn and Lachlan Weston. That's a nice looking RX-7 down there. And actually, look, and they both look very very stock in a lot of ways.
Very stock and very clean. Just
Well, gone deep in the stage there. 5.16 and a 4.05 for both runners. You probably need to get those lights down a bit if they want to go rounds. So a 12.21 at 126 for Dunn and a 13.12 at 112, sorry, for Lachlan Weston. The wagon, Janie. Michael Crow and Tara Johnston. The next level up against the Falcon. We're at 16.7. Ooh, 0.74. That's what you need. Second qualifier. If you're going to cut lights like that, that's going to be good. A 7.83 for Tara. Car might be quick, but she'll need to bring that...
Her reactions aren't so quick.
No. So a 12.38 at 120. And Michael in the Falcon wagon, a 16.66 to back up the 16.72. Yeah. He could be on the. He could be in the mix, Jane.
He might have something in there. That big old auto, just consistency. Next pair, Adam Williams coming at us for OCD Engines. In beside him, Scott Johnson for Next Level Motorsport in this super cool Yaris.
Well, the little RX-7 wasn't happy.
The little RX-7 that doesn't want to go.
No.
Let's see what that Yaris goes. A 14.74, 94 miles an hour. So not as quick as what it was earlier.
As you know, Janie, a lot of the cars here seem to get some sort of, like, once it gets to that sort of heat, you can get a fair bit of vapor lock and little fuel dissipation, and you know, and it will happen around this time of day. You can it'll jump on you in the most unexpected time. The car will be running well, and you'll go to hit second gear or third gear or fourth gear, and it'll give a bit of a, well, what happened there? And it'll just be a little bit of air, a little bit of fuel saying, well, I'm not going in there, mate. So just to upset the driver, and you can guarantee it'll happen racing.
Well, that has brought a close to MTQ Street Compact. We are about to move into Morrow Motorsports All Motor. Rob Barak is currently our #1 qualifier at the moment with a 10.57, followed by Trent Bianco, Dangerous Dave Butler in third, Jason Studley fourth, Nick Bentz in fifth, and Denison Cito is in sixth at the moment. We have 11 cars qualified. Maxine Box is rounding out the field in the fasty with a 23-second pass.
Nice work. So we need final call for Street 289, final call for Street 289, and first call for Modified Compact. Modified Compact to the lanes as well, please. So yes, that's a pretty good field, Janie. We had 11 in the field. Probably might even have some more, depending if everybody rocked up for their first qualifier. But Nick Bentz and Dave Butler.
So Dave went 10.84 a little bit earlier today. Bentz at 12.30.
I think Nick might get it a little bit quicker this time, Janie.
Dave might as well. He's got the big block on board.
Yes, look at it. The big block. The big 3 litre. How good is it?
If you need anything Volkswagen, Dave Butler is the person to talk to.
Picks the front wheels up. Gets it out with a 0.72 red, but a 0.26 for Nick. That's a good light. Starting to see some lights now, Jane.
And a 10.85 there for Dave, 123 miles an hour. And for Nick Bentz, a 12.11, 108 miles in the Yellow Beetle.
Those two lads looking the most consistent, both side by side, running very close to their previous mark. So well done. And here she is, Maxine Box in the Barrier Promotions. Well, look at. Once again, I'm going to say it. Cars with louvers. Cars with louvers will always win. Jason Frost in the Domkoff. He says, I don't care about it. I haven't got any louvers, but Maxine. Now she knows where the end of the track is. She'll be fine. Let's see if she can get it under the 22nd, under the 20s.
I'd love to see her do a burnout in it.
She's trying to start it. Car just conked out. She's probably snuffed it on the launch. But yeah, we'll have a look at Jason Frost. He will cut a 006 light. Nice work, Jason. At a 12.83 to better his 13.03 earlier at 103 miles an hour. You can see Maxine. She's moving around. Oh no, that's not good. She says, nope. The car didn't want to play the game. It didn't want to launch.
Needs to take it back to Ray's garage and get Ray to tinker with it a little bit.
You don't see too many Type 3s around, do you, really?
You
I mean, when was the last... Unless you come to Jamboree or to a VW event, you just don't.
No, you don't see them
you
very
just
often.
don't see them.
And especially ones in that good nick as well. The Box family very proud of the Fasty.
So Paul McSwan up against Rob Barrick, the Tyre City Mirage of Rob, the Rotor Reaction Mazda of Paul McSwan, which will be the old school RX3, I'm thinking.
It is.
And it is. So there you go. This car has, from memory, I think with this car did have a 13B peripheral port in it that used to run into the 11s. I don't know whether it's still the peripheral in there. But we know that Rob Barrick, well, he's the Mitsubishi man. And that car is just a tiny little power pack. Oh no, Rob.
The beans. Whoa, Rob, hold on to it.
I'll tell you what. Just absolutely sailed across there. Now Rob will be going, well, what went wrong there?
It's almost like a power slide.
How many times have you seen someone drive back up the track? That is something I have not seen in my 9 years of commentating for Willowbank. And he's going to go back around, hopefully, and says, I'll have another crack at this.
Mick Swart, on the other hand, though, he picked up 3 seconds on that pass, a 13.81 at 94 miles an hour there.
Yeah, so I'm thinking it probably is the peripheral port in that little RX3. Here we go. Look at this. Now we're into the Honda v Lancer battle. Denison Cito, Trent Bianco. Trent ran a 10.8 and a 13.00 for Cito earlier. Watch this little Lancer go. Just gets out quick, doesn't it, Cheney? 0.23 light for Trent. That's a good light. Still runs it through for a 10.85 to back up a 10.80. He's brought the A game. And a 14.69 at 99 for the little Tyre City Honda of Denison Cito.
Clap your hands for Maxine Box as she makes her way down the return road. Hope we get to see her come back out for Q3.
It's under its own power, so it's probably something minor.
It's probably going faster down the return road than what it did on the track earlier.
Oh, Jane, that's a bit brutal. Can we have Extreme to the lanes, please? Extreme. Now we've got Jason Stoodley and Tim Donsolar. The Red Insect Repellent RX-8, and of course the Cortina, the Barra-powered Cortina of Jason Stoodley. Jason, look, there you go, 0.81. I don't think, if Jason's on his game today, you won't see any lights that won't have a 0 in front of it. So the Barra goes through for a 12.06 to back up a 12.09.
Nice.
And Donsolar a 17.57 to back up a 17.03. J275 as well to the lanes. J275 as well. So Street 289 Modified Compact Extreme and J275, you should all be either on your way to the lanes or already in the lanes, please. Jane, the Lancers are just unassuming. It's not even noisy.
No, you can't hear them.
It just heads down there, runs a 10. So, but yeah, I'll tell you what, Rob, if Rob Barrick, we know Rob pretty well. Did he just do that to be on the highlights reel of Jamboree?
I don't think so. That's not the way to do it.
But I'll tell you what, it was very impressive because he just gave it a tiny little nudge to the wall.
It's almost like precision driving or the driving that you see at Movie World. They slide the cars in.
It's the Barrick Precision Driving Team here. I thought he was going to go into a big full tilt. He's dropped it in. He's doing a full tilt burnout. Away he went. Yeah, I don't think they wouldn't be. I've never seen anybody drive back up the track like that. That was impressive. It's like, there you go.
Very calm as well, just Yeah.
I don't know how calm Robert be. I don't know whether he's whether he gets to run that qualifier again. I would think not, but he'll be back for the third qualifier without a doubt. But all eyes will be on it. So yeah, very, very interesting. So it looks like we are. What are we moving into, Janie?
I'm thinking Street 289.
I think you are spot on. That does look like Street 289. And that's proudly brought to us, of course, by Speedflow. So Speedflow products have been proudly manufacturing and supplying quality hose and fittings to the performance industry throughout Australia and the world for over 25 years. They're located in Taree, New South Wales. Speedflow has grown to be Australia's #1 choice in performance hose and fittings. And due to their innovative design, manufacturing and quality control, of course. This is thanks to their skilled staff and the ability to control every aspect of manufacturing, from machining, polishing, anodising, to assembly and packaging. And we thank Speedflow very much for being a long-term sponsor of drag racing. How good are they to have on board, Janie?
Yep, fantastic.
I'm just loving the vision on the screen there. You can see down the lanes. You can see what's coming. That looks like the green RX2 just about to come round. We've got it'll be an interesting mob. These guys here, Janie. It's a bit of a wild pack, to be honest. In 289.
Yeah.
All manner of cars. I mean, where else would you see a Corolla versus a Brumby versus an RX2 or a Datsun
or a Datsun wagon?
Yeah, what is that about? I don't know what it's about, but it's damn fine. So Carl Herbert and Scott Hoffman. Oh, very purposeful burnout again there from Scotty Hoffman. The Cleveland exhaust Corolla, the Rotary Motorsport Mazda of Carl Herbert. Once again, no wheelie bars on Hoffman's, and the wheelie bars on Carl Herbert's may as well not be there. He's got them, as I said, set them at about a metre high. I could walk under them. I am pretty short though, I will let you know that. Nice little bit of downforce on the back of that Mazda sedan. Just covering up the back end of that parachute just nicely. Just having a look over Hoffman's car, Janie. What are you thinking?
They've had a serious look, aren't they?
Not too sure. They're just checking if it's definitely a...
no, it's been given the thumbs up, so...
Just making sure it was an original KE. I'm not too sure. Yeah, you're good to go, Scott. Whoa! Jumps off the line, does Carl. Oh! Just smokes the tyres, but Carl Herbert's going to keep the foot into that little sedan and see what he can run it through to. A 9.08 at 160 miles an hour. So he's still got the same top end as last time, so not too bad. Carl creeping off the line, but Scotty Hoffman says, I'm just going to absolutely smoke the bags and put it through for a 15-second run, but give the crowd a little bit of something to look at.
Yeah. He's still #1, Scotty Hoffman, with that 8.04 he ran in Q1. Carl Herbert is in #2 qualifying position. As we're about to move the Datsun wagon of Mick Silk forward.
Now, well, you and I talk about this when we see the vision sometimes kicking around. We've seen all these cars in their sedateness and in their brutalness.
In their excitement.
Yeah, well...
in their excitement
and it
moment.
is, and it's like when Silky gets that thing, when it has absolutely... you know, it sounds like today like he is here to race. Like, it's just... I want to get this car down there, and I want to get down there safely, and I'm here to race. So Chris Adams in the Datsun, Michael Silk in the Datsun wagon. So the car is used to be notorious for big wheel stands, and he was another one. Was always on the highlight reel.
Yeah, he's taken our best wheel stand many times here at the Jamboree. However, in recent years, decided to calm it down a little bit and concentrate more on the speed and the ETs. Looking good as it makes its way down the track. Not as good as the Ute, who goes in 8.90, 152 miles an hour for Adams. Silky, a 9.08, 152.
So Errol Britton in the mighty little Brumby, and James Moore in the FD RX7. 13B power versus the 2.5 litre in the Brumby. Whoops.
Left the fuel cap open as James Moore. Crew tried to get it and missed.
It's a little bit sticky out there, Janie, on that track. It's like, it's definitely not thong. You can't wear a thong down there, though, that much. Oh, James gets out on 0.61.
Britt had a bit of spin there in the rear tyres. All eyes on the RX-7 as it goes on through for a 9.55, 155 miles an hour. And for the Brumby, again, off it. And we'll just cruise on through.
Yeah, not too sure what's going on with Errol's car. He has he has been testing it the last few months. I've seen him at quite a few of the meets, and I'm not too sure what's going on, Johnny, but it hasn't been... I haven't seen it doing what it's done today, so whether they're testing a few new things out, or maybe they've got something different that they've changed to the combination that they used to have, but yeah, we'll have to get some intel on that, Janie.
We will.
And here comes the mighty little Gumdale Demolition Corolla of Luke Hauser. What a great looking car. Look at it. Who would think you'd do that to that model Corolla?
It looks so cool. If only they came out of the shop like that in the 80s. It's so cool.
It is. Well, bumps it right in on the full stage. Gets a red though, but that's okay. Still going to get a time. Car bounces a little bit at half track.
It's breathing heavy today, that little Corolla. You'd see a bit of smoke come out through the finish line. It still goes through for a 10.68, 122 miles an hour though.
To back up the 10.71 earlier, so might be looking for some serious consistency to maybe, you know, everybody wants a big bill at J, don't they? At the end of the year, if you, at the end of the day, you want that. That's
absolutely.
What you want. Oh, here we go, Janie. Just when you thought it was getting quiet,
we step it up and move into modified compact. And of course, that is all thanks to Bosch.
Yeah, nice big sign down there, over there on that. We can see the Bosch Motorsport sign over there up on the fence. Good to see Bosch here on board with us.
Yep, they're a leading supplier of technology and services worldwide, available in Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. They do ECUs, digital displays, data loggers, power management boxes, race car ABS, fuel injectors, pumps, spark plugs, you name it, they do it. Bosch Motorsport's bringing us modified compact.
And here we go. We'll get to see Andrew Robinson in the Mazda up against Dean Disco Ferris in the Escort panel van. Now Dean running an 8.74 at 155 earlier, and Andrew a 9.47 at 148 in the Fresno Concrete sponsored Mazda. I don't know if Dean was happy with that burnout, so I think he might be going back into the water box.
Try again.
Yeah, look at that. He says, no, I didn't light it up enough.
There's not enough smoke.
Yeah, I think he will be happy with that one. So just enough so that knows that he can nudge it. That thing loads up so nicely. It just heads off, picks the front left up. And once again, another one of the Mazdas that has the wheelie bars on there set fairly high. So using them as a bit of a, if it decides to lift up, using it as a bit of a rudder. But no wheelie bars, no chicken sticks on Dean Ferris's Escort panel van. You'll watch this thing just sail off into the distance. It'll be pretty quick, is Dean's Escort. Both in the full stage. Well, that picks the front wheel up, gets out to the 0.44. That's a good light. Dean will put it through for an 8.75 at 154, and Andrew a 9.08 at 149. Got almost half a second quicker than his previous run, so I'm sure that he will be happy. So Parry Georges and Lou Rossi in the low-slung RX4 Coupe. Parry in the 13B turbocharged Gemini. We need Extreme and J275, Extreme and J275 to the lanes immediately, please. So let's see what the, had a 9.98 for Parry before and a 10.06 for Lou.
This RX4 is one of the best looking race cars we have here on track this weekend at the Jamboree. Really, really well presented. Let's see what Parry Georges can do. Has a lot of fun in his Gemini. RX4's got a deep stage and rolled through the beams, so he won't get an ET.
Oh, Parry does a big one of these. He says, oh, I'm still going to be able to get me enough to keep me in the field. Get some data. 11.41 at 127 to to the 9.9, but lots of wheel spin. The car went sideways. There's a lot of heat in the air rather than on the track, Jane, which is making it difficult for some of these races.
Yeah, it's certainly heating up here at the Jamboree.
So Daniel Lake and Brendan Davis, the Hilux of Davis, the Calais of Dan Lake, the Force Performance. As I said, Extreme and J275, you need to be in the lanes. So the Bosch Motorsports Modified Compact, the show just keeps rolling on and we are loving it. How funny is that, Janie? Look at that little Hilux up against that Calais. And the Calais, besides the wheels, it could be on a showroom floor.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Just love that two-tone. I mean, a lot of cars can't get away with it, but the BL most definitely can. Oh, nudges it in, does Brendan. Had a couple of average lights, but that's okay. Let's see what Dan can do in the Calais. Car sounds strong. How strong? A 9.33 at 148, and Davis a 10.42 at 126 for the Hilux. They just keep coming. Naomi van der Toot and Michael Holman. Michael in the grey Beetle. And of course, Naomi in the Golby's parts, Sylvia. So when you look at that little Sylvia, 8.9 seconds, and the tiny little Beetle, a 10.66 previous in their first qualifier of Bosch Motorsports Modified Compact. Both races leaving like 5 minutes late on the tree, Janie.
That's a long wait.
It does look like a lot. It's a long time. But Michael in the V-Double go through for an 11.01 and Naomi an 11.84. So obviously both cars not hooking up as they did in the first qualifier.
No, Naomi off it well before the finish line there, only about 69 miles per hour. Big shout out to everyone who's watching online. You can see people are tuning in from Gladstone. I bet everyone's tuning in all around Australia.
They're holding these
Tell your
guys
friends,
up.
share the link. There was a bit of smoke out of that V-dub, so they are just going to check the braking area.
And we'll have Dave Waddington in the Ford Cortina and Luke Redmond in the Corona. Look at that Corona, Janie. It just all looks like sedate, like at the front of the car with the nice little black rims with the chrome outer. Then you look at the back, the rears. It's like it's just angry black fat tyres.
It's kind of like a mullet, isn't it?
It is.
Serious in the front and party in the back.
It most definitely is. So well done, Luke. The Corona looks all action at the back. Very good. So as I said, Janie, like you said, anybody who's watching it online.
We've got people from Colorado, from Melbourne, Indiana, Lakeview, New York. There you go. People all around the world.
The vision looks fantastic on that big screen.
Hope you're enjoying the feed.
Oh, it looks like we've just been told we did have a bit of an oil down, Jane. So, which is a little bit disappointing. So I'm not too sure who dropped the bundle. But let's hope it's not too much. We'll find out, I'm sure, in all good time. So now is probably a really, really good opportunity, ladies and gents, if you haven't got yourself any Jamboree merch. And look, we know with Jamboree merch, Jenny, it sells out very, very fast.
Yes, it certainly does. Get on down and have a chat to Jenny and she'll kit you out in the coolest Jamboree gear. We're going to have a little bit of a break while we sort out this oil down and throw to some of our wonderful sponsors' ads.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of Race Car Engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see fuel tech everywhere.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
With over 25 years experience, Link Engine Management are global leaders in motorsport engine technology. Developed and manufactured in New Zealand, Link supplies a range of ECUs, sensors and dashes to drivers around the world. We have a range of products to help you get the most out of your engine, and all our ECUs come with a limited lifetime warranty. To learn more about our products, see the Link team on the hill today or visit linkecu.com.
Oceania College of Technology, an RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings. 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
G'day guys.
Hey guys, here we are, overtaking lane, bringing you some Jamboree action. What do you reckon?
Yeah. Oh mate, this is amazing. I've never been this close before.
Pretty exciting. There's the track, we're here, we're on the start line.
Yeah.
We should get some great footage. We've got heaps of people to talk to, there's so many cool cars here. It's a massive, massive event.
Yeah, it is.
All I can say is if you haven't been to a Jamboree event, you have to get out here and check this out.
Yeah, it's huge.
And all those rotaries.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen so many rotaries in one spot?
No, I've never seen it. There's got to be some sort of world record here.
One thing I haven't seen is a stand full of Apex seals, but these guys, they know how to run them. So look, there's going to be some excellent action. What are you keen to see?
Just the drags, burnouts, everything. Can't wait.
Nothing in particular?
Nothing in particular, just all of it. I can't wait.
We're going to catch up with the guys from Nugget Garage.
Yeah.
I think see them. I want to see that Bamboo KE20 with that massive turbo, how that runs. They've just been putting that in this week, so that'll be exciting. But yeah, let's go and
let's do it.
Grab some action. Hey guys, I found Chris from Nugget Garage out here. So running one of the KE20s out here today.
Yeah, mate, I got the little rotary one here. It's doing really well. Actually, we've done a couple of PBs on it today, which is pretty good. So we got 9:20 on the last run.
Wow.
So it's pretty impressive, really. So we had a 9:40 run at a drag challenge.
Yep.
And then we first pass out here was at the other PB at 9:41 at 1:42, I think it was, or something like that. And I just went 1:45 mile an hour this time at 9:28. So the best 60 foot time we've had is 1.35. It's got the best 8th mile at 5.9, best mile an hour 1:45, best quarter at 9:20. So it's PBs all around for this thing. So that's awesome.
How good's that, mate? How good's that?
Yeah, it's a real good run.
So now you love the KE20s because
we do.
This one you said drag challenge. You mentioned drag challenge. You got the 940 in this. This snapped axles at drag challenge, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, broke an axle on the very first pass. So
and there's a video of that on Nugget Garage.
Yeah,
Haven't seen that.
Check it out.
Get on
Yeah, so first pass, we stabbed the axle, and then by the time we got it fixed, we couldn't get it back out there for another run, so the averages were gone. So I think they just dial in you with like a 20-second pass or something like that. So we were out of the running, but we just kept going anyway, so as you do.
And of course, if we're watching Nugget Garage, we'll see the other K20 with the 2JZ.
The 2J1, Scott's one, yeah, he's trying to get a handle on that. He just went 8-1 in it though, so
it's going pretty good.
It's pretty good because he's got a lot smaller tyre on it now and new turbo, so many new things. So
yeah,
it's changing the rear springs as well. So many things to change and now get a handle of them. To go 8-1 on basically the first hit because. Well, it was the second hit, but the first one just turned the tyres at half track and went nowhere. So
you dialed it down a bit after that.
Yeah, I think he's playing around with it a bit.
Yeah.
And, yeah, he's just going 8-1, and then now an injector's stuck open. So he's off sorting that out.
Fixing that. Yeah. Yeah. He'll make it work again, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's plugging it into some other computer to do some sequence. I don't know.
As long as he gets it to going.
He does his stuff.
That's it, but the road is reliable this weekend.
Yeah, it was strangely enough more reliable than the 2J, which is weird. But I'm trying to break it, but it's not.
We'll give it a go.
Yeah, we'll give it a crack.
All right, well, there's a link in the description to Nugget Garage. You should be already on there, but if you're not, go check it out, and you'll see all the cars over there. And you'll see it on Power and Petrie as well. The last video, we got the van on the dyno. That one over there.
Okay.
450 horsepower van.
Yeah,
430 on the day there.
430 there, 470 on the
1JZ in it.
Yeah, 1J, 35, daily driver.
Not bad for a daily.
Okay, alright. It's my bed for this weekend.
There you go. How good's that? Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for joining us and having a chat, mate. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
G'day Joe, good to see you mate. We've spotted you here with the boys from Pack Racing. So you're spending the week with them this week?
Yeah, we've been spending a little bit of time with them, just trying to help them out with some suspension stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, just slowly we're getting on top of things. So yeah, they're showing some great potential, those two cars here, and the Pack boys, they definitely got their stuff together,
They do, and a lot of people come Jamboree, and the talk's been, you've got to get out here and see the Pack Racing team. So, it's pretty keen. I sort of spotted you and we thought we'd grab you aside, but you're actually coming out for Kenda, aren't you?
That's right, yeah. We'll be bringing our brand new Profab Carl Cox drag racing Mustang up here.
Yeah?
Yeah, we're keen to come out and have some fun here.
Yeah, do the 1/8 mile and
definitely,
see how it goes. Do you reckon there's big talk about trying to crack the 200? Do you think it's possible?
It's most definitely possible. We we brought our car out and tested last week out at Sydney.
Yep.
On its fourth pass, it went 4:08. So yeah, that's pretty exciting for us.
Going right.
Yeah. So I mean, we're going to come and have a crack at that 200 and a 3-second pass. Yeah, so we're looking forward to that.
I think there's a couple of grand on that 200 now.
Yeah, there is, yeah. And there's a lot of cars that are, all capable of doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a great class. I love the radial racing, and the boys are putting on a really good show here at Kenda, They're doing really good stuff for our class, and, yeah, it's really moving forward. A lot of cars, a lot of new cars coming out. Yeah, it's just great.
It's pretty awesome. And then back to Jamboree, what do you think the guys are going to get today? What are they aiming for? What's the goal?
Oh, look, obviously to go fast and try and win the classes, but one step at a time, and get on top of it, more than anything, and make the car consistent, and hopefully we can be there at the end.
Yeah, perfect. Well, thanks for stopping by and having a chat with us. And check out ProFab. We've got a Facebook page. We'll throw a link in the description of the video.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe.
No worries.
welcome to Overtaking Lane, mate. You're here in racing a Starlet today, and this thing is quick.
Yeah.
Right. What sort of times have you been running?
This weekend we've run a best of a 7.68 at 176 mile an hour.
Wow.
Just off our PB last time out we ran a 7.63.
7.63, yeah.
175, so we're not far off. So yeah, I mean we're just having fun out here this weekend, trying to keep it consistent and just keep going down the track.
Looks like we're just about ready to go back to racing, ladies and gentlemen. Not far off. We have our two competitors ready to come through for for a modified compact, of course, brought to you by Bosch Motorsport. You can see the ash they've had to clean. If you look down the end of the track, they had to ash down a little bit of oil went down. Got to make sure it's all clear because I don't know, it's pretty hard pulling up a car when you've got a bit of oil down there when you're trying to stop it. So safety first here at Willowbank, folks. So we've got it all that just about cleaned up, and we'll be getting underway in probably about the next minute. So it looks like we've got Luke Redman and Dave Waddington by the look of it. So we have the, I do believe that's what our next pairing is. This, of course, is the Little Cortina and the Corona of Luke Redmond's, which Janie and I were just discussing, which was all business at the front and action out the back of Redmond's Corona. How good. So big shout out to everybody over on the grassy area. I have some very sad news from the Jamboree Central shop, and they actually did sell out of bucket hats. It happens every single time. As I said, I've been coming to Jamboree for a lot of years, and I only got my first ever bucket hat without it being sold out last year. So there you go. So they're a popular item. So if you ever see someone with a Jamboree bucket hat, you just got to look and say, well, mate, that's a limited edition. It's a popular thing. Big shout out to the boys down there. How are you, lads? Having a good time? How good is this? Nothing better than loud 4s, 6s and rotors. So we're loving it. Absolutely loving it. Quite a few of the crowd dressing up today because it is Halloween, of course. So lots of creepy and spooky and stuff going on. It's almost like we needed a bit of Monster Mash or something a little bit creepy going on as well on the soundtrack. But here we go. We get to see Luke Redman and Dave Waddington finally get their run. They're just both coming through the water. Do a quick burnout and we'll be back underway. So thanks to Bosch Motorsport, of course, for modified compact. Good work. So the Extreme cars and the J275 should be in the lanes as well now. So Janie.
So Terry, modified compact is where the action is at.
It is. So we get to finally see the little Corona and the little Ford Cortina.
And a big thank you to Bosch Motorsports. Like we said earlier, they do pretty much everything. ECUs, digital displays, data loggers, power management boxes, everything. They're available in Australia, New Zealand and South Africa, so make sure you check them out. Great Waddington gets out in the Cortina. We're waiting for the Corona to make his move. Cortina is out of there. It'll be through the quarter mile before the Corona moves. Goes at 11:41, 131.
13-second light. But watch for the top end on this Corona, though. It's pretty quick. It did run a 9.5 earlier. 10.2 at 143 miles an hour, so the top end was there, but the car really just didn't seem to want to load up on... didn't want to seem to build up boost, so, but never mind. But we will move on. So Steve Farrelly up against Jacob Setgast. Setgast with a 9.20 in the Cressida earlier, and Steve Farrelly 7.96 at 175 miles an hour in the VL. So that is exactly right. That red VL Commodore just previously ran into the 7s at 175 miles an hour. So
well, you can't see this on the screen if you're watching online, but he does actually have a 780 on the side of his car as a dial-in from a previous event. So we know he is a very quick 7-second VL.
Still looks stock. Nothing else. Oh, well, it won't be a 7-second. Cressida. Oh, he's back on it again, though. Watch for the top end out of these two. Pulls the chute. 10.12 at 164 for Farrelly. A 9.0 at 154 for Jacob. I'll tell you what, he gave him a chase there, Janie. You know, like Steve said, I'm going to get Jacob. I don't care if I wheel spin. I'm going to still try and catch him. And he pretty well did. So Chris O'Neill in the Corolla. And looks like we missed the other lane.
It was like Vinnie Tran down there in the Civic. He's on a solo and unfortunately won't go very far. Already has an 8.83 on the boards from Q1. And now he's rolling down the track like one of those Canterbury Bulldogs, which is very slow. Gary Halpin. Here we go into the Civic now.
I'm wondering where you got the Canterbury Bulldog from.
You're not on the chat for the live feed.
No, I'm not on the app. So Yeah, sorry about that. So
It must just be a Sheila thing to read it.
Oh, listen, I just want it known that I didn't write that, so I'm not to blame for the Sheila comment. That's so 1978, isn't it?
It's even before I was born.
Yeah. She's a real top, Sheila. She's a real top. Sword. She'll even get you a beer while you're sitting watching sport. There you go. Nobody likes a bogan. Area 7. You can quote that. There we go. Hong Tran in the Civic. Just rolled the beams, I think, from memory last time.
Moves, doesn't it, to half track anyway? But if Vinny can get this car down the quarter mile, I think it's going to be a reckon to be played with.
I reckon a 1-4 to the 60, Jane. That's nice. It'll be, yeah, car was really, really sings a good song as it's up in the top RPM range. It sounds very, very stout.
And that has brought a close to Bosch Motorsport's Modified Compact. We're going to get into some Repco Max Extreme. Repco Max is located down there at Slacks Creek. It was the Big Napa store, now has been rebranded as the Repco. They've had a big facelift as part of the huge Repco group of companies. They're great supporters of the Jamboree for a few years now, and we're proud to keep their partnership alive in 2021.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Repco Max. We love what you do. So Megan Anderson and Kim Anderson, the two dragsters.
Mum versus daughter.
I don't know what sort of bet's going on, but lucky it's only qualifying. If it's in racing, it gets serious, doesn't it? If it's in qualifying, it might be just a friendly bet on who does the who puts the dishes away. Love the little Aussie flag because this is being beamed.
That does not look like Megan Anderson's car over there. It definitely doesn't look like Kim Anderson's car. Megan's is this one here in the speed flow lane, the big long one.
Rod Williams.
Rod Williams. Reading the Anderson name everywhere. Rod Williams, a 929 earlier on the boards for him. And Megsy came out with a 775.
So I'll have to watch that because they'll...
Yeah, I don't know if race controller are aware they've got the incorrect details in the system.
Not too sure, so hopefully they might realise that. But
it's right. Looks as though there's a bit of action there with Rodney's car. They are shutting it down. We can see a few drips underneath the engine there. So Megan will take this one on a solo.
Megan did run a 7.75 at 145 in the previous qualifier, in the first qualifier. Let's see what she can do this time. Oh, a bit of shake off the line. Oh, look at, there you go.
Yeah, rattle
That'll be a belt.
Through the belt there.
And you look at the line there, you can see the tyres, just the marks on the line where Megan would have thought, well, can I drive out of the shake? And, well,
no.
The belt said, I've got ideas for you, and it's not happening.
Yeah, huge chatter marks there from Megsy. Husband Dan down there just having a quick look, as was her dad Jim.
Really just shook, and it was trying to turn the earth.
Yeah, so it was one of those shake moments where they pretty much rattle your teeth out of your head.
And like we've talked about it before, Janie, is that I don't think everybody understands, unless you've been down on the start line or at least on the track, at some point in time, if ever you get the opportunity to walk on the track after a race meeting, you'll get to see how sticky it actually is. And a lot of people, it's quite, I'm not saying off-putting, but it's quite, interesting to hear people's response when they realise how sticky that track is, and even how sticky it is even through the deep end, because a lot of these cars, like I said, we're doing 200 odd mile an hour. These things are still accelerating, trying to push that power down at the end of the 400 metres, and it is still sticky. And the last thing you need is a car that's still creating horsepower at 200 plus mile an hour, trying to spin. It's no good.
Can we have Pro Turbo, Pro Compact and J275 to the lanes? Pro Turbo, Pro Compact and J275 to the staging lanes. So So we've gotten Megsy off the track. She took the shortcut there just past the finish line. Just still continuing with the cleanup though in the Rocket Industries lane.
It's good to see those lads down there working with the mop. Good hard working officials. You'd like to say that's why they're on the big bucks, but they're not. And they would agree with that too.
We're all volunteers.
Yeah, we love our volunteer role. It is a beautiful sight though, Janie, seeing all the people over there on that grassy area just lazing back, just enjoying the day out here in the Queensland sun.
Hope you're all keeping hydrated, so make sure you get all that water into you. And like I said, if you haven't got a hat on, Jamboree Central is the place to go. Go and grab yourself a J cap.
You've got to grab a cap now. The bucket hats are gone. Gone. I had Renee give me the message and said that, yes, the bucket hats have sold out. And it's a thing. It must be just a Jambo thing where people go, you know what, I want a Jambo bucket hat. And they just go. So, look, we're seeing some fantastic vision up there from the guys from Overtaking Lane. Look at that. With the camera spanning down those all our sponsors and all the beautiful people up in the crowd, the beautiful people from Jamboree, of course. If you are here today for the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree, I wonder how many times people up here have been in that crowd, have been to the Jamboree, because I know that you, like you said, you've only ever missed one. I've been to a lot, but I've definitely not been to as many as you, and but it's a great thing, and I love seeing all the people here because the people have some fond memories of when we've had our New Zealanders and our of course
Puerto
our Puerto Ricans, our Japanese friends coming over. It's just fantastic, and most of all we're missing our New South Wales and Victorian people.
Are we? Oh yes, sorry, we are.
Jane.
We really are.
Listen, that's not very nice. That's not very nice coming from you, Sheila. So we are missing them because obviously they would come with a flotilla of vehicles, and but sadly the germ got us on this one, but that's okay. So we've got when you look at the grandstand, look, there's a lot of people in the grandstand, but there's a lot of people behind the grandstand still checking out all of our fabulous traders down there. So if you've got anything you'd like to go and have a chat with them with, please do.
I'm loving all the banners there that Street Empire have all laid out. They all look pretty cool.
Yeah, that'd be great for the shed.
Great for the pool room. Maybe for the back of the car if you want.
Oh, here we go. We get to see Fabian Ramanan in the Long Boost Mazda.
Yeah, Ramanan. Of course, we're in an extreme at the moment. V8 propeller, twin turbo. 021 light there for Ramanan.
That is good. Look at that, an 802 at 173 miles an hour. Now Fabian has been running in QDRCs as well, so he's been getting the car a fair few runs this year. So good to see it. It just stays nice and straight, that car. It's be a handful though, Janie. There's a lot of boost come up on that thing.
Yeah, it certainly is. But he does it extremely well. As we move into a bit of J275 action, it looks like. J275 brought to us by Race Car Engineering. As we bring Colsey forward now in the Commodore, and beside him will be Joel Mercer in the Big Falcon. And joining me on the microphone is my brother from another mother, Chris Diggles.
Sister from another mister, Jungle Janie. Factory Extreme, Pro Compact and Pro Turbo to the lanes, please. That was my first job back on the mic, is to get the other categories through. Factory Extreme to the lanes, please. Pro Compact to the lanes, please. And Pro Turbo to the lanes, please. All right, so for Joel Mercer in that beautiful big XA, he's going to need to hold that car in the beams. Andrew Coles knows how to bump in on a Pro Tree, the spot-on performance flagship, the VL with the dry sumped twin turbo LS. A real street car, the real deal. Oh, zings the tyres in the middle of the day. No problem for the XA though. Gets out of the hole now, so Colesey's hooking it up a couple of times there. That thing has got enough horsepower to go 200 mile an hour in the quarter. It's gone 460s in the eighth before, but just right now on that 275 radial tyre, maybe a little bit too much track temp out there for him. A lot of the radial races talk about this time of the day and the extra track temperature, it's not ideal. There's not too many cars that really particularly like an overly hot track. I mean, I think the next session in the afternoon is going to be ideal, but let's see who goes down in this weather. It's still, so Simon O'Carroll, number 1 with the nitrous big block. Colesey's still there, twin turbo LS second. Ben Vlecken third. Lee Povey and Trent Brimble 4th and 5th with both identical 8.171s. Lambro Nicolau with the R34. Issues with him. Solo pass here for Shane Faccioni. Spot on. I tell you what, you'll be keeping an eye on the old workshop wars this afternoon, especially in J275, Janie, all the spot-on workshop cars. 873 and earlier 879. So there's 2 good consistent qualifiers there for Shane Faccioni. Now Lambro looks like he's going to go by himself here. I thought he might have been held back with an issue, but we are going to send him. Now this, of course, got Matooks on the side. It's got Horsepower Solutions on the back window. So it's Queenslander with that iconic workshop, the Matooks. Big shout out to Anthony and all of our Southerners that can't be up here with the Brisbane Jamboree. But hey, our time will come when we're all united again next year. Hopefully that's the one in Sydney in March. All right, Lambro, 3.2 litre. Just spins the thing. It just... one of those times of the day where we have no shortage of horsepower in, well, any of these categories actually, but RCE J275, we're asking a lot from these cars on a 275 radial tyre. That is the rule in J275. Must run that 275 radial tyre. And this is a guy that, after his first hit today, you would assume is trying to back it down a little bit, but how do you do it when you've got 2,000 horsepower with a 2J? That's Varun Sharma, the Oceania College of Technology Toyota Supra, 3.3 litre stroker, 2JZ. I think it's got a glide or a turbo 400 in it. Of course, 101 Motorsport, of course, Varun. And beside him, Lee Povey, another spot-on car out of the workshop. And as Andrew Coles has told us before, since he's built his VL flagship, they have basically done 20 or 30 more since then. They almost mass produce you a mega 1,000 horsepower to the tyre turbo LS car. They can do it for you. They can do any type of vehicle you want. There's rotaries in there, there's 4-bangers in there. But hey, Lee Povey, the Jekyll Hyde VL, all the very best from the Spot On workshop as well. Knows how to drive it too. Oh, sings the tyres. Here's Varun's crack at it. Just turns the tyres, so much horsepower, takes out the centre line at half track, just gave it a nudge and it still went 870 at 113. But again, super soft off the line. Now, Povey spun the tyres right on the hit and it went 198 in the 60. Varun went sort of 120 in the 60, rolled it off the line and we thought, here we go, he's going to walk this thing out of here. But then all that power, remember that power's on all the way through there, and he did drive through the tyre spin, but then right near the centre line at half track gave it a bit of a nudge. So we've had to rectify what's going on there with Varun. But that was one hell of a hit. It's so hard to get it right and to get it right consistently. It'll be interesting to see who in this group of RCE J275s can achieve the feat. We must admit, Faccioni, twice in the 870s there, so the car very close to its first run, to its second run. However, no one else so far. Andrew Cole zings the tyres. Povey the same, even though he went 817 earlier. Remember, there's 3 names on there we haven't seen because they didn't get into the beams in the first session. So we've got 3 other guys. Euros to the lanes, please. Euro cars, please. The Euro Grudge to the lanes, please. Euro Grudge. We need another call for Factory Extreme. Factory Extreme to the staging lanes, please. Pro Compact to the staging lanes, please. And Pro Turbo to the staging lanes immediately. We'll just go a little quick rub on the track there near half track. We'll whack an ad up or 2 real quick and be back here with more J275 in just a tick. You can see them all on the lanes and not too far away from a little bit more of Q2 here at the Jamboree 2021 thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek, is the retail and trade side of Race Car Engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Yes, we're back here at Willowbank Raceway, the 2021 Brisbane Jamboree, thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion, presented by Tuner's Edge and Link ECU. We're in the just at the beginning of J275 Q2. Of course, RCE bringing us J275 open for radial tired cars up to 275 mil wide. I mean, 275 is a pretty rough measurement when you look at them, but they are a Mickey Thompson style tyre mainly is what everyone's using, but they are the tyre of choice, the Radial Revolution. It's been around for a while, and let me tell you, it's very, very popular in this neck of the woods, and well represented in this category of over a dozen. And we're just doing a little bit more of a track rub here. We did, well, Varun just spun the tyres through there, so I mean, I don't think it was anything to do with anything under the tyres other than 2,000 horsepower of 2J, Mark Allen.
Yeah, 35 degrees out there as well. That doesn't help.
Yeah, it's not the ideal conditions for the radial tyres. I know that we haven't really shot the track with a temperature gun of late, but you know, normally we can see 50 plus on that surface pretty easily.
And then you think about the heat that they generate themselves with the force on their suspension pushing the tyres into the track.
This might be a record, actually, for the most amount of umbrellas sold in the one day, because no one can sell you an umbrella at this moment.
All sold
because,
out.
yeah, the heat, looking for shade, everyone's got them. That's good to see. Next time I turn up here, Mark, I think I'm going to bring a boot full of brollies, I think. I do remember a couple of years ago, the only ones that had brollies here were Pack. I remember, I think Pack sold the whole lot out. I think they only brought 60, but they sold 60 like that. And I tell you what, if they were here today selling Pack brollies, we'd have plenty of Pack brollies out there. But you know what? Good to see the old Bunnings brolly out there a bit. I thought about heading down to Bunnings, actually, and buying all their brollies up. Simple $5 markup. Maybe 20. Yeah. But it's a good way to keep some of that heat off you. Now, look, obviously we're looking forward to getting rid of the heat in the afternoon, and we know what happens when we get into the afternoon dusk sessions, everything, the track, just that sweet spot that we know. We've stored enough heat in the track for the rest of the day, and then normally we're rewarded with plenty of great performances, but it's just so hard to repeat these performances on this hot, sticky track in the middle of the day. But you know what? Some of them managed to do it, and let's just see what happens in this next pairing. Just an announcement, lost and found. Someone's handed in a watch, so if someone can, if someone's lost a watch, come and identify it. It's up in the tower. Let us know what type of watch it is.
It's a fancy looking watch.
It's a fancy watch, isn't it? It's a fancy watch. So if anyone can identify the fancy watch, looks like Jane's already identified it. Oh, it's yours, Jane, is it? No. It's a fancy watch. If you've lost a watch off your wrist, and you literally would have lost it off your wrist because you need to describe it for us, we've got that in the tower. All right, Simon O'Carroll and Ben Vlecken. Now, look, both these guys regular runners in the Kenda Drag Radial Series here at Willowbank Raceway and in Sydney. Simon O'Carroll, you'll never see him with turbochargers. You'll never see him with a blower, I don't think. He is one of these guys that his brain's just wired to be a nitrous guy. Ben Vlecken, I think he's pretty well sold on his big single turboed LS VH wagon. I don't think you'll see him change, but Simon O'Carroll has recently gone to an EFI system on this 648 cubic inch Tirana on a 275 radial. There's 1,048 cubes out there, Mark. This is Jamboree.
Well, he got down the track in the first session, went to 7:39.
Let's see what happens in the middle of the day, though. Ben Vlecken goes to bump it in. Bump City, J275. He likes it good here. Big cubes and nitrous against the Turbo LS, side by side. Simon O'Carroll off it, 7:28 to a 66. Now that's two good runs, one after the other for Simon O'Carroll, and even then I think that's a little roll to the throttle near the finish line.
I would agree, 177 mile an hour, that's down.
Yeah, Simon just rolling off the throttle there. I mean, that is 648 cubic inches down the end. He might have been out of revs.
Well, true. Tail of the tape, he went 466 to half track.
Yeah,
so that's good. That's on the money for that team.
That was a 470 in the first session. So what's he say then? 466.
466 at was 150 odd mile an hour.
Yep. So there we go. He's very consistent over those two runs.
They usually put on 30 to 40 mile an hour in the back half. So that tells you he was definitely off of it.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, it's good point A to point B. We've got three cars that need to be moved. They're in the car park. They are blocking some people. So I'll read them out real quick. White Mercedes, 721YUY. White Mercedes, 721YUY is the rego. Please move your vehicle. Nissan Navara, 888AJB. Sounds like a personalised plate. 888AJB. Nissan Navara, can you please move that out of the car park? And a red VW, 987CG5, one of those new modern plates where we've run out of letters and numbers. So now we're using letters and numbers. 987CG5, that's a red Volkswagen. Can you please move that out of the way? So Nissan Navara, 888AJB, white Mercedes, 721YUY, and a red VW, 987CG5, can you please move those vehicles out of the car parking area where you're at, because that is clearly not allowed. Now have a look at our, looks like we've got a mine site on the middle of the start line here. We've got hard hats everywhere, Mark. They've taken our idea. We had the old Kenda hard hats on. The radial racing here was so hardcore, we had to really get the PPE up to scratch. And it looks like the PPE's up to scratch out in the middle there.
I wonder if that is part of the thing of being in the middle of the track.
Well, we've got a warden there. I'll take the one with the pink helmet's the warden.
Interesting. There you go.
That is interesting. We've got all of our high-vis gear on. Well, actually, they're not wearing high-vis. It's only just the PPE. It's only the hard hats. I don't know where the matching PPE is. Now, Graham Horner is one of these J275 races that bumped through. Remember, he bumped through and didn't get an ET. It ran an absolute stonking run. We just don't know what ET it was.
Yeah, it looked good.
He needs to hold that into stage. Brian Holtz is one of the other guys that did the same thing. It's this bump in, getting the bump in blues. where you bump in and you break all the beams, and of course, when that happens at the wrong time, in other words, if your opponent's in and you bump through like that, we're not waiting for you. Everyone's loaded and ready to go. You literally got to throw the red and you lose the run. So it's all about getting the car into stage. Heaven forbid, once we go racing this afternoon, what the bump-in blues are going to do to us here. The Phantom Amber's going to turn up. All that stuff's going to turn up.
I like it, the bump-in blues.
The bump-in blues.
Okay, on track, Graham Horner in the Commodore, Holtz in the Tirana.
Here we go, Bump City. That's a bit bitter. Yeah, no, nothing for Ryan there. No boost coming out of that 2J, but look, Horner's going to get one that's going to stick. Oh, 767 for the VH. 767, 173 mile an hour. 429 cubes of Commodore, and issues for Ryan, just not leaving the line with the gusto that we know he's got, because, you know, when you light the boost on that 2JZ, that thing is a low 7-second, 200 mile an hour performer, but he's got one in at 23.85.
He's on the board.
He's on the board. Horner, straight into 4th spot. Check that out, O'Carroll, 7.28. Coles, 7.59 from this morning's big pedal after the power stand. Ben Vlecken, 7.66 from the wagon this morning. Horner in the second session, the only guy to really open our eyes with performances, apart from O'Carroll, of course. Wow, O'Carroll on the money. O'Carroll on the money could be the one nitrous car that gives fits to all the turbo cars here today. Simon would love to. He hasn't raced that thing for, since...
What's his nickname? Candles.
Simon O'Candles, yeah.
Candles.
Yeah, so
go.
tonight...
And you'll see that later on.
Well, even the first run I saw Candles.
True, you could see it, eh?
Yeah, well, since they've, of course, there's been a ban on leaded fuel, so they've had to go to an unleaded gasoline, and a lot of guys in the nitrous fields really kind of, the changeover was really gradual. You had to really creep up on what the new fuels are doing, and they do soot a lot more. Definitely, there's a little bit more of the unleaded hydrocarbons coming out of them. All right, Chris Carlsberg, one of the quickest street cars you'll find anywhere, 7-second street car. Trent Brimble beside him, Swifty's Race Engines, Commodore, the villain. Oh, zings the tyres. Carlsberg just took it so easy off the line. He walked it out to 1:45.60. Goes 5.61 in the 8th. Here's the shoot early. 8.62 at 163 mile an hour. Carlsberg ran that in Drag Challenge a couple of years ago down in Victoria, and I think ran it through the pipes all week, and it was a low 8.0, 8.2 sort of car all week. By himself, by the way, no crew, whole week. So Carlsberg,
that's tough.
He's been around for years, just like Shane Baker has. You know, guys from Warwick, they've tuned those cars over the years to be the weapons that they are. And you know, a lot of these cars in this list are bona fide street cars, no doubt about it. There's not too many race cars in there. Out of all of those, Simon O'Carroll's is the least street car of the lot. And no offence to you, Simon, but you know that there's not much interior trim left in that thing. Like, you look inside any of these cars like Coles's or even Bakes in here, they've got the full interior and everything. They are very much driven on the street still when the need comes. But there'd be stories of Colesy taking that thing up to, you know, the old Edamoga pub up the sunny coast there and racing the odd person on the way back for coin. So that still has happened. Jesse Ferguson, I don't know what the track temp is. Someone might be able to give us a reading. Hot. Mark Allen says it's hot. Oh, look at Bates get out there with the Holden. 352 cubes, a Holden V8. The VH Commodore 540, low 8 coming here. 8.38 at 164 in the heat. Now, what did he run before Shane Baker? 8.26, so there's a 26 and a 38. So, look, that's pretty good in these conditions to be able to do it in the middle of the day on a hot track. 13.94 for Matt Whiting. He'd earlier run an 8.90. So, some guys are hitting it, Mark. Some guys are hitting it one after the other. Awesome. Awesome to see J275 do that. I have a funny feeling we're into our Euro grudges here. Just another call. Factory Extreme, Pro Compact and Pro Turbo to the lanes, please. I guess last call for Euro grudge. Here they are. Factory Extreme, Pro Compact and Pro Turbo. You should be on your way to the lanes immediately. Pro Turbo, Pro Compact, Factory Extreme to the lanes. Our Euro grudge. Derek Godfrey. Check out the Carmen gear. We've got Ray Box in the Audi. So Ray and Maxine having a ball on the other side of the fence for once. Finally enjoying a bit of racing on the day. For years, they're all back of house. Literally for 20 odd years, been back of house. Now they're out there in the middle where basically they made a lot of people take this for it. Well, they're not even the first people to say that, you know, I'm famous. They just were the people behind Jamboree that got it up and going, and literally I reckon, personally created millions of dollars of aftermarket in this country. Literally didn't found the companies themselves, but definitely gave them somewhere for the industry to develop and to be measured. So 1341 and for Ray 1408. Check this out, Michael Crowler, the Porsche, the electric Porsche. Daniel Deo in the Audi supposed to be beside him. Yes, he is. But check out the electric Porsche. Can you hear it? Can you hear that? Is it like the hill climb one that goes whoop, whoop?
I know, it's the first time I've seen it.
Here we go. Let's check this thing off the 60 foot. Now, it's got to be 4-tonne car. Off it goes. 166 in the 60 foot. That's cool. Check out the Audi, though. Gotta love this Euro grudge. Half track, he's gone, but that Porsche 696 to half track. 1080. 1080. What? 1080, 128 mile an hour. That's our quickest electric pass in Willowbank history, I think.
You reckon?
Oh, 1080.
You're going to call it?
1080.
What's your brother?
1140s. My brother's run 1140s with the Tesla 3, but I don't think anyone's gone 1080s. I don't think there's been a 10-second electric run yet at Willowbank. They're the sort of records we've got to start keeping, you know.
It's true. So if anyone is listening, if we had any quicker electric cars at Willowbank, let us know. But we think that could be the quickest one.
I think it could. I mean, Dave from Drag Photos has been here every weekend. You can't see a 10-second electric car yet. It's got to be close. There we go. I was reading something on Drag Zine, Rocky Mountain Race Week. Did you see that guy in a Tesla Plaid? Towed a 3-phase diesel generator behind it for the whole week. Took the Tesla Plaid through for the week in Rocky Mountain Race Week. There we go. 12:59 for Chris Hunter in the Diversion Garage Audi. So the Euro Garage, I tell you, first time we've ever seen the electric Porsches out here. And yeah, geez, I wonder what the sticker price is on those. They're not cheap. That might be our dearest street car of the day. Mind you, if you added up, say, some of our guys in J75 spent, they probably could have got yourself an electric Porsche. Not the same feeling, though.
I'm keen to see how consistent it is later on, to see what it runs backing up.
Call for Pro Mod. Pro Mod to the lanes, please. Factory Extreme and Pro Compact should be Pro Turbo there as well. Pro Mod to the lanes now. Pro Mod, Factory Extreme, Pro Compact, Pro Turbo. My brother has done a lot of research on his Model 3, and yeah, he does keep it charged between runs just to give it that consistency. But he ran, I think, 3 or 4 runs between like a 47 and a 51, which is pretty consistent, but he did keep it charged on the way through. Just a warning to anyone out there that might have an outdoor power point, you need to lock those things because Tesla owners are stealing them, let me tell you. I can tell you that right now. I'm not going to warn QR again, but QR's got a 3-phase outside outlet that, honestly, if they put a CCTV camera on it, you'll see a white Tesla plug it in there. I think he did that last week. He's down to get into some 3-phase because that's like sugar-coated candy, an outdoor 3-phase power point to a Tesla owner. That to them is liquid mileage. And they only need 30 minutes on a 3-phase to get themselves plenty of charge. So just be careful of your outdoor power points. I'm just letting you know, if you see a Tesla plugged in one day, that's the free energy that they're talking about. And that's only from personal experience because, yeah, my brother sussed out every power point down at QR, found a 3-phase one. Next thing you know, we're not going anywhere for 40 minutes. Because out comes this magic little orange bag out of the back of the Tesla. You got all the plugs you need to plug into anything.
Okay, we're moving into qualifying session number 2 for Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo. Of course, thank you to Vibrant Performance. Established yourself as a global leader in the curation and supply of professional fabrication components for the racing and performance industry. Our success has been directly attributed to the support and loyalty of professional fabricators on 6 continents who put our products to amazing use on their incredible builds. Check those guys out, Vibrant Performance.
One of the big sponsors of Time Attack cars is William O. Yang from Canada. Came to World Time Attack a couple of years ago with the Honda Civic, the fastest front-wheel drive car we've seen anywhere in Time Attack. Fully sponsored by Vibrant, so it's got all the very best fruit from Vibrant on that car, and they are components that, again, a lot of fabricators can't do without anymore. They are a good thing, and they help in so many ways. Guy King, barrel powered, look at that little wheel stand. It's a little wheel stand, but I like little wheel stands like that. I like 600 foot of wheel stand. 773, 186 mile an hour. You tell me if we've seen a KE20 go faster than 186 miles an hour.
Here goes the number 1 cars. big top end, 186 mile an hour. What about the top end?
The only KE20s I think that can give you more speed is the full tube two-rotor Puerto Rican KE20s that we've seen. I think they're nearly 190, nearly 200, but I think that's almost an Australian record for a KE20 for speed, surely. Unless Scott Hoffman can tell us. Unless I know Hoff's gone 180 with the old 2J. Maybe Hoff might go 180 in a 3RZ in a KE10. He's got to have the quickest KE10 in the country anyway. We're seeing some records here this weekend anyway. It's been way too long since we've had a good Jambo here. And, you know, it's been, you know, did we get one in last year? I can't remember. Did we cram? We didn't cram one in. That's why everything's just exploding in front of us here, is that we are seeing that everyone's kept keen, you know. I knew this had happened. People don't lose interest in this stuff. If anything, while you don't have the opportunity, everyone misses out. It's not like someone doesn't and someone does. I know we don't have all our interstaters here this weekend, but let me tell you, we're throwing you the inspiration. We're sending out the hearts and the minds to everyone in the sport compact world that once we get all back together, we're going to have 3 times the fun. Pro Compact, Factory Extreme and Pro Mod. Pro Mod to the lanes, please. Rob Cady goes 9.06. That's an improvement, but again, still that problem is hooking it up on the line. Another call, Pro Mod, Factory Extreme and Pro Compact to the lanes. Here he is, the squirrel. God, if it's not our impressive little all motor cars like, you know, Rob Barak looping the thing around, it's the squirrel nearly having a crack at the wall there like he did before, Tony Gooderham. He's in at Pro Turbo, brought to us by Vibrant. And the 13B Suzuki Swift, or Suzuki Cultus as they call this overseas. If we're watching from Puerto Rico, yeah, it's a Cultus, I think, to them. And yeah, it's of shortish wheelbase. But yeah, Tony's built this all at his place in Toowoomba. So you've got to hand it to the guy, someone that can build their own thing. That's very impressive. And then want to get in it and steer it. So not only build it and then have the opportunity for it to bite you. That's the, you know what I mean? It's like, who you blaming? You know, can't blame anyone. You built the thing, you got to steer it and keep it on the right side of clean. But even I've never seen a reverse cow scoop on a Suzuki Swift. Now that I've seen one on there, it's like, maybe that's, if he's got that 4-barrel throttle body thing, it's just to maybe keep the hat covered there. But of course, Scotty Sachs, his son's now driving the Suzuki hatch up there in Mackay. So the little Suzuki hatch is still around. So we've got some little shorties around. All right, let's see what he can do here. Oh, go little boy. Go little squirrel. Yeah, nice little clutch there at half track. I don't blame him. Like, geez, you virtually debuted the car this weekend, so yeah, why not? Just see how it feels to half track. Yeah, I think so. 5:26 at 126, not too bad to half track. So yeah, that's a low you've almost got to tick that off. Here we go. We're into McKern and Associates Pro Compact. 2-rotor versus 4-cylinder. And have a look at the beasts that we have here right now. Benny Graham, Australia's quickest sport compact plumber. Chris Tate, Australia's quickest sport compact cabinet maker. We've got a pretty quick concreter coming up. We've got a pretty quick concreter coming up here shortly as well. So we've got all the trades. We've got all the trades out here. And let me tell you, Tatey has adopted a lot of what he does in cabinet making to be able to model and tool up to do all the billet aluminium stuff that he's done on this car. He's used some techniques. He's used a lot of MDF. There's been a lot of MDF dust on the ground before all the shavings or the swarf came out. But let me tell you, this guy is world renowned. He was known for a while as the RZ King. That record's gone back to Puerto Rico, but he wants it back, and I think this car's got the potential to do it. Tatey better tell us by the end of the day, what's the number we're looking for? Is it a 668? I think he's run a 670 before
he went
this car.
74.
Yeah, he's gone a 74, so I think it's a 60-something, I think. He needs something like a 660-something to be the quickest RZ again in the world. Billet 3RZ pretty much now. Benny Graham, he went 762 before, clicking it early. Factory Extreme to the lanes, please. Final call. Factory Extreme to the lanes, please. Pro Mod to the lanes, please. Factory Extreme to the lanes, please. All right. Oh,
Tatey, hold it. He's gone through.
Well, you know, we'll let you go there on the back tyres if you want, Tatey.
You'll get his 660 then.
Yeah, we almost threw that on him. Tatey, not enough line lock pressure there. No, he's going to line that back up. Geez, that was so close to letting them rip. In any uncertain terms, that would have been a red light in that lane and we would have sent Benny Graham. But Benny, he's willing to wait. Have a look at the shapes here. One of the swoopiest looking S14s you'll ever see. Is it a 15 or a 14? Let me look at the back. I think it's a 14 still. Benny Graham, that RX8 shape, very swoopy. Here we go, Tatey. Just get the thing in and hold on for dear life, son. He's got that clutch. He needs some more air gap in that clutch. Oh, now it's Benny Graham's turn to bump it in. That's a bit better. There we go, boys. Now we got it going. Tatey's starting to breathe heavy. Shakes, spins a little bit there at half track. He rolls off early. Benny Graham rolls off early. 780 to an 828. Tatey 115 to a 118. A 305 to a 315. And then a 472 to a 476 at half track. So there's some elements of that run, those runs that weren't too bad.
Yeah, Tatey had a bit of shake there pretty much on the hit.
Yeah, here we go. What do we call him? He's El Ninja. So we've had the squirrel. There's El Ninja. And here's What Up G.
I like Sam's crew shirts. They've got the Ninja Turtles on the crew shirts.
Pointing out something here. We're looking for keeping an eye out there. Good. What Up G. Mrs. What Up G out there. Mrs. Dodds clapping Dodsy for the burnout there. That's the spousal support you're looking for when your backup girl, your wife comes out, gives you a clap saying good one, Al. And if you were to look for Alan Dodd in the pit area, you wouldn't think it's the bloke that's got the dreadlocks, but he is. He looks like he should be at the Byron Bay Blues Fest. He looks like John Butler. But
really? Okay.
Oh, he's got the dreadies like you wouldn't believe. But hard work, and Alan's concreting during the week. This guy deals in that liquid gold called concrete during the week. Alan's concreting. And I must admit, the man has weaved more than a couple of 100 square feet at my place. And does a great job. And you know what? He's not just the boss man that sends the boys. He's the bloke that's the first to get the shirt off and the boots on and in there and telling the truck what to do. But he loves his rotors. You've never seen a guy that loves two things more. Rotors, well, three things. Rotors, his family, and old OG gangster rap. Like the tattoos on that guy, he's got Tupac, he's got Biggie, he's got them all on him. He's an absolute rap nut. Sam Kiprios, 3RZ powered beside, so piston versus rotor. We could be in Puerto Rico right now watching a little bit of racing at Salinas Raceway, but it's Willowbank, Pro Compact. Oh, Dodsy looking for a gear, didn't get it. I think he's paddle shifting that car, and didn't get another gear. Sammy Kiprios has got some gears now, but yeah, Dodsy took that all the way out in low gear. It went 118. It was still 338 at the 330 foot mark, but it didn't have any more gears there, Mark. And if it's an air shift, it makes you wonder about whether we've got any air in the bottle or the bottle was on, because it's stuff like that.
Yeah. There was a puff of smoke there as well, but no, I don't think there's too much to concern with that.
But when you think about it, you know, if he did get through the gears in the burnout, so
they might not have turned the bottle on.
Yeah, it might have been out of air in the shifter or not, but that thing did not want to go into any other gears other than first, and didn't want to come out of that. So his earlier 802 stays there for the moment. Sam's had issues today as well by the look of it, and 11.34. It's only Tatey that's got down at 200 mile an hour, 7.00 with an early click, I believe. Benny Graham 7.62 at 1.46. Alan Dodsy's 8.02. So that is Pro Compact. I think it's now time for a bit of Factory Extreme. Pro Mod, final call to the lanes, please. Pro Mod to the lanes. Archie.
Moving into Precision Turbo, Factory Extreme. Thanks to the guys over at Precision Turbo. They design, test and manufacture record-setting and championship-winning turbochargers for all forms of racing worldwide, as well as original equipment manufacturers such as General Motors. Check those guys out. Over 100 years of experience and knowledge working on the team there at Precision Turbos. Thank you for supporting this Factory Extreme on track. We've got Archie Kieski to take on Sam Afgal. Both these guys did not get down the track in the first session. They both got pushed back off the track. They are looking to make their first hit here and get into the field for Factory Extreme. It was a bit of an unfortunate session in that first session for Factory Extreme. Cars going through the stage beams, the bumping through, not getting on the track, and then we had the unfortunate incident as well.
So I think we've got one of the two, I think the Jet Racing car.
Archie, I think he's been shut down again.
Has he? Right, that's a shame. I do know that Captain's Eclipse was late on the push through here. I just saw the Eclipse go behind the tower, so we'd only have a minute or two. I know he's not going to miss the session, but they are in transit. I saw Colin on the line, so Colin's actually here because he's got to get in the Mustang. But I think the Mustang might have got here before the Eclipse. I think I just saw the Eclipse coming through. So we are just checking. Janie's writing some notes here. So that's not nice for Archie. Now Archie, it was good to see him come back. But here's Sammy Afcal hasn't had to put a good run down yet. Let's see what Sammy does here. The Mazsport 20B powered RX-8. He has gone 650 with this car, I think, once. He's got it into the sixes before. Let's see what Sammy does now by himself. This could be Sammy's class for the taking today, it really could be. Oh, big spin there, but I think the gearbox neutralised itself as well, so it came off the line, it shook a bit. It's gone towards the 60-foot mark. He lifted, and I think the gearbox might have neutralised there, which makes it hard to get back on it because you've literally got to come to a complete stop, put that back in gear and go again. But I think the thing might have neutralised on the way off the throttle. Of course, if you're aware that your gearbox does that, neutralises when you lift, you're probably either less prone to want to lift, or in this case, like being Sammy's, as we said, he's a natural driver. He's got pretty good reflexes and good instinct, and he knew that was going towards the centre line, had to back off. He heard the thing go to neutral, and he's had to roll that thing down. But he got an ET, so that's one guy with an ET in Factory Extreme, and it's Sammy.
And he's our number one qualifier.
Sammy's number one at 25.11, but it just goes to prove that on any given day, you know how much of an effort it is to get a car to the line, mate, let alone some of the things like we're seeing out there with all the systems on these cars. I mean, I know with your big block dragster, there's a little bit to it. It's still got carburetor on it, so it does have some electronics.
Yeah,
small amount of electronics.
Small amount of electronics.
But what controls the engine is still a pretty basic electrical system.
Yeah, just the MSD.
So and then you have a look at what these cars have got with a million sensors. They've got a million sensors. You've got you're trying to drive injectors. You're trying to measure airflow in real time. The whole thing. And I honestly, this crew, the Jet Racing crew, unbelievable. And you know what? I think Blaze likes it too much. I honestly think that if it was going to be, if there was going to be a possible first ever gender reassignment in drag racing, it very well could be this guy out there now. It could be Blaze. I really do think so, because the guy seems to jump at the chance. If it's like, okay, you could dress up in 3 different things, Blaze. You could be a dog, an elephant, or a girl. I'll be the girl. So it just seems to be a natural thing by Blaze to do that. Britt carries it off lovely. Carries it off great. Honestly, it's just one of the hottest blokes dressed as a chick here today. Mind you, look at the wings on. What's he trying to be there? He's like some centurion there.
Yeah, I think he wants to try for RuPaul drag racing.
You see, I'm just not up on all the costumes, but yeah, Blaze just plays the gender fluid schoolgirl just a little bit too good there.
It's the RuPaul drag racing.
Yeah, it could be. Well, maybe we're not looking enough angles in the sport. Maybe we do need RuPaul to turn up here one day. I think she'd be startled by all the noise and everything like that.
Where's the high heels, Blazy?
No, Blazy can't use high heels here today.
I want to see those out next session, the high heels.
I think if you do go to Kelly and Blaze's house, there is a set of high heels out the front, and Kelly reckons they're not hers. Yeah. Yeah, you can always tell where Blaze has been walking in the backyard because it's just got this little stiletto hole in the back there. It's just him walking around. He even runs like a girl. It's great. He's just really carrying everything off there nicely.
Pick on Blaze
well, just because he turned up in front of us here. But mind you, the guy's got more ability in one stiletto than I've got in all of my undie draw. Factory Extreme is already in the lanes. Pro Mod's already there. So we need Street Compact and All Motor for Q3 to get to the lanes, please. Street Compact and All Motor for Q3 back to the lanes, please. Street Compact and All Motor. Yeah, so we've got our construction hats on down the middle there. So they are making sure they're absolutely safe. I think there might be a few of our Garrett guests there. I can see the shirts on there. But yeah, obviously the person in the pink hat must be the warden, hey? Normally the warden's got a different coloured helmet. So, yeah, you're the warden with the pink hat. Yep, there we go. So, making sure that's all good. Everyone's got their goggles on. That's good. Extra safety. Got your steel caps on, I hope? That's awesome. Yes, that's good. You do need some ear protection, as you may have already realised. You do need ear protection down there. So, we did see the Jet Racing team, if you can call it that, rolling freak show today, came out and they checked both lanes. I have a funny feeling, because we did a little spray on both sides, that they might be picking this Tower Lane here yet. But what do? Do you come out and you go, right, Tower Lane for the Eclipse, Colin's got to come back real quick and get in the Mustang for Pro Mod. So is they both in the one lane? Who knows? There we go. So that'll be something in the future that we'll be giving you a bit of an announcement of what we're doing this afternoon in a couple of our categories. But so far we've seen some pretty good fields in the Race Car Engineering J275, Speedflow Street 289 and Bosch Motorsports Modified Compact. We've seen some great all-motor and street compact, which we're asking for again to the lanes, please. All-motor to the lanes, please. Street compact to the lanes, please. We've got the track sprayed and ready to go with a bit of Pro Mod. I think we just had that, and I don't know whether or not we did see the Eclipse in behind. I swear when I saw the Jet Racing van that we had the Eclipse behind it, but maybe we don't have the Eclipse out. In fact, it was the Mustang perhaps towing around. So getting ready first with, so I guess it's not the Eclipse, it's going to be the Mustang. As Blaze, the crew girl, just getting captain ready. You can see Cole going in the car right now. I see we've got Rob Harrington in front, ready to go. How good's that for these two guys to finally race each other a few times? Because, you know, Rob has gone to the States and helped on the Jet team when they went over to Orlando. So Rob saw it firsthand. Rob, of course, second generation drag racer. He's like you. He's got more Christmas trees than Santa. An accomplished racer in various categories, including modified and super street. Before long, I'm sure there'll be a Pro Mod championship there for him as well. Building himself, you know, a blown slammer like his dad Tony had in the day. Of course, way more serious than the old Chevy pickup. But as evolution goes on, things become more and more powerful, and he's probably got 1,500 to 2,000 more horsepower than the old boy might have had the old big block days. But it's so good to see him out having a go against Colin, bumping in against him, turbo versus blower. There's no way Rob was probably going to be a turbo guy, was he?
No, he likes them both. So he changed his mind many a times over the years. So he was going to go, turbo. He swings both ways.
Yeah, well,
nice work, Janie. I like that. He does. He swings both. He is a turbo guy. He did talk about turbos at one point.
Did he
He's
really?
talked about the blower and.
Is that and then after Tony started, once Dad started saying, "Look, son, you know, I was going to leave you out of the will if you went turbos, but if you go blower, you're back in." So I think that was the last, or it might be Tony might be going.
Well, Rob
if you want my help, mate, if you want my help, you better put a blower on it. No offence. All right, well, there's my little alarm to say that I'm about 10 minutes from having to get down to the stage. So at 2 o'clock, we've got the bikini comp. I couldn't think of a better day to have a bikini comp. It is damn hot and humid out there. We do need the bikini comp to happen at 2 o'clock, which we're going to do on the main stage. So that was my first little alarm to say that I've got 10 minutes before I start walking. And then I've got to go down, and then I've got to put the lotion on them and everything like that. I mean, that takes minutes per girl, and if we have what we have, 14 girls there, I mean, that's 14 girls I'm putting lotion on.
That's tough work, mate.
Some of them need hand to get into those bikinis, so I'm lucky I'm wearing the official shirt. That kind of gets you in pretty much in there without any questions.
Yeah.
It's a tough gig, pretty humid in the tent, very humid in the tent, but. Those girls are going to be out on stage around 2 o'clock. So what are we now?
You know what? It sounds like a nightmare.
It's a nightmare, mate. I mean, for years I've been trying to handball the job off to you or Janie, but some of the girls just aren't quite keen to have Janie in there. Some of the girls are actually quite keen and have been requesting Janie, but it's 2021. Just remember that. So they've seen Janie. They think it's pink that's coming down. Actually, they think it's pink. Right, jeez. Jane's sporting an injury here. Looks like a medial ligament injury. So
meniscus there.
It is a medial ligament. Yeah. She's so
All
don't
right.
ask her to play in your touch football team.
Moving into FuelTech USA Pro Modified. The bad influence of Rob Harrington in the Monaro. Short, sharp burnout will be taking on. Might be even solo pass. It looks like it's going to be a solo pass here for Rob Harrington. In that first session, just turned the tyres a little bit too aggressive on the hit.
Street compact to the lanes, please. Street compact to the lanes. All motor to the lanes, please. Oh, yep. So it's going to be Col on his own. It's going to be Rob on his own. He just pulled the clutch in a little early there. Do you think he didn't really light him up? I don't think you need much burnout today with this track temp. Yeah, finally, Mark, isn't it? Chivalry's not dead, is it? No reverse chivalry here. If I had a medial knee ligament issue, I'd be sitting down too. Oh, you've given your seat up now. We thought Janie was gone. Now she's back. Shh, she's back.
No, she's doing the notes for us for the.
Yeah, she's doing plenty of notes for us.
She's got boost, whatever it was. So.
She's got plenty going on. All right, so Rob Harrington, the bad influence 2. 9.99 is what he qualified in Pro Mod, thanks to FuelTech USA. But let's see what he does for a hot track tune-up right now. Oh, plenty of RPM on board for the chin. There we go. It's going to be a good one for him. 667, 225 mile an hour, 116 in the 60 foot. So he really had to just get that thing off and slip that a bit.
I wonder if they were a little bit too soft on that launch. I wonder if they took too much power out of it at that time, because it did look very, very soft there and then went into shake.
Well, it wanted to shake. It was slow, mate. It was like a slow, not enough power to shake, wasn't it? The tyre was trying to shake, just that it didn't have that extra 1,000, 1,500 horsepower, which you'd probably throw it at it if you're in the sweet spot in the afternoon.
Exactly,
You'd give it
I
all.
think. But they got it off the start line.
And that's the percentage game that he might have to play, because, you know, the other way is you sit there and you zing him and you shake things off the car. And, you know, you've heard about guys shaking coils loose and all that sort of stuff, and they lose power. I mean, I think Rob's got a FuelTech system on that, doesn't he? He's got coil on plug, so that's where they can really take the power out of it. And I've learnt more about it. They're not taking ignition timing out per se. They're taking spark intensity out, which does sort of fatten the setup without taking the timing out of it. So you can still keep timing, you just lost that spark intensity. So you're not hitting the plug as hard with the joules that you would, you know, for a full spark ignition. So you're softening the plug up. You're almost taking all the spark out of the plug without changing the ignition timing on it. You can see why some of the older school of Northland racers wanted to ban that, because that's too much to think about. But it's a system that FuelTech developed. Coil on plug.
Each individual cylinder that way as well.
Well, and how good is that to be able to get your hands on that? I mean, all that means he's got the sword out and everything. Look at that. He's put the sword back in. Just make sure that goes in the right spot.
Put that sword back in, Pete.
Well, don't ask Adam Foreman down there at the lifestyle thing. He's got a legit one. He taps it on the thing and he goes, see, it's not even a proper sword. Well, don't get Alec Baldwin down in here, mate. Let me tell you.
Too soon.
Yeah, too soon. Well, it's only this week, isn't it? All right. So he's got the Angels on his side here, Colin Wilshire. Don't know where the gender. Oh, he's got the gender fluid schoolgirl doing the wheelie bars, checking the parachute. And then he's got the Centurion guiding him into stage. Yep, it's Halloween here at Jamboree. And there's nothing better than seeing people get into the scheme of things, let me tell you, into the spirit. How good is this Mustang? How good does it look? And it does sound good. Colin was telling me when they built this car, he said it was almost like a big piece of Lego. You know, the Pro Line turned up, the car turned up, the Rosler turned up, the FuelTech turned up, the Precision Turbos turned up. Plenty of power out here, brings that power in now, listen to him go, locks the converter up and it runs through, 620, 248 mile an hour. He went 250 mile an hour last night, 620, 248, 422 to half track, 60 footer, 113, 422 to half track, 193 at half track, and by then, you know, you just about all systems go from that. Lock that converter up and let that thing eat, bring the rest of the boost into it, and hey, there's something about a Turbo Pro mod in full flight that I absolutely love. And it was good to hear it without a blown car beside it, because then you get to appreciate the little bits and pieces that makes a Turbo Pro mod. All right, now last qualifying session for Street Compact coming up. Street Compact, I'll have to abscond in a tick to go down and do our bikini comp. Oh, geez, do I have to? That's at 2 o'clock. So give the Jet Racing team a round of applause as they tow in front of the crowd. And we're in Street Compact thanks to MTQ, so we'll have to get Slash back here on the mic. If need be, or of course sister from another mister can come here, Janie, in between physios, and I'll, Janie's going, oh geez, and I'll go down and rub that lotion in, oh geez.
You enjoy rubbing that lotion, Diggs. Street Compact's where the action is at, of course, Graham Manietta in the Swift, in beside him is Scott Johnson in this Next Level Motorsport Yaris. Let's see what the Yaris can do on this occasion. It's a 1360, 101 miles an hour. So that's its fastest pass of the day. And for the Swift, a 1422. He too has picked up as well. For those watching online, we've just actually got a little bit of cloud cover come over at the moment. Mark?
The Factory Extreme guys, the Pro Mod guys would have liked that. In the Malkai Brothers Racing. Mazda beside her is Stuart Twiddall in the Harding Performance VW. An 11:37. Again, ET's dropping. He's picked up a 10th. He will go 122 miles an hour through the quarter mile. And for Bush, a 14:68 at 101. Yeah, so the Street Compact cars, we've got one stage on the back wheels here. I don't know if they've seen it.
He was too.
It's the stage on the back wheels. Rocket Industries lane, that was Hayden.
So this should be his quickest pass of the day, you would think.
It should be his quickest pass of the day. He's got a whole car length advantage there. Oh, he goes 11:92, so it wasn't his quickest, but he might have...
well, maybe he's done that previously and we haven't picked it up. Ooh, Nathan Wilson. Nathan Wilson goes on through for an 11:55. He'll be our number 9 qualified. Derek Johnson's leading the charge in Street Compact at the moment with an 11:16, followed by Willard, Twiddall, Woods, Johnson and Clibben round out those top 6.
Tell you what, have fun picking a dial in first round if you've staged on the back wheels. All right, next pairing out, we have got Jason Bailey and Derek Johnson. So Johnson in the Supra, he's in pre-stage, and Bailey in the Galant. Terry Dale joining me on the microphone for NTQ Street Compact.
Mate, looks like they hold. Look, Jason's just dropped a bundle on the line there, Mark, which is sad, in the little 12A rotary powered Galant. That's his second Galant he's owned. He had one before. That's a bit brutal.
That's a bit there.
We get to see Derek Johnson in the Ramsden Racing Supra. Has run 11.16 and 11.21 in his first qualifying. For Derek, I don't know whether he was thinking that something was wrong there, but
yeah, I'm not too sure. Unless he tried to take off in second gear or something. But.
So I wonder if Jason's just dropped an oil line there, or maybe that is just some serious damage there on the little rotary powered Galant, Mark.
Well, he wasn't really. He was just idling into stage. So I think he did something major. But you don't know. You just don't know.
We don't know. We'll find out at some point in time. So we get to see Glenn Hunter in the Cam Engineering Mazda in the. Now this thing has some serious. Before I don't know where we had the top end earlier. Hang on, they're just holding him up. Hang on, they've got a bit of a hold up here because Glenn Hunter in the has it in the 20B. Wonder why it was so quick. Had 140 mile an hour top end before, Mark. This thing.
Really?
It was motoring, and I thought, well, I don't know what that's under it, but now we know that it's got a three rotor. So the
140 mile an hour. That's impressive.
There it is, up on the screen now.
There we go. Yeah, 11:53.
Mate, it was tidy. I went, well, have a look at the top end for an 11 and a half second run.
Well, 140 mile an hour. That's a 9-second car.
There you go. That's exactly what Janie. That's just what Janie and I said. We were thinking, I want to see it, but watch this. So I think up through the gears. Watch for the top end again.
There you
A
go.
little bit off. 11.4 at 132 mile an hour.
It was still his quickest pass of the day. It's still 132 mile an hour.
Still getting over that 140 mark. I mean, there's nothing in the field to get anywhere really, except for Chris Johnson. There's no one really anywhere near that 140 mile an hour.
Well,
So-
it is spectacular, really. But I can see why. He's definitely taking it easy off the line. It's not like he hasn't got big slicks on the back of it or anything, so I'd say he's just making sure it just gets off without spinning.
And mate, we do know that it's tough though with that heat and everything out there. So I think a lot of the guys are guys and girls are probably struggling with it.
Well, you think about it, when you get a hot day like this and you've got all that rubber on top of the racing surface, mixing it with the traction compound, it starts getting very, very soft, and that's why we call it a greasy track, is because it sort of has too much give there, because the rubber gets really soft, the traction compound is mixing in with that soft rubber, and you tend to spin a little bit more. You want that softness, but you don't want it to be greasy with the heat.
And the problem is it'd be hard to predict too when it is like that. It's like you couldn't just say, well, okay, I know what sort of give it gave in the last run. It's going to be different again in the next run if
Exactly,
it's got that.
and
So
at some point today, as the sun starts to set and it cools down, it's going to change from being greasy to being perfect for him. It's going to have this real good bite there. It's going to retain some of that heat, so it's going to have bit of forgiveness there on the start line. And they'll be able to get a little bit more aggressive, attack the start line a little bit more. And in the dial your own classes, well, then that's an issue, because you don't want to be breaking out. You want to try and run the same numbers and hit the dialers. But those heads-up classes, then watch out later on, because you know the likes of Colin and the Mustang, they can get a bit more aggressive. They can pick up 500s to a tenth of a second straight up on the 60 foot.
And you don't know how to deal with that, because you're thinking, well, hang on, it's okay if you're, like you said, you're racing heads up. You're thinking, well, this is a good thing. But if you're not,
yeah, suddenly,
those lads,
you got to worry about what you're going to dial in at later on, and especially in these brackets, these sportsman classes like all motor and street compact.
So you can see the little Nautilus HD heading around, Mark, just giving the little oil that was on the track a little bit of a clean. So, so Mark, it's been a well, what would we say? An eventful event already.
It has. It does feel like it's been a little bit stop-start, hasn't it?
It's been like a long day, because it's like we've had some extremely quick runs, and we've seen some really cool stuff, and we've had a couple of bingles which haven't been the best thing either, which we don't like, of course. We do not like that at all. So as I said, we always feel for the races when something happens like that. So the little Nautilus just cleaning up that oil from the little rotary powered Gallant. So what we might do is we might go and pay a few bills while we've got the little Nautilus heading down, and we'll go to a few commercials. Thank you to the gents.
With over 25 years experience, Link Engine Management are global leaders in motorsport engine technology. Developed and manufactured in New Zealand, Link supplies a range of ECUs, sensors and dashes to drivers around the world. We have a range of products to help you get the most out of your engine, and all our ECUs come with a limited lifetime warranty. To learn more about our products, including our new G4X range, or to find your nearest dealer, visit the Link ECU team at the track today.
Oceania College of Technology. An RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings, 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are here, of course, at the Garrett Advancing Motion 2021 Brisbane Jamboree. My name is Terry Dale, and you are here with myself and Mark Allen. Mark and I have... we don't get ourselves to commentate each other, to be honest, mate, very often, do we?
No, it's good. It's good fun. I enjoy getting on the microphone with you, mate. We're just watching the track get rubbed up a little bit here at the moment. Making sure it's all A-OK before we send our next pairing down in Street Compact. So what's your highlight so far today, Terry? What have you seen that's gone, you know what, that's pretty cool?
I'm thinking...
You don't have to say me, but...
No,
yeah.
I'm going to say Rob Barrick driving back up the track after spinning the car around. It was pretty impressive. It just kind of did my head in, watching nearly tapped the wall, but I'm just going to keep driving back out of here. But not the other way, just back up the track. So, mate, no, it's actually been pretty impressive. I think some of the quicker runs have been good. I really want to see. It's too hot. We're getting a lot of spin, as we discussed, and so we're not seeing the full potential to a lot of these cars yet. But it is coming. And
I
it's
agree.
coming.
Yeah, every time they get on the track, it's more data. They're learning about what the car wants and needs, and then you've seen where the guys have gone too far the other way, where they've underpowered the car and they haven't got enough wheel speed and they've gone to tyre shake. So you can't. There's two things they've got to worry about when they're looking at that tuning window of trying to get the car down a hot track. Say you've got a tuning window on a hot track, it's very, very small. Where a cold track, it's a lot wider.
Yeah.
So your room for error, there's not much room there for error. You know. So if you underpower the car, you can see what happens with Rob Harrington, where he just had instant shake. The car just shook it. it just didn't go anywhere. But then he overpowered at the previous pass where it just instant spin.
So, mate,
just finding that sweet spot.
It is, and like you said, they're not getting a real lot of assistance out there. So, look, time will tell when we get to it. We'll probably know a little bit more after this final qualifier, and we'll see how everybody's handling the track, and who handles the track best will probably be the person that'll be there at the end of the day, mate. I would assume, Mark, as it normally is. But mate, I can tell you now, I can't believe we haven't got a Holden Commodore category. Because there is a lot of Commodores here today, and I'm not complaining. I just love it. Front wheels up, 180 mile an hour, 190 mile an hour. It's just, Holden would have just gone, mate, seriously? This is
Well, if you go back to Jamboree in the 90s, you would not have seen a Holden Commodore.
Oh, no, God, no.
All the early
you would have. You might have in the car park.
Yeah,
but that would have been bad.
Yeah.
So mum and dad are here in their Commodore. But
you think the Jamboree has evolved over the years. What started out as an event for just VWs.
Yes.
Originally.
So now we've got Nathan Peters in the Valiant and Ashley Reason in the RX4 Coupe. Good old RX4. It's got a really cool, if you ever have a chance to have a good look over an RX4, they've got a great dash, got a big overhead console. Was a bit of a big deal for 1974, 75, 76. Nathan in the Valiant. Mojo, of course, 11.22 at 127 and a 12.49 at 98 miles an hour for Ash in the RX4 Coupe. So they keep coming, Mark. It's a good field, this. Michael Osborne and Scott Clibben in the rotary action, rotary-powered Corolla. And, of course, the Hilux. Bumps it in.
This is qualifying session number 3. Next time out, it will be racing for these guys. It's all about consolidating the data they've got, see what the car runs so they can pick a dial in first round. We've seen 11.26 from Osborne and 11.34 for Clibben there. Both cars in the 120 mile an hour zone as well. There's currently number 4 and 5 in qualifying. Next pairing out, Terry, who we got in the wagon?
It'll be Stephen Beach and Michael Crow in the little wagon. Look, a 1666 and a 1672. We talk about the cars that are a little bit slower. They might have the consistency that might upset everybody, every other racer in the category.
I said to the missus, I'm heading out to get some milk, and he just kept driving to Willowbank in the wagon.
Now we finally get to see Steve hit the track pretty well. He's going to go through for a 1184 at 121. The car does run quicker than that, but I'm glad that it's looks like it's finally sorted. He does race the street meet, so he will have some info to get there anyway, whereas a lot of the others mightn't have that advantage if the car is running a little bit off.
Well, this bracket, it's literally, it doesn't matter how quick you are because it is all about consistency. So basically, when we get into racing, these guys will nominate a time. Let's say one guy nominates 16 seconds, the other guy nominates 12 seconds. The 16-second car will get a 4-second head start. And basically the rules are get to the finish line first, don't go under your nominated time, so don't go quicker than it, and don't red light, you'll get the win. And the RX5 gets out with 2.25 second reaction time. Peter Fenton and Salika goes across the finish line. He runs through for an 11.33, 125 mile an hour. Alvin Johnson in the rotor goes 12.04 at 121 miles an hour. Just got to pick up that reaction time a little bit, Terry.
Well, he has had some success at Jamboree as well. Got a runner-up in All Motor, but he actually does. That is a 10-second car, but it does seem that the heat and the car smoked the bags pretty well there. So Anthony Dunn and Lachlan Weston. Lachlan in the Nissan, of course, the Mazda RX-7 of Anthony Dunn.
Yeah, just a call for Street 289. Street 289 to the staging lanes, please. That's Street 289 to the staging lanes, please. As we see Lachlan Weston get down the track, he goes through for an 11.75, 118 miles an hour, and Anthony Dunn at 12.53 at 125 miles an hour in the Mazda. That's pretty consistent for Dunn, all in the 12-second zone there.
You want to be, like you said, Mark, if they're not getting it here by now, you really want to have that final qualifier. As you know, it needs to be somewhere consistent that you can work on it. So Chris Johnson and Jason Gertz-Grasser in the Datsun, and of course the RX-7 of Chris Johnson. Leaving a fair bit on the tree. I'm not too sure what's up with Jason's little...
Might be just building some boost up here. Johnson will take his through for an 11:33, 139 miles an hour. He
really didn't want to.
Really
that's a
slow off the line. Looks like it's come through finish line though pretty quick. Let's watch 12:09, 127. Have a look at the speed though. 127 miles an hour. That's a low 11-second car with the speed there. But a 12:09, I think he just getting it off the start line. You know, just nice and smooth. And he's pretty consistent as well so far. Now we're on to David Butler in the V-Dub and Rob Barak in the Mirage.
And this, of course, is all motor. So it's all loud, it's all angry.
Yeah, brought to us by Mora Motorsport.
So this is Rob Barak, of course, in the Tyre City Mirage. The V-Dub of Dave Butler. Dave ran a 10.8 and a 10.8 earlier. A 10.5 for Rob in the... he done a 10.5 and a twisty. So you make the decision. Oh, look at that. Both red lights, but both at least they're clean. Out, down the track, both side by side. Barak out in front. Barak runs a 10.57 at 124 to back up a 10.57. And Butler a 10.72 with a 10.84 and a 10.85. So Dave's gone quicker, but Rob Barak did well.
He consolidates a number 1 spot in qualifying. Butler in number 2. Next pairing out, Terry, we have got Denison Cito in the Honda for Tyre City to take on Nick Benson, the Beetle. So the Beetle has run a best of a 12.11 today, and Denison has run a best of a 13.00, knocking on the door for a 12-second pass. Could do it here, so there's a little bit of a tailwind. It is cooling down-ish.
Most certainly doesn't. Most certainly doesn't look like it should be a 12-second car, does it? But you know what drag racing's all about. You just don't know what you're going to get. Stick shift too, Mark. So it's a lot of work.
He's got a lot of work.
That's a lot of work for Denison. So Nick will go through for a 12.16. At 109, and Cito at 12.78. There you go, Mark. You were spot on, mate. Drops it into the 12s with a lot of work on that stick shift. So here comes Tim Donsela and Trent Bianco. Bianco in the Lancer. Watch this Lancer. It is fast and effortless. Run 2 10.8s earlier. So the Tyre City guys are here to play. 10.81, 10.80, 10.85. There's your bracket racer, Mark.
That's good. Just got to get the reaction time on the green side as we see Tim go through for a 16.97 at 85 miles an hour. And he's been consistent as well, 17.03, 16.97. That's why we talk about it doesn't matter how quick you are in this class because it is just about being consistent.
It's not easy.
And we're going to see some good chases later on. You know, I like when we see those 4 or 5 second head starts. It makes it interesting.
It does. It'll give
makes it fun.
We'll talk it through too. We'll make it. We'll show exactly how it's all happening. But Jason Frost in the Dumpkoff V-Dub up against Paul McSwan in the Rotor Reaction Mazda, of course. That's the one that was in All Motor that did actually come runner-up probably a few years ago.
Yeah, Frost up with a 104 reaction time in the V-Dub. Has run a best of a 12.83. Pretty quick from the VW. Let's see what he does here. He goes through, runs another 12.82. 104 mile an hour. And Paul McSwan goes through with a 16.37 and 91 miles an hour.
I think Frost would be pretty happy with those last 2 times, Mark. He'd be looking at those going at 12.82, 12.83. I know where I'm going to dial in at.
Yeah, straight 289 to the lanes, please. Modified compact, Extreme, and J275 as well to the lanes, please. So J275, Extreme, modified compact, and Street 289. You should be in the lanes.
So Jason Stoodley has run a 12.06 and a 12.09. So I would expect Jason to run another 12.0, and I reckon he'll cut a 0 something like he did last time. Pretty consistent as a regular racer.
Stoodley, he is the man you don't want to be seen lining up beside you in round 1 of All Motor.
Yep. So the Barra-powered Cortina, look at that. Oh, 148, a little bit off. He's on his own.
Yeah, I expect him in the zeros.
But I would think he still will run a 12.0 something time. He'll test it out. No, he won't. He'll go right under it and go 11.98 and prove me completely wrong at 111 miles an hour.
It's that cloud cover, mate. It's.
You always talk about the cloud cover.
It's a good 100th, 200th there.
You don't want to have it happen at half track. There it goes. So as we move into our next bracket, Mark.
What are we moving into We just had All Motor. Thanks to the guys at Motorsport. Check them out. They're a new partner here with Jamboree. So Peter Marotopoulos there, genuine passionate person with Jamboree Motorsport.
This is the 7 cars with Hoffman, Adams, Herbert, Silk, Moore, Hauser and Britton. So of course that'll be Street 289. So Errol Britton and James Moore.
Yeah, Street 289 brought to us by Speedflow. Speedflow products have been proudly manufacturing, supplying quality hose and fittings to the performance industry throughout Australia and the world for over 25 years, located in Taree, New South Wales. Speedflow has grown to be Australia's #1 choice in performance hose and fittings due to their innovative design, manufacturing and quality control. Check them out. They are supporting here the Street 289 class on track, Garrett Brisbane and James Moore.
Gets out quickly, does James Moore. Wasn't a good line, but the car just launched nice and hard. Let's have a little look, see what he gets it through to, an 8.69. He's gone way under what his previous best was at 160 miles an hour. Errol Britton, once again, the little Brumby not playing the game, a 16.94. But look at that. Look at James Moore, 9.5, 9.4, and now just cracks off an 8.69 at 160 miles an hour in that tidy little FDRX7.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the rules for the Street 289 class. So they race utilising a heads-up full tree. It's designed for full-body rear-wheel drive vehicles using 4-cylinder or 5-cylinder or 6-cylinder overhead cam engine or 2-rotor or 3-rotor engines. Maximum rear tyre size of 28 by 9 inches and a maximum of 2 power adders. So that's the that's the basic rules for the Street 289 class. So basically, it's that rear tyre is the limiting factor for them, because you're going to have a lot of horsepower in some of these cars, but that you can only put so much horsepower through a 289 tyre.
It's like a seesaw when they leave the line, Mark. They've really got to have it down to a fine art. So Hoffman and Silk, the Corolla versus the Datsun.
Silky, he's had some big wheel stands over the years at Jamboree. Smoking it up, Scott Hoffman. The burnout prizes during the burnout, not the start line.
So Michael's just going to hammer on through with a 903 to back up his 908. But Scotty Hoffman says, well, how about a 17-second run, and I just about did a skid to almost half track.
I always get nervous when they're still spinning the tyres that far out down the track.
I know why. So Chris Adams and a Luke Hauser, the Gumdale Demo Corolla, has run some consistent a 10.68 and a 10.71, whereas the Tech Path Datsun has run an 8.9 and a 9.0, so still pretty tidy as well. He would hope to run another 8.9, and I would think that Luke might hope to run a 10.6 or a 10.5. Getting that power down, Mark, seems to be a real issue for a lot of these races today.
Sounded like he might have buttoned off. He did a 10.47 and 110 mile an hour for Chris Adams. And Hauser goes through for a 10.68, backs up his 10.68 that he ran earlier, 124 mile an hour for Luke Hauser.
That's impressive. That'll be really good.
Very good. Yeah, moving now into the next pass, it'll be Carl Herbert in the Mazda for Rotary Motorsport.
So Carl, previous 8.98 and a 9.08. So as long as it hooks up, and that's the thing, Mark, if they hook up. Because if it hooks up, you'd think that it should be a, you might give that 8.9 a nudge. There's your cloud cover.
Yep. It's got the wheelie bars up. It's recovered.
Still on a march. It'll still be quick. An 880. Well, there you go. Think about without any tramp, how much that car would have gone. An 883 at 161 miles an hour. How much quicker would it have gone, Mark? That was just really bit off the launch.
Yeah, looking at the speed, I'm thinking he could probably go 850s, 860s without the spin.
Now we looked at. Now you and I, did you see Dean launch the pristine tiling Escort panel van earlier? Carried that front wheel for probably 60 foot. Was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite cars, Dean Ferris there in that Escort van for Real Dyno Performance. He'll be taking on Andrew Robinson for Fresno Concrete. We now have moved into Bosch Motorsport's Modified Compact. Bosch Motorsport is a division of the global Bosch Group, a leading supplier of technology and services worldwide. They're also now here in Australia, New Zealand and South Africa. You've got ECUs, digital displays, data loggers, power management boxes, race car ABS, fuel injectors, pumps, spark plugs, you name it. Over 5,000 products available from Bosch Motorsports. Check them out. They're here in Australia supporting Modified Compact Class. See Andrew Robertson get over the red light. Dean Ferris with the green 066 in that Escort van. The wheels were up across the finish line. Dean Ferris goes 874, 156 miles an hour. Andrew Robson goes 905 at 151 miles an hour in that Mazda. That's a good start. Modified compact class.
Consistent too from their previous runs, Mark. So they'll definitely be two competitors to watch. I did like the fact that Dean carried that front wheel completely still at the front there until it came down. So nice work, Steve Farrelly and Ben Palmer, the RX Innovations Datsun.
Yeah, so the basic rules for Bosch Motorsports Modified Compact, it's a die-your-own class, so this one isn't heads-up. It's for full-bodied, rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, and front-wheel drive sedan vehicles using 4-cylinder, 5-cylinder, 6-cylinder overhead engines or 2 or 3 rotor engines running 9.99 seconds or quicker.
So once again, Steve Farrelly, 7.9 in that VL. There it comes. Watch this thing go. All these guys are a little bit slow on the tree, but the VL's going hard. 174 miles an hour with an 834. Ben Palmer in the little Datsun. A 13.1 at 69.
Yeah, he hasn't got down the track yet, but he has to dial in quicker than 9.99 seconds later on in round one of racing. Lou Rossi in the Mazda to take on Parry Georges. Georges in the Gemini. I love this Gemini of Georges.
Parry used to have a little green wagon, and with the same engine in it, a 13B turbo. He picked up the Gemini from I think from Sydney, and it had a different engine in it, had a piston engine in it, and he picked it up and made it pretty and made it fast. And the car, as I said, runs into the nines, runs it in Super Street at the QDRCs. So 998 previous, a 10.06 for Lou in the RX4. So this will be a good matchup for a final qualifier. Super Street, yes. And goes through for a 10.03 does Lou Rossi, and 11.05 with a big sideways motion out of the launch for Parry Georges in the Gemini.
We've got a few VLs here this weekend. Force performance of VR Calais here of Daniel Lake taking on Naomi Vandertot in the Sylvia for Golby's parts.
Yes, the VL Mark, built for Australian conditions.
Is that from the commercial?
I don't know. It sounds like, but I just love the way. Look, the two-tone with the purple and the silver on the bottom. I mean, not a lot of cars can get away with that, but the VLs most certainly can. They do look good. That little whale tail at the back, just built in naturally to the back end of the car. The mighty Calais. You got to say it like that too, Mark. You can't just say it's a Calais. You got to say it's a Calais.
I can't do the voices, mate.
Lots of
good. Terrible. Naomi Vandertot there in the Sylvia. There's a spin on both sides. It looks like they're going to roll through here for an 11.09, 84 miles an hour. And Daniel Lake will roll through for a 17-second pass.
See, how do you go, Mark? We looked at that. Now, Dan ran a 9.30 and Naomi ran an 8.9 in their second qualifier. And then they have obviously issues with their final qualifier. Their first qualifiers weren't nothing special. How do you dial in? Do you use your second? Do you go for what you believe you can do?
Yeah, obviously you need to dial in what the car has run today. Otherwise, you're going to be having to pedal at the other end. You don't really want to be doing that. But I would be dialing in because they would have ran those times in the heat of the day. It's going to be a little bit quicker later on.
So J275, urgent, you are needed. J275, you are needed, urgent. Pro Turbo, Pro Compact and Euro Grudge runs, please, to the lanes as well.
So I'd probably be dialing in a couple hundreds quicker than what I ran in the heat of the day.
The Jacob in the Crusader just gives it a big squirt, then backs out of it. And here comes Luke Redmond in the 10-2, 10-9-5. It might be quicker this time. I know he's waited for the thing to come up on boost. He has gone quicker again, a 9.44 at 144 miles an hour for the Corona. The Corona you're allowed to talk about. The only Corona we want to talk about today, Mark. So Dave Waddington and Chris O'Neill.
I like this, the Ford of David Waddington. The old school down there. Chris O'Neill and the Corolla. Let's see, the Waddington has run a best of a 10.22. O'Neill has run a best of an 8.83 in the Corolla.
That car's, that's a pretty quick roll. You can't do that. A little Cortina's away. Let's see if he can better that 10.2. Oh no, 10.21 at 135. So that's some good consistency for Waddington. He'll like that. And Chris O'Neill with a ton of wheel spin in the Corolla runs a 17.9, which is nowhere near his 8.8 at 158 miles an hour earlier.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars here. I'm looking at their spread for the day where they've only got down once out of their 3 runs in racing, and that'll make things interesting when we get into the Chicago shootout later on. So we don't run the eliminations, it's Chicago shootout. So we'll see each car 3 times, and the finalist will be obviously whoever gets 3 wins, and if there's a draw, if there's more than 2 cars and 3 wins, we'll go back to the closest to the dial-in the 3rd round of racing.
And the way they work it out, we will have one racer will definitely with the 3 wins, the way they work it usually. So Dave Waddington and here we go. Sorry, mate. Just waiting for a screen to update.
Yeah, we're moving into Repco Max Extreme class now. So Repco Max is located at Slacks Creek, formerly known as Napa. Now, it's now had a big facelift and is part of the huge Repco group of companies. Big supporters of the Jamboree for many years now. We are proud to continue the partnership in 2021 with Repco. Check that massive store out at Slacks Creek. It is one of the big ones.
It is a huge store. We actually had, I think a few years ago, they actually had a Jambo launch party from there. I think there was from that site. So we'll get to see the little, gone too deep. It's gone way too fast. It's gone way too far past the what was going. There it is.
Keep going. Almost there. Keep going.
No, keep going back. Yes, that's exactly it.
There we go.
That's better. So Kim Anderson drives past the staging beams. She's all sorted now. It's a tidy little package there. That thing looks really good. I'd love to have one of those with a rotor in it. That'd be just that'd make my day. Looks good.
Just think, when was the last time we rotary powered like dragster?
I'm thinking we have to go back to maybe Glenn Anderson.
Yeah.
With the twin turbo 13B. Oh. Sorry, yes, you're right. Sorry, it is an altered, not a dragster.
Oh, yeah, it's still an open vehicle, I guess.
Trent Levi, yeah, quite possibly, yeah. But we don't see too many, Janie, which is a little bit disappointing. I know that someone's got a rear-engine dragster coming that's going to be exceptionally quick with a 6-cylinder out of the TBR Eep in a rear-engine dragster, and it's going to, I think it's going to take some records. I think that's the whole aim. So here we go. Rod Williams in the Raw Automotive Altered. It says Altered.
Oh, because it's Hot Rod Williams, man. He's got hot rods, he's got altereds, he's got dragsters. He's got a little bit of everything.
It's a cross between with the short wheelbase rear-engine dragster. Got the big front runners like high. Out of that chassis.
Got down on the tyres hard. Let's see, he's run a best of a 9.29 today at 134 miles an hour. This time goes 9.13 seconds at 139 miles an hour for Hot Rod Williams in that dragster.
So I don't know where they want to be with it, but that was pretty good.
Well, this is a dial your own class as well. So basically, this class is for your open vehicles and V8 vehicles as well that run around.
Speaking
in
of
a direct
V8s,
class, yeah.
speaking of V8s, here's the twin turbo LS. Whoa! Lights that tyre up and then gets off it because he knows that, well, you don't win races in qualifying. And he's probably got some pretty good data on that car anyway. He does run it regularly at the QDRCs.
It rolls through for a 9:59 pass there. But had run an earlier 8:02. So our number one qualifier is Megan Anson. That's 7:75 in extreme. Thank you to the guys over at Repco Max. Fabian number 2, Hot Rod Williams number 3, and Kim Anderson running out the top 4.
So I'll tell you what, when we go to racing, Mark, we'll get to see Fabian Romanen with that huge top end. That'll be an interesting calling that category with the other racers who are probably about 40 odd miles an hour slower.
Yeah, on some of those cars, yeah, it's massive. It'd be like sitting still when he comes past at 100 and nearly 180 odd mile an hour.
The little silver bullet with the LS on board just come flying past. It'll be cool to see. So just a big shout out to everybody still milling around out the back and on the grandstand and on the grassy area. Hope you've all got yourself a hat or got yourself some merch already. So make sure you go down and see the people down in the Jambo Central and get yourself some merch. And the Oceana College of Technology, big shout out. Got to give a shout out to, where is he? Mr. Rob Thompson. We heard you're over there in the Oceana box, of course, because you have a lot to do with the lads and ladies over there. Big shout out to Tomo. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Give us a wave. Is that you up the back, Tomo? Give us a shout, mate. Give us a wave, buddy. Give us a wave. No, he says no. He said I don't want to listen to Terry. So.
Okay, we're moving into the J275 bracket now, brought to us by Race Car Engineering. The IC Performance Warehouse is Queensland's largest stockist of Aeroflow performance products, and they also keep a huge range of performance brands, including things like NOS, AFR, cylinder heads, ATI products, Autometer, Aeromotive, B&M, Caltech, Calvert, Caltrax, Crane Cams, and so on. Many, many brands there. Check them out, Race Car Engineering. And I'm pretty sure they're over at Slacks Creek as well.
Mate, of course, if you go there and you find a cheaper price somewhere else, he said they will let them know and they will beat it.
They will beat it.
Let's have a look. Trent Brimble, 817 at 133. Yeah, well, let's see what happens. Oh, really sad there. But Joel Mercer says, you know, I am away and I will run it through for a 9:34 at 145 miles an hour. And Trent Brimble, we don't get to see the Commodore. It ran an 8.1 earlier, so that's pretty quick.
That's the same thing we've seen. A lot of these guys have only gotten down one pass of their 3 attempts
Makes
today.
it tough.
It really does, especially in these die your own brackets. J275 though is I'm pretty sure this is a heads up pro tree start bracket. So basically the tyres have got to stand 275 or less, sidewalls, a radial construction, minimum qualifying ET, so you've got to run quicker than 950. Full-bodied rear-wheel drive vehicles using a 4-cylinder, 5-cylinder, or 6-cylinder engine, or a V8, or a 2 or 3 rotor engine. So that's the basic rules for J275. So one of those classes where the tyre is the limiting factor yet again.
And once again, Mark, like you said, but one quick run out of your 3 qualifiers, you've got a lot to think about.
You do, you really do. But with this style of racing, you know what? It doesn't really matter what you've done in qualifying because you're only as good as what you're doing right now on the track.
I like that. So, it's a right now category.
Because every time you get on the track, you're one pass closer to the getting down. So, and you've got to take it that way as well. So if you're racing, you know. The old cliche is you're racing yourself, so you don't want to beat yourself, but
yeah, we say that it's like you're racing yourself, but I think when you come to Jamboree, a lot of the races are just looking across and thinking, I need to beat this, I need to beat old mate next to me. It's like it gets emotional, and we love emotion in motorsport, don't we?
Well, it's heads up, so you just got to get to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it, you just got to get there first.
So Matt Whiting in the Haltech Holden. Running 8.9.
You want to assume that your competitor is going to get off the start line. You don't want to assume that they're going to wheel spin.
So here it is, Mark. Look, here's the classic example. Let's see if Matt can prove us all wrong. Run a 13.9, then an 8.9. And we'd hope that if Matt can punch it down into that high 8s again, it'll make Mark and I very happy. Oh. And once again, the dreaded here we go, and that's what's going to happen. So we'll see. We won't get a respective run from Maddie on that run. That's the way it goes, I guess. So I do hope that hope the Extreme, Pro Turbo, Pro Compact, and Euro Grudge are coming around to the lanes. It's a tough gig, isn't it, Mark? I mean, really, like we're looking at what's going on. So
well, the thing is that these radial type tyres, they just don't have any given them. Like the big slicks have got these massive sidewalls that are really soft, and they're essentially like suspension. Those big rear slicks, they're another form of suspension, but you've got these radial tyres which have got a hard, stiff, small sidewall. There's no forgiveness there at all. It's like stiff sidewalls. You haven't got that wide grip like you do with the big gum boots, as we call them, those big rear slicks. And that's part of the fun. That's the challenge for these guys in these sorts of brackets with the radial, the smaller slicks, is about applying that power. It's about the horsepower management, the power management off the start line. How you've got to take power away, and how quickly can you get that power back into the car without overpowering the track. And that's where all the fun begins, you know, with your tyre pressures, your suspension, chassis setup, your timing, if you've got a clutch, what you're doing with your clutch side of things. So there's all these little things that come together to try and get these cars off the start line and then get the power back in and get to the finish line.
I agree, Mark, and like we talk about with the radial guys, it's even just a totally different burnout procedure as well. The guys will not be doing the long, wide burnouts. I remember Phil Penny in the little 2J Turbo Honda, he actually said that, he said, look, you know, I came back from the pits after doing my regular burnouts and I thought, where's the tread? He said it was just about all gone. So you've either got to have fat pockets, have a fat wallet, or you just got to be more cautious on your burnout procedure too with the radials, Mark.
Well, the other reason they do that is the shorter burnout. They don't want to take off the glue on top of the track. So when you do a burnout, you're essentially sometimes taking away the glue that's sprayed down, and the radial guys really like that track glue. They don't want the rubber, they want that glue. And you'll see a lot of them will stage outside of the groove where the cars have been launching all day to just try and get on top of
Look at that, 8:33 at 187, got off the line really just not how we would have liked, but the top end charge is just pretty impressive from him. And Chris Carlsberg as well, an 8:36, gone quicker than that, hasn't gone quicker than that today at 167 miles an hour as well, so these boys have got something to think about. So Graham Horner and Shane Baker, the battle of the Commodores. We talked about the Commodores, Marcus. I said we could almost have your own Commodore bracket here today.
Yeah, Graham Horner for Horner Performance. He's run a best of a 767, currently our number 4 qualifier in J275. Shane Baker is our number 7 qualifier over in the Shane's Bike and Boat Performance Commodore, the blue Commodore from Warwick. He's run a best of an 826 to be number 7.
Once again, the body shape on both of these Commodores, these blokes actually haven't strayed too much away from what the original shape of the vehicle looks like, especially when you look at Baker's blue Commodore. It pretty well is as it was off the showroom floor. The shape of the body, the scoop of Horner's car, and the little whale tail on the back to keep that rear end down at 170 odd miles an hour. Both boys just...
spin again. Well, Baker had actually got down the track in his first 2 passes, and maybe because he got down the track in the first 2, he's like, let's see what happens here. Let's get a bit more aggressive. And
let's throw something at it.
Let's learn something from this pass. Well, you learn from every pass, but let's see if the track can hold a little bit more. And obviously, well, you know what? It can't hold that much. We'll tweak it back a little bit.
Yeah.
Come back out again and play again.
Well, they are lucky, like you said, Mark, they are fairly lucky that they are doing round robin racing, because, you know, if it was a knockout competition, you would not be getting this distinct privilege to be able to even have a red-hot crack at it and say, well, you can get off it and get on it again. And, you know, due to the fact that it's not a dial your own, whereas you can still reel someone in at the other end if you've got the quicker car. So, John Facioni and Lambro Nicolau. Nice big bend out there from Lambro. Well done in the Nissan. Horsepower Solution Nissan. Here comes the next burnout. We can see a nice tiny little burnout, just once again purposeful. We are... Oh, ladies and gents, don't forget, I thought we were due it a little bit later. It was supposed to be at 3:30, but we're doing the Show and Shine presentation now. If you'd like to wander down, if you have been involved in the Show and Shine, of course, with Shannons, if you'd like to scoot down there and see it right now, that would be a good thing to do. So head on down and we will get underway with that very, very shortly.
All right, Terry's gone. He's going to do the presentations at the Show and Shine. So if you are in that Show and Shine, the presentations are about to happen very, very shortly. If you want to head down there, I think they were originally scheduled for 3:30, but they've just moved forward a little bit. Who we got on track? Janie?
We have Shannons. Oh, the Skyline's getting out close to the centre line. Oh, stuck by it though. Went on through for an 866, 158 miles an hour. I would have backed off. He didn't. And for Shane in the Commodore, an 872, 157 miles an hour. Would you have backed off?
He was over there. He was I don't know. We're not in the car, so he might have just made a move over there early on, and he just felt comfortable in that spot if it wasn't doing anything with it. So it just depends on when it made the move and how it felt in the car.
I'm just a scaredy cat, I think.
Yeah. Okay, we have got Simon O'Carroll, our #1 qualifier at the moment. Or we like to affectionately call him Simon O'Candles, with the nitrous taking on Lee Povey and the Calais. Did he pronounce Lee's last name? He thinks Povey or Povey or
Povey.
I like Povey. It does.
It sounds a bit fancy.
It does. I'm going to go with Povey.
Povey. Simon O'Carroll and Lee Povey. Povey and the Calais, of course. An 817 already on the boards for him. And for Simon, a 728. We did see the candles burning in the Tirana on his first pass. Didn't say much on the second pass, though. I believe he had issues and buttoned off. Big nitrous purge. Running for Simon O'Carroll Pools. He is currently our #1 qualifier in J275. This is their final qualifying session. Oh, big thing of the tires there. And Povey, he's not going anywhere fast either. So both cars just cruising on down.
Yeah, I didn't actually see what happened to Povey because I was watching Simon O'Carroll. He got off, and then obviously as the power kicked in about 30 or 40 feet out, it spun the tyres there. So it wasn't instantaneous for Simon. But I just missed over what was happening in Lee's lane in the Calais. But you know what? Simon O'Carroll is our #1 qualifier, and will stay there for the time being. Lee Povey will be #5 unless someone bumps him. Which is possible because Trent Bimble ran identical laps time to him in #6 qualifier, but was 13 mile an hour slow, which tells me he had buttoned that car off early, so he could potentially knock Povey down a little bit. But anyways, let's see who we got now. That looks like the wagon
of Andrew Coles.
No, that's that is Ben Blecken in the wagon.
That's it.
Yeah.
And in beside him will be Varun Sharma in the Oceana College Supra. Oh, look at you go. You good thing, Diggles, bringing me drinks all the time.
That's the only cold one because the rest of it.
Do you want to chuck them in the fridge? That's a good idea. I hope everyone out there is keeping hydrated. Make sure you do get that Powerade into you, getting those electrolytes. Just like we can hear Varun Sharma loading up on the boost.
Yeah, he's coming forward now. Obviously, he's going through his burnout procedure now. Blecken been waiting patiently in the spot-on performance wagon. We can see the Oceana College there, Oceana College on the side of Varun Sharma. So they've got their big corporate club up there behind the start line. So this is one of your cars. On track, has run a best of an 870. He can run a lot quicker than that 870 Varun Sharma. Currently #10 qualifier. Blecken has run a 7 Vlekin's been consistent, a 767 and a 766 so far in this wagon, and he's done a lot of laps here at Willowbank Raceway recently, in recent times with the Kinder Series and so on. And all those laps from Vlekin are paying off. Another clean pass here. Let's see if he can improve. Goes 771 at 172 miles an hour. He was off of it early because he was down 10 mile an hour, which probably would have been a couple hundred, so probably would have been another like a 67 or a 68 pass for Vlekin. And watching Varun Sharma still in stage here, trying to get the Toyota up on boost. You can hear it, trying to get it up. But looks like he's going to back out.
And a big thank you to the Oceana College of Technology. They're some of our great sponsors here of the Jamboree. They've been with us for a few years now. They're a registered training organisation and have a campus in Sydney as well. So Diggle's just showing me all sorts of Halloween costumes. So J275 Diggles.
Yes, thank you, Mark Cullen, taking a well-deserved break. All this radial work, it's just hard to get the three consistent runs down, but it looks like Ben Vlekin's the one that's successfully negotiated the track between 771 and 766.
He's got a bit of consistency going on there, more consistent than anyone else.
I was hoping Carroll was going to, the single nitrous guy was going to just show it to everyone else 3 times the charm, but yeah, just that track slightly marginal for the radial cars just because of the pure heat. And for all those people out there, let me tell you, we know what you're going through. I've just been out there. And just because, I know we had a stage full of 10 hot bikini girls.
That's why you're sweating.
Well, the temperature was already probably in the 30s. It just nearly went to 50. But that's okay. It's cooled down now.
It took your breath away, didn't it?
Well, you do know now, from now on, we are going to be treated with a little bit cooler conditions, going to get that breeze in. Heaven knows what's going to happen later on. You know what happens in Queensland when you have hot, muggy days, what happens in the afternoon and evening. Let's hope that don't happen here. It can happen in Brisbane.
It's called the Ipswich Dome. Haven't you heard of it?
It's the Ipswich Dome, that's true. Of course, JD born and raised in Ipswich. My sister from another mister, the bitch from the switch, here she is. And how good is it to see Jambo so alive and well in Queensland? Of course, we love our interstate visitors here. It really does make the field, 200 plus cars all the time. But just within the Queensland area, we have just got such a good group here.
We may not have the quantity, but we do definitely have the quality. And speaking of quality, just a reminder, the Show and Shine presentation is happening now. So if you did have a vehicle entered in the Show and Shine, you need to make your way to the presentation stage.
Terry/Dale is down there to do that. But yeah, it's definitely muggy out there still. And if you're standing out in the sun, it's really hard on you. And I hope everyone has been keeping themselves hydrated. It's very, very sapping. But we'll get to that time of the afternoon when we get to that magic afternoon dusk area. It's just an amazing place to be. And we're going to see the track's coming around, no doubt about it. We've got enough heat in it. We've got enough stick. It's just when the two meet each other perfectly, I think when we get into racing, it's going to be great racing. It's going to be Pedal Fest Central. This is the last qualifying session. Rob Cady and Guy King in Pro Turbo. Thanks to Vibrant Performance. And Piston versus Rotor. Check the two small cars out. We very well could be in Puerto Rico or somewhere for that matter. RX2s, mind you, you don't see too many RX2s in Puerto Rico. You do see the odd KE20 Corolla. Mind you, we're Barra-powered Corolla against 13B powered RX2. Bump City, baby. Bump that Barra-powered Corolla in. Spins the tyres off the line. Big time off the line. You might have a radial on that team too, just quietly, Guy King. Rob Cady though, point A to point B, and his best of the day, 871 at 154 mile an hour. That might just put him in good stead when we go racing a little bit later on this afternoon, because remember, 3 rounds mainly of Chicago Shootout in a lot of our categories. So in this particular case, Pro Turbo, we had Jason Payne early, but Payne hasn't come back by the look of it.
No, he hasn't. Only that one pass, which was a 16-second pass, which is, as we know, no good for Payne.
And who knows, we might have the squirrel in there. He's the squirrel. Is he in Pro Turbo?
He is in Pro Turbo.
He could be the dark horse. He could be Rob Cady and Tony Gooderham tonight, but we'll We'll see whether or not we have any combinations of classes or whether or not these guys are going to just match race each other. We'll have to see.
And don't forget, this round of qualifying will also decide our Pepper Money Cash Boost winners as well.
We're going to do that presentation down on the start line.
Yeah. So that'll be very soon after our two qualifiers of Pro Turbo and Pro Compact coming up now.
And we've got 2 bar battery. Does that work?
Just making sure we have all our equipment organised because we are professionals here at the Jamboree.
Yes, Jay, we sure are. Just to make sure that cordless worked. Be down there trying to turn everything on. We did lose the music a bit down on the main stage there too. We had the girls ready to dance and that paused there for about 4 minutes waiting for the music. It was almost like playing Squid Games, red light, green light, yeah. Except there was no machine guns in the middle of it.
Thank God.
All right, little squirrel. He hasn't got a representative pass down at all, according to the CompuLink. Let's see what he does. There's not a lot of rear bumper on that car, is there? It's all tyred, even though it's not a really large tyre either. Oh, looking for a gear. Whether or not that was a broken gear or not. I don't know what gearbox, whether he's got a Liberty in it or a G-Force. If it's a G-Force, as we talk about, they can neutralise. Going back to neutral if you lift off or break something. If it's a Liberty and does the same thing, well, she could be broke. She might be old locked up here. No, there we go. Tony's either put the foot on the clutch to let them do this, or he's just got it into neutral. He's just moving off the racing line. But you know what? Talk about meeting a deadline and making an event. And obviously he's Big Tone had said to himself. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, don't think for 1 minute that this little Suzuki Swift is owned and driven by a bloke that's equally of same size. Tony is in fact a very big boy, and I would doubt that to be anyone out there that could probably bench press as much as that guy does. He's a bit of a power lifter.
He's a weightlifter, isn't he?
He's a weightlifter, so this guy could almost physically lift that car up himself and bench press it. But Big Tone decides to build himself the smallest possible car he could.
As you do. Power to weight ratio.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I mean, if you were to build a car in relation to his body mass, it'd be a Chevy Impala. But he's really gone the opposite. He's one of the biggest blokes around that we've got. Powerful bloke and very, very talented. But the squirrel has got an issue there. All right, we're back into, I'd say, this is the Euro Grudges. Really got that Carmen gear working well. Derek Godfrey goes through 13.61 and a 12.68 there for Chris Hunter. So again, this is not competition. Of course, the Euro class. These guys are just allowed to come out and have full shots at the track this afternoon, and we've already seen some good runs from them all. This is Daniel Deo, the Audi. Let's have a listen to this thing. See something shuddering under the car as he gets to half track there. It still goes 11.19 at 78. It was doing 6.26 at 108 mile an hour at half track, and 11.19 at only 78 through the whole quarter. So heaven forbid how quick that Quattro could go. That thing would have been heaps quick. I mean, deep into the tens, no doubt about it. We've got 11.19 backing off just after half track. That thing is an absolute beast. We've already seen the electric VW go 1080 in his run. So Daniel Deo 11.19 at 78 mile an hour. So we're just processing the effects after our qualifying sessions. We've got Pro Compact, Pro Turbo to the lanes, please. Pro Compact, Pro Turbo to the lanes. We've had Pro Turbo, we've got Pro Compact here now. But we've got a bit of an attrition rate happening, of course, typical Jamboree, where everyone's bringing their gear and putting it all on the line, and yes, some stuff's breaking, no doubt about it. So it is going to be a battle of attrition. So right at this moment, it is Benny Graham. I heard from Brad McElroy down there before that Jerry Keel was swapping engines on the RX-7, put another engine in it for Swanee to drive. So there's there's a little bit of daytime thrash happening here. Of course, normally the Jambo with a 2-day affair, we're basically taking 200 and something cars and trying to qualify them all in the one day, and then going racing the next day. Well, what we're doing here is obviously we're doing qualifying throughout the day into the afternoon, and then we go racing 3 rounds into the evening. But you know, we've lost the odd entrant due to breakage already. So I tell you what, you won't have to be sticking around for long before we see all the results roll out, as the attrition rate is continuing to climb. The Pro Compact lineup at the moment: Benny Graham, 780 and a 762. Janie's just crunching the last numbers for the Pepper Money Cash Boost, as well as our qualifiers as well. So we've got that coming up there as well. Show and shine presentation happening right about now. Benny Graham, Your Plumbing Solutions, that's his business, plumber by trade. Power taken out of the line so it doesn't rattle the tyres, gets the half track. You can see it come over the bump at half track, 472, 749, only 149 mile an hour. He was 152 mile an hour at half track. 472 at 152, and we saw that RX-8 just as it went over half track. You see the car sort of bounce down on the suspension as it just goes over the half track mark. It was doing over 150 mile an hour by then, and then just pops the clutch in, goes 749 at 149 mile an hour. So that's our Pro Compact qualifying lined up there. We didn't see Tatey yet in that, whether or not we got issues with Tatey again, but Tatey only had the one run down in the second session. I think he gave up on the run. So his 700 was still there at number 1 if he's still in. Benny Graham, Alan Dodd, Chris Hall. I think Hawley's had an issue with his car, and Sam Kiprios might have had issues with his car as well. So we're doing a call. This would be for round 1. We're calling him to the lanes. So we're calling Street Compact round 1. Street Compact round 1 to the staging lanes, please. Modified Compact round 1 to the staging lanes, please. So that looks like round 1 of eliminate. Well, I think we're Chicago Shootout, aren't we? Or elimination. So the cash boost winners, all right. So for Factory Extreme Pro Mod, it's Colin Wilshire. So we'll need Colin to present himself to the start line shortly. Pro Turbo would be Rob Candy.
Yep, Katie, C-A-D-Y.
Yep. And Pro Compact, Benny Graham. So there's our 3 for that. And we'll write that on a piece of paper as well for us, Janie, won't we? It'll be lovely. So we're asking to the staging lanes for round 1 of racing. You can see we're getting the track, a little bit of spray there on the start line. Into racing, we want Street Compact around to the lanes, please. Street Compact's going to be one first round of 5 rounds, so I think we're going elimination by the look of that. So we'll be whittling them all down from there. We also need Modified Compact to the lanes, please. That's 1 round of 4, so I would assume, again, we're elimination formats there. We'll just to get a little bit more information gathered here for us. But right now, for round 1 of racing, we're starting to call through Street Compact and Modified Compact. We will have a small presentation when we get a chance on the start line for our Cash Boost winners, the Pepper Money Cash Boost winners for Pro Mod / Factory Extreme, Pro Compact and Pro Compact and Pro Turbo. So we'll be doing that presentation when we get the opportunity to do that. So we're looking for Rob Cady, Colin Wilshire, and Benny Graham. But Benny's just made the run, so someone in Benny's crew's got to let him know that we need to get these guys back near the start line so we can do that presentation to the crowd with our big checks and everything like that. So Modified Compact and Street Compact, you should be on your way to the staging lanes for the first round of racing this afternoon, elimination format. And just make sure that you get down to the Jamboree merchandise tent and grab any merch that's left there. I know we've had a big run on everything. Check all the merch out, all the traders out there now. We're just going to chill while we get round 1 of racing organised. We'll play a little bit more on our live stream, some ads to keep all of our sponsors happy, and just chill out for the rest of the afternoon, because it's only going to get a little bit cooler from here and a little bit more comfortable from here as we get into racing. Who's going to be the winners here today at the 2021 Jamboree? You'll have to stick around to find out. A break and back with more here at Willowbank Raceway real soon.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of Race Car Engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
With over 25 years experience, Link Engine Management are global leaders in motorsport engine technology. Developed and manufactured in New Zealand, Link supplies a range of ECUs, sensors and dashes to drivers around the world. We have a range of products to help you get the most out of your engine, and all our ECUs come with a limited lifetime warranty. To learn more about our products, see the Link team on the hill today or visit linkecu.com.
Oceania College of Technology, an RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Just going to do the Pepper Money cash boost very, very shortly. Just an announcement, please. We've just had a bit of startling news come through here. Our DB drag racing display out the back there. Now, they've got some merchandise there that they have that they'll be giving to entrants and so forth. Someone's come through and nicked the whole bag of merch. So there's bags of shirts and stuff like that. For that individual that has done that, we've got a fair, decent idea of what you look like. Look, it's going to be hard to try and catch you, but what we're asking you to do is, out of the goodness of your heart, realising that you've done the wrong thing, would you be so kind if you or someone can anonymously return what you have taken from that area and just bring it to the tower, please? It was a fair bunch of merch. It's not like they took one shirt, they took the whole bag of shirts, and we got a fair idea who that person was. But geez, if you can hear us out there, the person or persons that is going around nicking merch like that, can you please bring that back, send someone up with it. I don't care. We're not going to point the finger at anyone other than if we do get that back, that'd be good if we could, so that there's 1 ounce of goodness still left in you. Can you bring that back up, please? Because that was supposed to be given out to entrants and stuff like that, but now it's been nicked. So we've just had a call out from our people in the Decibel drag racing community that they've had some merchandise stolen. If someone can please, if it's been left somewhere and you see it there, can you bring the bag up to the tower? We'll make sure we get it back to those people. But it's pretty low act. But look, we're not going to point fingers. We just want it back. Can we get Ben Graham to the start line, please? Benny Graham, can you come to the start line, please? Benny Graham to the start line. We've got the cash boost to give out. But please, those people that nicked that merch, can you please anonymously drop it back? We're not gonna put you in a headlock or anything like that. We just want you to get that stuff back up to the tower if you can, and we'll make sure we get it back to those people, the people that it was here to give to, not just being nicked by someone. So please, can you do that? All right, so we're ready nearly for cash boost, are we, Janie?
Yeah, we are. We just need Benny Graham to get to the start line. Ben Graham, if you don't get to the start line, I will take your cheque home and cash that in myself, thanks to Pepper Money. And another quick announcement.
Mario probably will let you do it too.
He probably would. And another announcement for any of our racers: if you are broken and out of racing, can you please let the scrutineering shed know, or come up to the tower and let us know? If you are out of racing because you're broken or whatever reason, can you please let one of the track officials know? All right, we will be back very shortly with our cash boost presentation down on the start line, pending Benny Graham.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings, 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
After being postponed from its usual date in March, the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree, presented by Link ECU and Tuner's Edge, had perfect weather and a big turnout at Sydney Dragway. Australia's quickest sport compact and high-tech street and drag cars converged for an epic day of racing across 10 categories. Jamboree isn't just about racing though, it's a show spectacular, with plenty to see and do off-track as well. Traders Alley had the latest and greatest products and merchandise to check out. The Shannons Show and Shine also had a great array of cars on display as well. In MTQ Street Compact, Bradley Halliburton qualified in first place and then took the win in his Toyota Cressida, with David Atterton runner-up in his Mazda 323. In Mora Motorsport,
All right, we'll do that out here, boys.
Craig Wasson was #1 qualifier in his RX-8.
Oh, look, we don't need to always interrupt our great recap from our Sydney Jamboree. It's good to watch on the stream here, and we will get back to that shortly as we get everything ready for this afternoon's racing format. I know a lot of people are in the shade. We've got a few people over here on the spectator mount. It's good to have you guys still here. Now, of course, with Jamboree, we've got this great initiative, and we've got to thank Pepper Money for our cash boost. Now, of course, this is our most consistent qualifiers in all of our pro categories, and we've got these great Pepper Money checks. We thank you, Mario, of course, from Pepper Money, our great cash boost. We better get it in front of the Pepper. Where's our Pepper Money? Out here. Here it is. That looks great. There's our Pepper Money, of course, also helping us out with our track signage as well. So this is our Pepper Money cash boost. So it's $1,000 each check for our most consistent qualifiers in the pro category. So we'll start with the Pro Compact check. So our Pro Compact check, there it is. Our most consistent qualifier, $1,000 Pepper Money cash boost, Benny Graham. Congratulations, Benny. Round of applause for Ben. And even take your big check. I reckon there was even a little bit more on that last run there too, Benny. Pulled the clutch early on that one.
Yeah, I did. We've just been struggling to try and get her off the start line, but it's getting there somewhere.
Well, you've been putting plenty of laps in lately. Obviously, Jambo was the deadline to get it here.
Oh, absolutely. Yep, 100%. So we'll see what we can do tonight when the weather cools down a bit and go from there.
Well, of course, it's a bit of a battle of attrition, isn't it? It's a marathon, not a sprint, and congratulations.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
There you go. So Benny Graham, our Pepper Money cash boost winner for Pro Compact. Now, for Pro Turbo, again, $1,000, and it's good to see we've got a Queenslander from Mackay, the winner of that today, Rob Cady. So Rob Cady in Pro Turbo. Congratulations, Rob. And there we go. Of course, Rob, you're from up north, and you've been to a few Jambos, but what's it like being here and getting amongst it?
Oh, it's very good. Obviously, we come up every year and when it's on, and obviously thanks to Jambo and Pepper Money for the cash boost. Very good.
Tell you what, mate, you do a pretty good skid in the RX2 there, mate. It's I know you had a few rotors up there in Mackay a few weeks ago there, mate. They're not going away, these rotors, mate. What makes them exciting to you?
Oh, we've had them since we were like 18, so we still got a little thing going up there with CQ Rotary in Mackay and the local track, so there's a lot of interest. It's good.
Well, congratulations, you proud winner of the Pepper Money $1,000 cash boost for Pro Turbo. Now, the Pepper Money cash boost winner, combination of Pro Mod and Factory Extreme. I think we're going to put them all in the mix here tonight. But this guy, the most consistent for the V8 today, Cole Wilshire with the Mustang today. with 8 cylinders today. There you go. Now, Colin, I don't know about you, but geez, there's some scary characters out there. I saw some dude in this really scary clown outfit today. It freaked me out.
Yeah, he was pretty bad, eh? I seen him on the grandstand this morning at like 5 o'clock, just scaring the shit out of Dave on the tractor, actually.
That's pretty nuts, I tell you. And you know what? It was fun that we were going for the Halloween theme. I mean, it's good to see people get into the fun of it. And your crew especially, like honestly, I don't know which one of your crew's a boy or a girl, some of those.
Yeah, look, sometimes I don't think they know neither, but they try it. They'll try both ways every now and then. So, but yeah, look, everyone's really got into it, which is great, and it makes a big event. And I think it's a good change for people to get out and get amongst it and dress up. It just changes the atmosphere, and you can see there's a lot of fun around. And it's also great for our team and my staff, and because we put so much into it, and Kelly put so much into it, and when she sees all the people dressed up and all that, it puts a big smile on her face. So thank you, everybody that's put a big effort into that today. That really has meant a lot, even to Willowbank and all the people. And, of course, a massive thanks to Mario and Pepper Money. Without our support of our good partners like that, we wouldn't exist, and also the races as well. Great work.
Thank you, Cole. Now, of course, next year looks like you're giving us out the flyers on the way in about Sydney next year, eh? I already saw the flyers out. So back into Jambo next year in Sydney, and that's when we'll see the full enchilada.
Oh, yeah, look, you know, we're already pumped up, and Kelly's already prepared for that event already. And it's another great one-day event we have in Sydney. And, of course, we'll be able to get down to our Sydney family as well now, because they're missing out. And big shout-out to those guys at the moment as well. Sorry you can't be here, but we're flying the flag for everyone.
That's right. So our second big Jambo of the year, and tell you what, in today's times, you just don't know with all this uncertainty. But hey, we managed to get the 2 Jambos off in the 1 year, even though we didn't have one here last year. Good to see that everyone has been saving up their enthusiasm and having a crack here this weekend.
Yeah, good work, everyone. And we've got a lot more racing this afternoon, so hang around, get some food in your bellies, and see you out there again soon.
And I bet you wish you made 1 million Jamboree umbrellas for today. Maybe that's on the to-do list.
Yeah, well, I asked my girls in the jet racing merch before, and I was like, how have we been going? Like, oh, we sub, but we need umbrellas. Everyone wants umbrellas, so
well, there you go. It's a Queensland thing. So, look, round of applause for all our Pepper Money cash boost winners. And, of course, Cole Wilshire not only taking home the cash boost, but, of course, the man that is continuing the Jambo dream. And, of course, Kelly here as well. It's going to be a great afternoon and evening. And hopefully by now we're going to start cooling off. A little bit of a breeze, but, hey, there's nothing wrong with a few extra challenges around for the rest of the day. Whoever goes home the winner tonight, they're going to be well and truly deserving it. Thank you very much. We'll get underway with more racing again shortly. We've already called the first 2 categories to the lane. So thank you again, Pepper Money. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
It was the largest field at the event with plenty of action. Steve Farrelly in the Barra-powered VL qualified in first place and went on to take the win, with Cameron Basirio in the runner-up spot in his Toyota Hilux. Repco Max Modified 10.5 saw Vince Rigoli as the #1 qualifier in the Cosworth-powered S15.
Fauzi, the orange S15, that car's been a struggle for a little bit with the C4 transmission. As of recent, we only put a Turbo 400 in it this week, built by Fred at Pro Trans. 750 at 180 mile, mate, forced on the Cosworth 2-litre engine. And the car was always put together with the Cosworth for a dear friend of ours, Fauzi, and it was always his dream to get the car to run 7s on a forced on the Cosworth engine. We've done it, but now we're chasing the world title, so we'll get there.
Vince went on to take the win with a manual man runner-up in the RX3. Speedflow Street 289 was all about the old school, and Paul Tester was #1 qualifier in the Chrysler Galant. Andrew Myers ended up with the category win in his Mazda 323. He also took out Best Wheel Stand at Sydney Jamboree and the Rotary Compression Tester prize for having the best reaction time by a rotary-powered vehicle during racing. Damien McKern was runner-up in the RX2. RCE J275 has become a fiercely competitive category with some big cars and bigger names making the switch to be on radials. We caught up with Po Tung, whose Supra has returned and made the switch.
We've been out, for probably a couple of years. Just coming back now with the fuel tank, new ECU on board. Yeah, the car's been going well. In testing, we went 676 at 210. So we're just out here running J275. It was built as a 289 car, and mate, with the horsepower that the engine's making, you used to just punish the tyres. The tyres could last anywhere between 3 passes to 6. And it was just getting a little bit dangerous on that tyre. With the 275 radials, the car's a little bit more smoother. That's why we've gone to the 275. So, and also, there was no competition in 289, so you've got to step up and get the next class, you know?
World-renowned DJ and drag racer Carl Cox was #1 qualifier in J275 in his Ford Capri. In the end, Danny Busbridge took the win in his Tirana, while Ben Vlecken was runner-up in his Commodore. The GTR category was a showdown between long-time rivals Matux Racing and Croydon Racing Developments, with Nader's King 32 and Robert Margin's Jun 2. They are in a tit-for-tat battle for the Pro Street GTR world record, but when they did line up, it gave us a great race. Into the Pro categories now, and first up, McKernan Associates Pro Compact. Rodney Rahayem from Pack Performance qualified in first place in the RX8, also resetting his 13B record.
How you doing? Rocky here from Pack Performance at the Sydney Jamboree. It's been a little while since we've been racing, so it's pretty good to be back out here with all the COVID restrictions or what have you, but it's awesome. Good weather, plenty of people. We've got about 21, maybe 20 cars racing today. Typical turnout for the Pack Performance stable. We've got a lot of street cars here. Of course, the big car isn't here at the moment because we've been working on it.
Well, just a quick announcement. We need to have street compact to the staging lanes. Street compact to the staging lanes. All motor, you should be making your way to the lanes as well. So should modified compact and extreme. So street compact, all motor, modified compact and extreme. Can you make your way to the staging lanes?
Mario Rahayem took the Pepper Money cash boost in the Starlet for the McKernan Associates Pro Compact. Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo saw Fred Coran qualify in first place in the S15.
My car, the black S15, 3.2 litre, fuel tank, Liberty. We went 670 at 210, and that was...
pepper money cash boost in the Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo class went to Eddie in the RX-8. In the end, Anthony Matuk was runner-up in VL God, and he also took out Best Burnout. And Justin Gregory took the win in his RX-7. Fuel Tech Pro Mod was where the quickest cars at the event with Monster Twin Turbo and Supercharged V8s came to play. Robert Campisi was #1 qualifier in the Mustang. In the end, it was Tristan Ockers as runner-up in the Nova and Greg Sakaridis in the Mustang that took the win of Fuel Tech Pro Mod. Precision Turbo Factory Extreme is the headline act of sports compact drag racing in Australia. Dom Rigoli was making waves in his 350Z, going 6-0 with a cast RB block.
We've done a few revisions. We've lightened the car a bit. We've put a bigger turbo on it.
I'll tell you what, Mark, that Falcon down there, that really snuck up on me.
And we're into our first round of racing in Street Compact. Of course, Street Compact brought to us by MTQ. Round 1 of racing, Michael Crowe gets out with a 1:34 reaction time. This is a perfect example of dial your own racing. 5-second head start taken. You have to do the chasing. And then the Nissan Godzilla Motorsport race car. Go. Win light goes to Nathan Wilson, 11.66 on his 11.60 dial. A good race, 300 win margin there across the finish line. And Michael Crowe runs a 16.66 on his 16.55. So I guess we should explain dial your own racing. If you're new to drag racing, you're not sure what's happening. So this is what we call handicap racing. The drivers nominate a time. And in this case, Stephen Beach in the Mazda's dial on 11.40. And Michael Osborne's dial 11.00 on the high-low. So basically, get to the finish line first, don't break out, so when I say break out, don't go quicker than the time you nominate, and you win. And don't red light as well. And this time Michael Osborne gets the win with the green light, runs 11.30 on his 11.00 dial, and for another 300 of a second win margin across the finish line there. But the good thing about this dial your own racing, we're going to see big handicaps and big leads and cars chase down, so we've got another 3-second, or 2.5 second head start here in this race in front of us. It will be Graham Manietta in the Suzuki Swift, dialing in 14.00 seconds. Alvin Johnson in the RX-5. The Rotary has dialed in 11.50, so 2.5 second head start here for Graham Manietta. So he gets out 0.205 reaction time. Alvin Johnson gets out at 0.5. So at the moment, Graham Manietta has 0.3 of a second advantage on the reaction time, so he left 0.3 quicker than what Johnson did on the green light. And the win light will go to Manietta, runs a 14.35 on his 14.0, safe for the win. Alvin Johnson actually gets our first breakout of the day, runs an 11.48 on his 11.50, which is too quick. Goes under the time, so that's a disqualification. And the win goes to Manietta.
And don't forget, Mark, we do have to keep an eye out for our light of the night.
Yeah, we do.
Of course, that is one of our competitions we have running here at each Jamboree. But the person who gets closest, if not spot on, the perfect reaction
Should
time.
run Scott Johnston down at 0.15. That's a killer light straight up. And he gets the win as well, runs to 13.74 on his 13.56 dollar. And Rodney Woods, 12.18 on 11.43 dollar. Not good enough there. So Scott Johnston gets a win here in round 1. Next up, Hayden Twiddale in the V-Dub. It says VW here. Oh, it is a VW.
It is a
yeah.
VW. The other one's an RX-7.
I was looking up and see Chris Johnson in the RX-7.
So Johnson got out with a 3:20.72 reaction time to Twiddale's better 2:01. Looks as though the Volkswagen will take the win, which he does at 12.73, 104 miles per hour. And for Johnson, an 11.13, 139 will be spectating the rest of the day.
Right, Anthony Dunn to take on Scott Clibben. So Clibben in the Corolla over in the Rocket Industries lane, dialing 11.30. Anthony Dunn in the Mazda has dialed in 12.00 seconds, so he'll get 0.7 of a second head start. And then we'll see the Corolla start to chase him down. And Anthony Dunn will get the automatic win because it's a red light. Corolla. Anthony Dunn gets over the clean green, a 3.75 reaction time.
Disappointing there for Clibben. He's one of our Jamboree regulars. But well done, Matt Dunn will go through to the second round with the 14.08, 77 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's off the throttle there. Hopefully no issues. He did run 3:12 second passes in qualifying, so maybe he just backed it off. He's seen he's got the win.
Saw the win light, took it. Okay, next pair to move forward will be Ashley Reason in the Mazda over in the Rocket Industries lane, and beside Ashley will be Stuart Twiddale in another one of these Volkswagens.
Yeah, another VW. Okay, so dial-ins, tail of the tape. Ashley Reason is dialed in 12.10. And Stuart Twiddale is dialed in 11.32, but it doesn't matter because we've got another red light. Ashley Reason. And Stuart will get the automatic win here.
Tell you what, those Volkswagens certainly are quick as it goes on through for an 11.33, 125 miles an hour.
That's a good pass, 100th over the dial-in. Got to be happy with that.
And if we had to have a commentator's choice, I think this one in the speed flow lane would be my favourite of the weekend, of the day so far. It is, of course, Jason Gertzgrasser in the Datsun. In beside him is Peter Fenton in the Celica.
Oh, a flicker in the bottom bulb there, Peter Fenton. Nice and shallow, and wasn't shallow enough because he's left a red. Automatic will go to your favourite car of the day.
Datto.
Little Datto. He does need to sharpen up though. I want to chat to him about his reaction time.
Yeah, 1 second reaction time is no good.
But
Goes on
it's
through.
a win.
Yeah, 12.46, 126 miles an hour.
And it looks like Peter Fenton in the Celica. He's going to have a Saturday afternoon cruise here at Willowbank Raceway.
Just waving to the fans as he goes on down.
Yeah, of course. It is the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree. Obviously, he's getting his money's worth. Yeah. So it's almost there, almost at the finish line.
Almost. I think I can.
So the racetrack here at Willowbank Raceway is 400 metres long. The braking area is actually longer than the racetrack. We need more room to slow down than what we do to get the speed up. So he's got another few hundred metres down there before he gets off the racing surface. I think it's just over a kilometre long, the racetrack, from start line right down to the bottom.
To the bottom.
Yeah.
We can hear that bass thumping down there from the DB drags.
Just do 5 laps of that for your park run here on a Saturday morning.
Are you going to join me?
I can't do Saturday mornings. I've done a few runs this week, but yeah, just not park run. I'd like to. Just got no one to watch the kids.
Yes, understand that problem.
Okay, next pair up. We have got, who we got, Jane? Who's on the track? Adam Williams in the Mazda and Derek Johnson in the Supra.
Johnson running for Ramsden Racing. Adam running for OCD Engines in the RX-7. Oh, a bit of wheel spin there for Williams.
So he's got 0.4 of a second head advantage on the reaction. He's already passed him in half track, so he's just got to worry about breakouts now, Jane.
Let's see.
He's backed off. He's smart.
He knew what he was doing. An 11.66, 87 miles an hour, so he did well and truly back off. Got to half track at 99 miles an hour, so we can see, just rolled that throttle off. took the win. Williams in the RX-7, a 16.01 at 66 miles. As they still keep on coming in Street Compact.
This could be my favourite car, the Valiant of
The
Nathan
Val?
Peters.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
It is nice. It is a tidy car for a real dyno. And Lachlan Weston. So Lachlan Weston in the Nissan will take off first. Half a second later, we'll see Nathan Peters chasing the Valiant. So we've got clean greens both sides. They're pretty. You might as well say they were dead on the dead heat. Even there on the reaction times, and we see the win light go to the Valiant of Nathan Peters, 11.19 on that 11.15 dial and gets the win. And Lachlan Weston was a little bit off the dial in there, 11.91 on that 11.60.
So a big thank you to MTQ for bringing us Street Compact here this weekend. On the track now, we have a solo pass of Adam Willard in the Datsun. Should be closing out the bracket. Got out with a 5-second reaction time. Doesn't matter, he's on the solo, he's going to get the win. Will he test out his dial in though, Mark? He had it dialed in with an 11.20, goes an 11.75, 87 miles.
Yeah, he was off of it way early as well. Another solo pass. Now I think we're going into, we're still in Street Compact brought to us by MTQ.
The Next Level Motorsport Supra. She's dialed in with an 11.40, got out with a 1.50 reaction time. Looking good through the finish line, goes in 11.62 or 124 miles per hour.
This is well, that's strange, another solo pass.
Yeah, maybe this field may have been seeded and people have not fronted for their first round of racing.
That would be my best guess, actually.
And just a reminder to all our racers, if you are broken and cannot come around for racing, can you please let one of your Kelly Bush from Malkai Brothers Racing, and there you can hear us spinning the wheels in the RX-8.
So, any Street Compact, I'm just having a look. The class, it is die your own class, I'm just seeing if it was round robin or elimination. Doesn't tell me on my reels here.
It's normally elimination. So.
Okay.
Kelly Bush goes on for a 16.40 at 98 miles an hour, and we'll see her back for round 2 shortly.
Yeah, so on days like this, you're bound to get some breakages, and that's why we would have seen the 3 solo passes, because the cars would have qualified and then obviously broken. And once the field's seeded, we can't unseed it. So sometimes you get some buy runs.
Yeah. Okay. So we should have all motor in the staging lanes, modified compact in the staging lanes, and extreme in the staging lanes. If not, can you make your way, please? Heat out there a little bit and need some water, make sure you get over to the canteen. Apparently they do have water available now, so the canteen does have water available now. So probably just waiting for some of our modified compact cars to get around, Mark. They should be next on our schedule.
Yeah, more of the die your own brackets. I'm a big fan of the die your own classes. They're good fun.
They are.
Especially
Indeed.
when we've got these big chases where we've got some of the 16 and 17 second cars that are qualified here today.
Yeah, coming up against, the 10 and 11 second cars.
Second cars, so it's good fun. Hopefully see some of those family station wagons pulling some win lights today.
Yes, that would be.
And then we've got all the big cars coming out later on as well. Back up to Factory Extreme Pro Mod cars.
Yeah, and of course, if you haven't heard, we are combining Factory Extreme and Pro Mod into one bracket.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
So we'll see, the rotaries up against the V8s and the blown cars and the turbo cars all mixed in together.
Who wants to see the rotaries beat up in the V8s a little bit today in Factory Extreme / Pro Mod, since they're going to be combined? I'm sure there's a few rotary fans out there want to see them beat up a little bit. And of course, the 6 cylinders as well in there.
Yeah. So that'll be very interesting to watch coming up a little bit later this afternoon.
Obviously, we're missing one of our New Zealanders that usually race the Jamborees.
Yeah, definitely missing Rod and Natalie Harvey. Unfortunately, can't come over due to the virus.
Yeah. What's he running the 6 cylinder now? 560?
Yeah, something crazy like that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
It'd be great to have them back over next year once the borders reopen.
100%. But that's interesting. I'm looking forward to see that combined class later on with Factory Extreme and Pro Mod. You can see the likes of Tony Wedlock and Rob Harrington and
Colin Wilshire
in there. I think he's going to race the Mustang.
Yep. Put the Eclipse away for the day.
Put the Eclipse away because he was in both brackets.
It'd be cool to race both cars in one bracket, but
yeah, that'd be tough.
Don't think it's possible.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the cars, and we had Matthew Earl in there, Daniel Swanee as well, Archie Kieski. Archie had some issues there in qualifying.
Yeah. So did Earl, as we saw.
Yep.
Actually, we didn't see to the wall.
Yeah, and Grazzi didn't come back out after the first qualifier either.
No, he did not. They, of course, only had 2 qualifiers, so whether just saving it was a bit hot during that second qualifying session.
Sometimes a lot of these teams, especially the supercharged cars with clutches like Harrington and Grazzi, and the heat that they manufacture on a pass, it's incredible. And if they don't need to do a run, if they're not going to learn anything from the run, well, usually sometimes they'll just, you know what, we'll just skip that session.
Yep.
Save on parts.
Saves the money.
Save money as well. You're not generating that heat as well and having to do a quick turnaround.
Yeah.
Because it is only about an hour in between turnarounds. Okay, we're moving into Extreme, round 1.
All thanks to Repco Max down there at Slacks Creek. Make sure you get on down if you need some car parts. They've got a huge shop down there. So make sure you check out Repco Max. This is, of course, Kimi Anderson in the front engine dragster. In beside Kimi will be Fabian Rimanen in the Mazda Capella.
Two-second head start for Kimi Anderson in the front engine dragster. I've got a soft spot for the dragsters. 9 seconds, 9.99 seconds for Kim Anderson. The Mazda of Fabian has dialed in a 795. He has run a best of an 802 today, but he only got down the track once in his 3 passes. Kimi actually didn't get down the track at all. So Kim's actually dialed in at the minimum, in this class you've got to run quicker than 9.99 seconds, so she's dialed in at the 9.99. Only ran a best of a 13-second pass.
There's something out of Fusion possibly on Kim's dragster. Can she stay out in front of the Capella? She's trying, but here comes the big grunt of the twin-turbo Capella. Goes on through for the win in 8.64, 169 miles an hour. And Kimi, her best pass of the day, she goes 11.71 at 90 miles per hour.
Good pass. Good pass there for both cars, because it's the quickest one we've seen Kim run. She got to half track well, so it didn't get issues until about 6-7 seconds into the pass. So it was a bit further down the track.
Yeah.
You got to take the positives. Yeah. And Fabian, he had some issues on the hit again, but he was able to recover and run through for that 8-second pass. He had a bit of shake, bit of spin, which has been pretty much what we've seen all day today.
Yep, the story of the day, I think, has been tyre spin.
But it's fun, you know. It's good fun for the crew chiefs anyway. It's a good challenge for them.
It is.
Who wants to go down the track every single time?
Yeah, that's boring, isn't it?
Yeah, how boring is that?
You need to have something happen.
Yeah. That's why they have these short wheelbase cars. They're meant to be a lot more exciting.
No thanks.
Okay, so Extreme, brought to us by Repco Max. That massive store down in Slacks Creek, formerly known as Napa. Huge range of spare parts for your everyday cars. Hot Rod Williams on track.
Now, we did also have Megan Anderson in her dragster entered in Extreme. She came out the first pass, came out the second pass, threw her belt off, and I just saw her down there crewing for her mum without her race suit on, so that tells me she won't be racing.
We thought that it's sometimes you probably got a spare belt at home in the shed.
But sometimes you don't.
And sometimes you don't as well. This is a die-your-own class, the Extreme class. This is for the open vehicles, running the 4-cylinder, 6-cylinder rotary engines, and also open for the V8 sedans with power adder as well. Hot Rod's he's gonna be tough to beat today. You can tell with a 177 reaction time. He's stolen 8.99. He ran a best of a 9.13 in qualifying. Let's watch. That's what he does. He goes a 9.12 at 139 miles. I reckon we'll see an adjustment of the dial in for round 2, probably up around that 9.10 region.
You got to hand it to him as much as the good old Crossflow's been around forever. He's about the only guy that still seems to mess with them. Of course, he's got that blown and injected Barra engine that's an Ultra, which he crashed at the moment. But I tell you, he's in the daughter's car this weekend, Emily's car, so he's still steering stuff around. Broke the camshaft in the hot rod here at the Kenda event, but he's back and fired it up the other day, sent me a message. He holds the Aussie flag up as he's doing it.
He loves it. How many weekends a year do you think he spends racing?
Well, apparently there's been, back in the day, there'd be a little bit of list racing around Dalby, where he actually is one of the quickest sort of street cars in the region in that hot rod.
Okay.
So hot rod does a little bit. All right, we need J275 and Street 289 to the lanes, please. I'm trying to reset this because I guess we're into Modified Compact. Modified Compact, of course, brought to us by Bosch Motorsports. Lou Rossi and Chris O'Neill. Lou Rossi, 970 in the RX4, getting chased by Chris O'Neill's, I would assume, 2J KE20. It just says 3 litre. Could be an RB, could be anything. We'd have to wait till the bonnet's up and have a look. It does kind of look like the old Peter Kiprios Corolla, though. Remember, of course, Father of Sam? Could be Pete's old car. It's definitely had a little bit of tyre put under it. Time to go, boys. Up right now, that RX4 is too far ahead. Too far ahead. But yeah, we managed to roll it off right at the end and gets the win.
He runs a 9.80 on that 970 dial, and Lou Rossi gets the win. Next up, we have got... I've got a call. J275 and Street 289 to the lanes, please. So J275 and Street 289 to the lanes, please. Next pairing on the track for Modified Compact, we've got Parry Georges in the Gemini to take on Dean Ferris. Disco Dean Ferris in the Ford Escort. So Dean Ferris is dialing in an 8.70. Parry George has dialed in a 9.98 second pass, so he'll get a 1.28 second head start in the Gemini, and then we'll watch the Ford Escort van chase him down. Now, Disco Dean was consistent in qualifying, 870, 870, 870, 3 870s in a row. Parry Georges, 1 pass out of 3 down the track, which was a 9.98.
I love the unpredictability of these classes. They've got plenty of power. They just got to use it.
You're only as good as the pass right now.
Oh, Bump City there for Parry. They both got it in. Clean green. Parry on to 6 there. Disco carries under the wheel up and down. Don't forget, we're looking for reaction time as well, but it's a red light to Disco. Parry Georges, an 059 light's not too bad. A 10.09 on a 9.98 is the win. A 73 on a 70 would have been good for Disco Dean, but just no banana. We are writing down lights of the nights and everything.
We have, yeah. So,
well, have you already got something? No.
Scott Johnston went 0.15 in round 1. Yeah, so I think Janie wrote it down somewhere.
I'm sure. Oh, here she goes.
Yeah.
We'll just write a couple of ones down and we'll see where we are at the end of it. But yeah, there we go, an 015. We're looking for, of course, best cruise style, our best burnout and our best wheel stand. And as we talk about, and it's not that I've put a patent on it, but I like the Triple H. Do you like the Triple H?
Is that the hang?
The height, the hang and the haul.
Yep.
So if it's high, that's good. If it can hang it, that's better. And if it can make a good ET out of it as well, that kind of is a supreme wheel stand. We've seen wheel stands 3 inches tall win because they've dangled it for 300, 400 foot and put it down and then still ran the best ET. So a bit of height, so if you get a little bit of height, you get a bit of hang, you get a bit of haul. If you go one height, big height, no hang, no haul, it's only the height, isn't it? So, mind you, we also asked the crowd to put their hands up
We do as well.
But you know what, we've been pretty good at doing this over the years, Janie and I, and Terry and Mark, so we'll get to it. This is Jambo. Anything can happen and normally does. Here we go. Frenzo Concrete, check this out. Another rotary-loving concreter. Now, look, I heard some bit of word around, of course, speaking of concreting, Alan Dodd had an issue with the motor. Apparently, they're looking to thrash on that and fix that before round 1. So there's been a fair bit of thrash that you'd normally put it away, but they're not. David Waddington, 990, and Cortina getting chased by an 4 p.m. announcement for best dressed team, guy and girl. I think we've nearly got them judged. We're just going to make the announcements. Look at that, 9.15 for Andrew Robinson. Couldn't do it because David Waddington's 10.11, won by nearly 2/10 over the finish line. And that reaction time advantage, I think, is the reason why he got that. So, yes, thank you, Janie. At 4 p.m, that announcement is for all our best dressed. That's about 20 minutes or so. So, We've just about got them all assembled. We'll just be making that announcement. Are we bringing them out or are we just announcing them? Janie will tell us. Yeah, Janie. Janie's got the ears on for what's happening in head office. So there we go. Had a good talk to Matty Mingay down there before. Good to see him still as active as ever. Good to see him down there, just on his V-twin there. And that guy, boy, tell you what, one day there's a book in that guy. Matty Mingay, honestly, being stunt rider for all those years ago, way before he sort of took it into a show like he has. But he is one of our modern sort of Australian motoring heroes in a way. I mean, that'd be a hell of a book. When you look at every motoring hero in motorsport.
I remember seeing the footage of him working on Mission Impossible with Tom Cruise. I think that's where everyone
I think that's a pretty big thing in the resume. I think was what he did in that, and obviously met Tom Cruise and all of that. I mean, Tom Cruise would be made a lot by people like Matt Mingay. I think Tom can't even put the washing machine. Apparently, gets his mum to do that still. So that's all right. At least the Hemsworths can do their own washing. That's what I found. Talking to Chris.
Just talking to Chris and Luke.
Chris O rings me every couple of weeks there just for some plumbing advice. Ben Palmer now and Daniel Lake, because he does his own plumbing. Hemsworth. J275 to the lanes, please. J275 to the lanes, please. Don't ask me for a selfie with him because, I just flat refuse. I don't want to bring him down because I don't want the attention. I don't need the attention. Ben Palmer and Daniel Lake now. Daniel Lake rolling forward. He's gone 9.33. Benny's never been past a 13.1 today, so he's going to put in a 9.30. He's in deep. He's in deep. Not much of a difference in there. 9.30, so might be ideal. Benny Palmer. That is one hell of a nice little Datsun 1200. But it's going to be Daniel Lake all the way through at a 33 on a 10. Look, he ran a 33 in qualifying.
He did.
A 33 with a 1.
I think he might want to look at dropping that dial in a little bit anyway.
Well, I don't know, because right now you can feel the weather conditions start to change outside. We're getting that little bit of a cool change in. And that's, I think by the end of the night, mate, we're going to see quite a few breakouts in these categories.
Absolutely, that is going to happen.
So maybe the 10 has to stay, the 9-10 has to stay for now, Daniel Lake. Benny Palmer. Now, what we'll be doing in Modified Compact, we're elimination format in there, I think, aren't we? We're knocking them down, so there's no second chance.
Yeah, it doesn't say on the rules that I've got here.
I know that when we look at the schedule for eliminations, it'll tell you how many rounds it'll have. And I think when we saw that, and Janie's plucked it right out there for us, Modified Compact is 1 round of 4, so we're knocking them out.
It is eliminations. There you go.
We're knocking them out. When we see rounds 1, we know that they're all Chicago shootout, but that's one of the elimination formats in Modified Compact because we've got a few in there. So no more Benny Palmer, unfortunately, and really it's days like that, Mark, when you go home with a glove box full of 13.1, 13.6 and a 14.1. It's not a good day at the track when you're going, with a low 9-second car, you're going home with 14 and 13-second time. So it just kind of shows you what sort of day you had. And there are days like that. You kind of wish you had that at a test and tune or whatever, and then you had a good day at Jambo. But it's hard to have a good day at Jambo. It really is, because it's where we put it all out in the line. It's not like we come out here and spare anything. We're throwing it down there. It's the festival of unobliterated horsepower. It's about how much you can put down there.
Well, this cloud cover we're getting now, I think you're going to see ETs drop pretty quickly.
I think the J275 class might surprise us when they come out.
I agree.
All motor, Street 289 to the lanes, please. All motor, Street 289 to the lanes, please. J275 to the lanes, please. All right, here comes the little Hilux, 980 the dial in. Yeah, we've got a few tough Hiluxes around. We saw a few in the Shannons Show and Shine. We got one down on display at the Golby's tent down there as well.
I've just seen the dial in on a 980.
Yeah, 980.
Yeah,
he's up against.
That's tough.
Speaking of Golby's, we're up against Naomi Vandertocht, of course, the iMoan 2JZ powered S15. I do believe that she might be down doing some rolls a bit later on again. I think she cleaned them up a couple of weeks ago down at old QR, throwing a bit of horsepower down. So the dial in 880 chasing a 980, 1 second dial in difference. Now remember, Brendan Davis just sort of doesn't have as much converter in it as probably the car needs. So they're both sitting here though, so Naomi's out. Too bad here. the reaction times I've seen all year, and I've never seen a delayed reaction like that for a long time. 9:48 to a 10:48. So instead of an 8:80 and a 9:80, it's a 9:48 to 10:48.
So I didn't think I'd be saying this today, but the 2.216 second reaction time had the whole shot by 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's not often that happens. You can get away with that maybe at a Jambo, but not too many times in a row.
That's it. And these guys, it is just about fun for these guys.
They
don't want to waste a pass if the car's not on boost. And so they're just going to get it up, and sometimes, well, that means your reaction time suffers and you might not win that race.
I met Jacob Setcast a couple of weeks ago for the first time. He came and run at the Cash Nights, and he absolutely loved it. This car's not the most violent lever, but he's certainly got plenty of power at the back end, 150 mile an hour top end. So he's still got Toyota Auto in it, I think, but I've just given him the kiss of death there by saying that he's been running really well, and he's just given that a leg out.
Well, I wonder if that was a plan shut off, just because it was a solo pass.
I thought I saw a little flamage out of it, unless it didn't shift or something, but it is a win. A win is a win. One win, round one. Let's see what he does when he comes back with the field halved. Stephen Farrelly in modified compact. Farrelly was number one qualifier with a 796. This is the Plum 1 license plate. It's a Barra door, so she's got the Barra engine on board. Got his own plumbing business, much like Benny Graham. I do tend to know nearly all the plumbers around. Hemsworth doesn't ring him, he rings me. Although Stephen Farrelly does have the excavator. he does do everything from the drainage and the dig-ups and everything like that. So we talk shop once in a while there, and he's way busier than he does stuff I don't particularly want to do. But he does it. That's why he's driving a Barra-powered VL into the sevens, and I'm stuck with a garage full of hopes and dreams. 780, the dial in. That's better. Coming on board as Mark Allen said, I think that cloud cover's really helping this track right now, and I think from now on in, we're going to have a good track. It's 8.13 on the roll-off. 8.13 at 145. J275 to the lanes, please. J275 to the lanes, please. We need J275 to the lanes. We've got all motor here on the list, so we've got nearly all of our all motors, but we need J275 round one to get to the lanes. So 5.20 to the 8th, 140 mile an hour at half track. 8.13 at only 145 in the end. So instead of that 175 top end, 175 mile an hour mark.
Looking at the increments, I would guess there was another high 790. I'm going to think around what he ran qualifying, that's 796. Just looking at the 1,000 foot, a 671 with 175 mile an hour, that would probably be like a 95 to a 98.
I'm just peeking over Jodie's shoulder. She's doing the workshop challenge now, so we've got different teams here like Godzilla, Direct Clutch, Mazfix, Spot On, Golby's, VW, Direct Clutch, Forced. So that was a win there, I think, for Stephen Farrelly and Forced. So let's have a look here now. These guys, they're exciting. Trent Bianco. I don't know, has Rob Barak come back? I don't know, is he coming back? Paul McSwan beside him. McSwan, 1370 the dial in. Mora Motorsport, All Motor. Big hi to Peter Moratopoulos from Melbourne. All Motor Tragic, Rumble Drive Pete. Clean green, no, red light to Bianco. And you know what, I've been watching a lot of Puerto Rican drag racing. They're big on the Mitsubishi V6s and Lancers as well now. They've spawned a whole new all motor. 10.99 there for Bianco. It's wasted. 14.32. McSwan will continue on to the next round. Yeah, so there's plenty of V6s and Lancers running 8s all motor with a little touch of nitro, I think. So that's a thing that's happening.
Nitro
now
or
too.
nitrous?
Nitro.
Nitro.
A little bit of cackle.
A little bit of cackle.
I don't think there's a spray on it, but there's some nitro going in. There's a bit of, they call them aspirados over there, so it's either nitrous or nitro on an all-motor engine. So there's 13Bs on both, and the V6 Mitsubishis are happening as well a fair bit now in Puerto Rico. Nick Bence and Tim Doncelar. So here's the RID insect repellent cherry. He's got rid of his chances of a second round win. Nick Bence, sure Henry's car. I know Henry, I think, had it for sale. It could be Henry's. Henry, I think, finally was given it away at the age 56, 57. 12.17 the win for Nick Bence, and a wasted 16.98 breakout anyway on a 17.10. You can see Slash has just come back into the tower here. Slash Dale. I just see him. He's got that hair on. Don't you wish we could look like rock stars all the time?
What do you mean?
I know.
Wish.
What do you mean? What do you mean? We're dressed like rock stars all the time. David Butler and Jason Frost, and check this out, 3,036cc chasing 1,776cc, 1282 to a 1070. You got to hand it to David Butler, 1072, 1084, 1085. Built this motor himself too, like this is a big custom beat-up engine. Plenty of smoke. Oh, Dave, I think we've got some oil control issues, maybe a compression ring or something. Has it got enough? I'll tell you what, it looks like a hell of a power skid from here, and he goes through and doesn't get it. 1060 with no compression.
No oil left.
1060 with no compression. I reckon it's just an oil control ring. I don't think it's a compression ring. It'd be an oil control ring that's gone there. Remember, that's a bloody big engine.
Yeah.
So it's just swallowed an oil control ring and it's gone. Somewhere behind the Pepper Money corporate box will be the oil control ring.
What about
It's
this
definitely
racer?
lost its tension. My God, that's the best impression of someone putting that injector cleaner through an engine at a dealership. Have you seen that?
It was a double breakout in the end.
That's a total eclipse.
Double breakout. The lights were killer as well. Like,
Look at that. That was a hell of a run.
that was a really good race. We just couldn't see it.
Dave Butler wins, I don't know, some award for most smoke in a run. Does he win the smoking? Haven't we got the best smoking award? For the first time ever, a bloke's won the smoking award just from coming out of the exhaust and not putting probably a drop on the track that we know of. They're just checking that out. That was some oil control right there. Dave will find out which cylinder that is quite easily. Just pull all the plugs out, you'll find out which one it was. That's the one that's completely black. And that's it'd be oil, wouldn't it, folks? You'd smell that. That's just got to be oil, surely. But it loosened it right up anyway.
Well, there you go, mate. Nothing on the track. That's what we like to see. Straight into it. Denison Cito and the Honda for Tyre City coming forward. He's stolen a 1250. We're in the best of a 1278 in qualifying.
He must have a K24 in it, I would say. It says 2.4 here, 1278. Denison really getting into the You know how quick they're running these things in the States now with the 2.7 strokers, the 516 to the tyre strokers. They are 8.8s in the quarter aspo. 1265 Denison, that's a 1250 Dolan, a 1265 I think he's best so far today.
Yeah, that was a good pass.
Yeah, we'll tell you what, he's going to have to, and I'm not putting the mocker on him, I mean he's on a solo, but this guy, Jason Studley, doesn't he know how to race? And he's all motor. When we opened the rules up years ago, when we incorporated triple rotors and 6 cylinders, we had ideas that cars like this should turn up.
Well, Studley is the sort of guy that should have a chop on the tree here because 015 is, reaction times wise, he's pretty good. I would expect him to go down towards that very low O. He goes at
060, barrel-powered Cortina, naturally aspirated. It's what we like to see in the all-motor class. Everything from 6 cylinders, 5 cylinders, and 4 cylinders. 20 Bs, yeah, 1196 on a 96. Look at that, 96 on a 96. Yeah,
that doesn't happen. That is rarer than a perfect light.
That's a message to all competitors.
Very impressive.
Terry's putting the call out for the change. Here he is. That's one very strong rear engine V6 Mitsubishi powered Mirage. The only one in the world, I think. 1049 on a 1049. Oh, him and Studley. There you go.
Him and Studley. But it was a 49 with a 4. So he's 4th hour over the dial-in.
Yeah.
That's what we like to call dead on with a 4.
Yeah, dead on with a 4. That's those last 2 runs, Studley and Barak. So keep an eye out on those two. And again, just part of the rules that we did open it up. I mean, the United States had all motor as a class. They really, in the beginning of the NHRA days, only had 2 rotor and 4 cylinder. They weren't allowing 6s in there. And we had the opportunity to align ourselves, and we thought, well, you know what, wouldn't it be good to see a screaming ASPO 2J or a peripheral port 20B in all motor and really just give all motor every chance to stay as a category. And thanks to Mora Motorsport, of course, Peter Boratopoulos from Melbourne loves the class, got that scion in the States, which is very much the epitome of what all motor's about. But since then, we've seen guys like in Sydney, of course, the Sheriff build another NA car that's already into the 880s. So there's something about that. It's just something for everyone. All right, here we go. We are into, I would say, modified compact. Is that right? Street 289. I do apologise. Street 289. Thanks to Speed Flow.
Luke Hauser, this is a heads up 3 race. 477 for Herbert, but it looks like Herbert with the power from Rotary Motorsport. He's going to go across the finish line here. It goes an 8.26, 164 miles an hour. Hauser goes at 10.37 at 124 miles an hour.
I see that we've sharpened up Street 289 to be the heads-up class. We used to normally whack a dial in on it, but here we are. Errol Britton now, and I think that's Chris Adams from memory. Janie will look up and go, that's him. It's so good to see utilities everywhere in drag racing, especially here in Australia and especially with Jamborees. There's not too many Subaru Brumbies anywhere in the world as quick as Errol Britton's. 2.5 litre, so I think EJ25 based. I think Chris Adams is still CA18 based, I think, from memory. The mighty CA. And boy, there's a bit of CA pride still around. Of course, most people know the old CA18's probably been around 30 odd years. It's like a little RB26 with 2 cylinders cut off it. It's a great little engine that we continue to see guys stick with. One of the guys I work with, Hilton Ballingary's got the little yellow Datsun Ute with a CA in it, and he's run 990s in his little Datto 1200 with the auto, and not yet changing to anything else yet. He did say I might have put an LS in it, so I gave him a backhand across the face and said to think about it for 24 hours, and he came back saying, "No, you're right, mate, I won't do that." I said, "Good. Last thing we need is another LS in anything. Just for a week. Just someone hold off on the LS projects just for a week. You know those things are getting extinct, you know."
I want to see what Stephen Smith does in his later on.
Yes, well, yeah, I do like those. I do. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I don't like them. It's like, well, we've got them. We've got some, haven't we? We've got plenty. And even Barra conversions now. I mean, the Barras aren't obsolete yet. I mean, I'm still seeing them for $300 or $400. Just haven't bought them yet. Disco Dean's been buying them all up. You do know there's an export market on those at the moment. We've got guys actually in the business of exporting in the United States via the container load. And you know what they're getting for even just normal Aspo Barras? $2,000 US.
Jeez, that's all right.
I know. The turbo ones, I think you're asking for way more than that US. So there's a market out there, mate. We've already missed the opportunity. And really, I don't know how many years you can do that for, mate, before we run them all out. But we're just pushing them back there for a sec, having a quick check down the deep end, and then we were going to get underway with Street 289 thanks to Speed Flow. So not too long before we get Street 289 run. We got them here on screen. When are we going to do that in a sec? All right, we did say that we were going to have a couple of awards for our best dressed, and we've been keeping an eye out on everyone in the Halloween spirit this weekend. So Janie's going to load it up. So here we go on screen now. The best dressed team is the What Up G team. So there we are up on the screen. So that's some of the pit area there for the What Up G team. So Alan Dodd and the team, they cobwebbed the hell out of everything, and they had some themed merch there and some themed shirts. So the What Up G team really got into the scheme of things. So they win best dressed team for that. So congratulations. The best dressed girl, there we are. She's the winner. Of course, we get to throw in some of the siblings as well. Yes, that scared the absolute bejesus out of us. And the best dressed kid is the boy on the left. So they are siblings. So the little boy and the little girl, his name is Jet. What a coincidence. He was like a little Chucky this morning, so we had the possessed girl. That's her real hair too, by the way. So they're our best dressed boy and girl of the same family. That mum and dad, they dressed the whole group up. And it was the little girl that scared me this morning. It was the little boy that scared Jane this morning. Jane was going, "What's that? That's like a Chucky." I said, "Well, guess what? That was scary." We got that into the attention of all our officials. We looked around the place and we looked back at them and said, "Yep, they are the winners." So look, our best dressed kid, even though they're kids, boy and girl, there they are. The best dressed girl, the best dressed boy. So the girl's name is Maxie and the boy's name is Jet. So they were our best dressed boy and girl today. I honestly thought it might have been Blaze. We could have put Blaze in there, but there they are. They're our best dressed winners for today. And so good to see they've been walking around all day in that theme. So we're just having that little bit of a check down the deep end there. Make sure everything's all A-OK. But we are very close to the start of our street, or second pairing of our Street 289 category. And then we've got J275 going to the lanes right now. Yes, Mitchell Bean's on to me saying, what's wrong with LS swaps? Nothing, Mitch. If you've already done it, that's good. I'm just saying that we'll just we've got to flatten the curve, so to speak. Nothing wrong with it, Mitch. They work. It's absolutely honest. It works, and you'll see it in J275 even here today, just how beastly those conversions can be. Because let me tell you, there's power to be had in them. I'm only jealous because I'm late on the uptake. That's what it is. There's a little bit of jealousy creeping in there.
Bit of jealousy there, mate.
I'm jealous that I didn't get my LSs at the right price. You know what I mean? I should have got them at the right price. I didn't. In fact, I don't have any, to be honest. If I didn't have as many boat engines, I might have had the odd LS. All right, I've taken Janie's chair. Sorry. No, Janie, you sit down. You got that medial ligament thing going on. Kim Bean gets on to me now saying, yeah, well, it's not in the car. Not in the car. All right, here we go. Wayne Green's no red light to Chris Adams. It's Errol Britton. And Errol just again, he's going to go in with a glove box full of 16s and 18s. That's not Errol for you. Does he?
But he got a win. That's all that matters.
I think he's run an 8. He's run a 7 with that. I think surely he's been
It's quick. It's a quick car, yeah.
He's been close.
We've been watching him racing the Kenda series for too long now over the half track.
Tell you what, we're getting a little overcast now. We're seeing a few things waft around and see how well we dodge bullets this afternoon, eh? All right, Scotty Hoffman. This is Australia's quickest KE10. No doubt about it. 8.04 he ran. He had 2 runs there at 15 and 17, but let's see if he can make the thing hook up. See how he's steering that thing to the side? Listen to it breathing heavily. 5.28 to the 8. 8.12. 170 mile an hour for Scott Hoffman in streak 289. So very impressive. 8.04 he ran off the trailer at 169.85. There's 8.12 at 170. Big shout out to on the stream. So we've got a lot of our winner staters watching on the stream and giving us a bit of feedback. Pro Turbo, Pro Compact and Factory Extreme on the lanes. Now Little Bird tells me we might be putting FX and Pro Mod together. Is that right? Did we hear that? Yep. Pro Compact, we've got a few more in the lanes there for Pro Compact. Pro Turbo, Pro Compact and Factory Extreme to the lanes, please. All right. I call him one of the OGs, Michael Silk. Dave Reed put up some old Jambo photos the other day, and guess about, there's only a handful of photos of cars there that are still around, and one of them was Silky. No dialing here. Oh, red light. Oh, James Moore loves going through the gearbox. Normally likes it to hook up before he does it, but geez, he does it more times than not like that. And the win to Silky. Again, Silky got 950, 908, 903, 155 mile an hour. Thank you very much. He's run before. So, yeah, going through those old Dave Reed photos from Jamborees of past, and, yeah, there was Silky all them years ago. There was only a handful of photos there where you could say, yep, OG still going. And Silky's one of those cars that has been with us for a very long time. And I don't see him stopping anytime soon. And it's good to know that we've still got the old faithfuls like that continue to turn up. There was the picture of the Brothers Gazelle in there in the early days, yes. I saw that photo as well from New Zealand. But yeah, plenty of old photos. I think even a Miggy Anderson in the little black car there running in Extreme, so they're still around. Of course, the Andersons, the OGs of Jamboree as well, OGs of Extreme, the OGs of the Pinto, and continuing to run here all these years later. And it's so good to see. And again, a lot of us wouldn't miss Jambo for quids at all. It's just one of those things on the agenda. All right, so we're just scouring the start line here. We're pushing both commies back just for a moment as we might go for a little bit of a check down the bottom. We're just checking for two-way communication down the bottom, whether we are scraping something up. Trying to remember who did go down there before, and again, whether or not it's that little Corolla that might have done a bit of a drip. He did it last time we went down there. I just think that's what they might be holding us up for down there, is that. Actually, had a good chat. Saw the guys there before. Of course, the Euro grudges we have the odd run come down, and saw that little Audi, the grey Audi that backed off at half track and still went 11-1, and talked to the boys about it. And yeah, it's just pretty much had all the fruit thrown at it, that thing. I said, yeah. Oh, so it hasn't been opened, the engine? Oh, it's been open. So you've got upgrade this, upgrade that. Oh, no, we've got this, and this in it. And they may be giving it a bit more of a run later that might show more of its potential. But also I did tell them, if you do take that to its full potential, expect to be kicked out and never being able to come back again until you put a cage on. Have we just... Big wind coming through. I thought that was a big invasion of cheesels coming through then, but it's just blowing the wattle off the tree. We've got the wind blowing around here at the moment. All sorts of crazy stuff going on. And all of a sudden, no one's complaining about the heat anymore, I don't think. I think the heat's nearly gone now.
I think the heat's gone now. So.
We might have a big run on Jamboree hoodies yet. We've sold everything to protect you from the sun. We might just have it, well, I don't know. I did a drag challenge a few years ago there, and a big cold front came in at Mildura, and they literally had like 50 hoodies down to nothing. They sold the hoodies as soon as the cold snap came in at night. The hoodies went, because we raced on nearly midnight that night. The hoodies came and went very, very quickly. So Christmas not too far away. Don't forget that. It's only, someone told me the other day how many days it was. 50 days, something. Yeah, well.
Don't say that.
No, I'm saying it now. So you go and do your purchasing now. Why don't you guys take off? Why don't you guys take off half an hour? Go do some shopping for Christmas, and I'll hold the fort with slash Dale over there. You know, we get the shopping out of the way. Plenty of stuff to grab here. Let me tell you, I've been loving what Street Empire's got on display. Those big towels and everything like that. They've got some really good arty pieces there. And I noticed they did throw the odd Jamboree specific one out the front there to grab everyone's attention. But there's something for everyone there. And I wonder how our sublimated shirts went, our Jamboree shirts down there. They're a nice deal. And it's so good to see a lot of that merch going. Mind you, we don't have a lot of brollies out now, but all those brollies have been purchased. I don't think there's a single brolly you can buy anywhere in this venue at the moment. So we might just be doing that little bit of a pick-up down in this lane, and that will be it. So J275, round number 1, not too far away. And of course, J275, round 1, when we see round 1 on the list, means that I think we're going 3 rounds of Chicago shootout. So our round robin deal. So I'm glad that we're not having to decide how they were seeded, but let me tell you, that means they all come around for 3 cracks at it, and then the best ones out of those 3 rounds will end up in the final. And of course, what normally happens in a heads-up pro tree environment when we go to that Chicago shootout is that the 2 races with the most amount of wins make it to the final. However, if we have more than 2 people that have done that, we've got to take the 2 quickest winners in the last round. Is that right, Mark?
I think you've nailed it on the head there,
Well, I keep
Chris.
saying it to you, and the more I say it and hear myself say it, and then you process that, and you say yes or no, and you said yes, that's good.
That's good.
All right. We're still looking for a light better than 015. We're still looking for some wheelies. Maybe we might get some wheelies in this one, eh? And best cruise style, well, we've been keeping an eye out on that, but let's just see what happens by the end of the day. All right, J275, round number 1, number 4 against number 11. So Graham Horner, 429 cubes of, well, I would assume it's LS. It won't be a big block forward, you would assume, but it's 429 cubes, so just on 7 odd litre. Beside him is Shane Faccioni, 872, 873, 879. He's the guy that's put it all down on one after the other, Mark, but he's going to need every bit and hope that Horner has issues.
Well, Horner got down the track 50%.
Yeah, so
of his passes, 1 or 2.
Let's see what you load up this time. J275, thanks to RCE. Round number 1, Bump City, baby. Don't let the birds distract you. Oh, he's seeing the tyres. He's got to hook it back up. Horner's got to hook it back up to try to get the win. Horsepower coming in now, but it's Faccioni, point A to point B, and a 65 goes to prove the percentage. The percentage can get you there if the higher horsepower car does something like blow the tyres off it like it happened. Just the odd sprinkle, just the odd drop.
Yeah, so
that might have been out of me, actually. That Mark's looking at the odd drop here on the tin. It could be me just... salivating. So that's all it could be. So there we go. So
there you go, upset.
First pairing of RCE J275, and it is indeed an upset. So let's just see what happens now. Who's seated up here? Well, again, a pair of Commodores. It's going to be the Jekyll Hyde car up against the white utility. We've got them into the Priest or the burnout area. And we've just got that little bit of wind blowing around, and I think you might have felt the odd little sprinkle there. And again, our traditional Willowbank corrugated iron here is showing us only a random amount of drip not too much to the point that I'm concerned, but we are pushing the cars back behind the water box. So just that little bit of sprinkle right now we're just going to play the waiting game for now. Like, honestly, this could be a matter of minutes and it's gone. I do believe yesterday with testing, it rained. They dried the track and we continued with testing. We would be committed to such an idea again today, no doubt about it. We are pretty much committed to doing this today.
I think if you look at the radar, there's nothing on there. It's just a little patch.
Oh, it's
just here, yeah.
It's nothing to worry about,
Nothing
really.
at all. So
nothing to worry about.
Because this is the positive for the fact that we had a very hot day. The track will dry extremely quickly.
Well, it's already,
it'll be drying as it hits.
Well, it's dry now.
Exactly. You probably wouldn't even need to rub it. It's just a matter of...
just that little blip there, and you can see that little bit over the top of us here, but in behind and around us it's still relatively clear, so I think we're going to be all right. A lot of it's sort of near the coast anyway. Mark's checking his watch.
Just messages. So. In our chat. Working hard.
Yeah, are you? Are you really? There we go. So we've just got that issue at the moment. Going for a quick rub. We'll watch an ad or two on our main screen. Of course, we've got our live stream going out right across the world.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of race car engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see fuel tech everywhere.
With over 25 years experience, Link Engine Management are global leaders in motorsport engine technology. Developed and manufactured in New Zealand, Link supplies a range of ECUs, sensors and dashes to drivers around the world. We have a range of products to help you get the most out of your engine, and all our ECUs come with a limited lifetime warranty. To learn more about our products, including our new G4X range, or to find your nearest dealer, visit the Link ECU team at the track today.
Thank you, guys. Oh, great ad. Lotus Caravans, thanks very much, George. Just quickly, folks, this little bit of sprinkle, it's not ending us at all. We're going to dry the track. We're going to do all of that, of course, once we get this sprinkle over and done with. We're rubbing the track while we're going. In behind this at the moment is obviously a little bit of clear sky, and I'm sure we're going to be all up and going again once we get that track rubbed and dried. And as Mark said before, that track is so warm that what we've got on there now is probably not going to bother us too much whatsoever. Obviously, if we get a continued downpour, then we've got more issues. Going to just take us longer. It's only a case of time between a light sprinkle and a clean up, and if we get it any heavier, it's just going to take longer to get dry. But we are continuing with the event, folks. We are not wrapping this up at all. We've got some folks out there that have probably been in the sun all day, taking in their fill of it, and if we do get a little bit of a sprinkle, they might be off and gone. If that's the case, we hope you had a great day, but we're certainly not wrapping it up by any stretch. We're just having this little cool down. I know we're all a bit hot there before, but this little sprinkle's all we're probably going to get, hopefully, and then we're going to dry it, and you can see in behind this little shower that we don't really have anything. So we are punching on, and we are going to continue with this event because we've got people that are going to give us some other things like, best reaction time, best wheel stand, best burnout. Someone's going to win those billet J's in all the categories that we've got here. So we ain't going anywhere. If you are choosing to head off and get away, well, we thank you for coming to the 2021 Brisbane Jamboree. Thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion, presented by Tuner's Edge and Link ECU. But we ain't going anywhere just yet. We're just going to let this pass. We'll dry it all up, and we'll continue on with the rest of the racing program. You can be sure about that. Mind you, if we get a cyclone here and it rains for about an hour, we might have a different answer for you. For right now, this is a sprinkle. We're getting the track to rub it right now, and we will be back underway as soon as the weather allows us to. But the way that it's looking, it might be nearly past us already, and the sun will be out soon anyway. So bear with us. A few more ads. Watch the live stream. Just chill out for a bit. And we'll be back underway as soon as we can get that track dry, and we'll pull the cars forward. We're just starting the first round of J275. So once we've got that track all dry, we'll be back underway. So hopefully the sprinkle won't be too long, and then we'll be dry and back underway. We thank you for your patience if you're sticking around. You are definitely going to see some of the best racing we've got left here. Because someone's going to win all this stuff. We don't know who. That's what we're waiting for. So bear with us.
4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Attention, attention. This is an announcement. It is raining. It is raining, and we will be accepting the moisture for now and be attempting to dry the track. That's the initial reaction. It is raining, just making the announcement. It is wet. It is raining. Anyone experiencing moisture on themselves, we cannot sell you any more umbrellas. We are sold out. Please seek shelter. Please seek shelter. We shouldn't have anyone else complaining about the heat anymore. We may have people complaining about the wet. But bear with us. If we do see the sunshine come out, we'll break out the sponges and squeegees and we'll go from there. So standby one, just confirming, it is wet. And we are attempting to hold out the weather for now. But if you do hear someone yell out for a spare mop and bucket and broom and sponges, if anyone's got that, we'll be asking for that a little bit later. But for now, just confirming, it's raining. And we'll be back as soon as we can.
After being postponed from its usual date in March, the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree, presented by Link ECU and Tuner's Edge, had perfect weather and a big turnout at Sydney Dragway. Australia's quickest sport compact and high-tech street and drag cars converged for an epic day of racing across 10 categories. Jamboree isn't just about racing though, it's a show spectacular, with plenty to see and do off-track as well. Traders Alley had the latest and greatest products and merchandise to check out. The Shannons Show and Shine also had a great array of cars on display as well. In MTQ Street Compact, Bradley Halliburton qualified in first place and then took the win in his Toyota Cressida, with David Atherton runner-up in his Mazda 323. In Mora Motorsport All Motor, Craig Wasson was #1 qualifier in his RX-8. He ended up runner-up to Salim Matta in his Tirana, who took the win. Bosch Motorsport Modified Compact was the largest field at the event, with plenty of action. Steve Farrelly in the Barra-powered VL qualified in first place and went on to take the win, with Cameron Basirio in the runner-up spot in his Toyota Hilux. Repco Max Modified 10.5 saw Vince Rigoli as the #1 qualifier in the Cosworth-powered S15.
Fauzi, the orange S15, that car's been a struggle for a little bit with the C4 transmission. As of recent, we only put a Turbo 400 in it this week, built by Fred at ProTrans. 750 at 180 mile, mate, forced on the Cosworth 2-litre engine. And the car was always put together with the Cosworth for a dear friend of ours, Fauzi, and it was always his dream to get the car to run 7s on a forced on the Cosworth engine. We've done it, but now we're chasing the world title, so we'll get there.
Vince went on to take the win with a manual man runner-up in the RX3. Speedflow Street 289 was all about the old school, and Paul Tester was #1 qualifier in the Chrysler Galant. Andrew Myers ended up with the category win in his Mazda 323. He also took out Best Wheel Stand at Sydney Jamboree and the Rotary Compression Tester Prize for having the best reaction time by a rotary-powered vehicle during racing. Damien McKern was runner-up in the RX2. RCE J275 has become a fiercely competitive category with some big cars and bigger names making the switch to be on radials. We caught up with Po Tung, whose Supra has returned and made the switch.
We've been out, for probably a couple of years. Just coming back now with the fuel tank, new ECU on board. Yeah, the car's been going well. In testing, we went 676 at 210. So we're just out here running J275. It was built as a 289 car, and mate, the horsepower that the engine's making used to just punish the tyres. The tyres could last anywhere between 3 passes to 6. And it was just getting a little bit dangerous on that tyre. With the 275 radials, the car's a little bit more smoother. That's why we've gone to the 275. So, and also, there was no competition in 289, so got to step up and get the next class, you know?
World-renowned DJ and drag racer Carl Cox was #1 qualifier in J275 in his Ford Capri. In the end, Danny Busbridge took the win in his Tirana, while Ben Vlecken was runner-up in his Commodore. The GTR category was a showdown between long-time rivals Matux Racing and Croydon Racing Developments, with Nader's King 32 and Robert Margin's Jun 2. They are in a tit-for-tat battle for the Pro Street GTR world record, but when they did line up, it gave us a great race. Into the Pro categories now, and first up, McKernan Associates Pro Compact. Rodney Raham from Pack Performance qualified in first place in the RX8, also resetting his 13B record.
How you doing? Rocky here from Pack Performance at the Sydney Jamboree. It's been a little while since we've been racing, so it's pretty good to be back out here with all the COVID restrictions or what have you, but it's awesome. Good weather, plenty of people. We've got about 21, maybe 20 cars racing today. Typical turnout for the Pack Performance stable. We've got a lot of street cars here. Of course, the big car isn't here at the moment because we've been working on it tirelessly, but we've got the RX8 instead. Just ran a 648, making it the fastest two-rotor car in the country.
In the finals, Rodney crossed the centre line, getting disqualified so he took runner-up to Frank Canistra in the RX3. Mario Rahayem took the Pepper Money cash boost in the Starlet for the McKernan Associates Pro Compact. Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo saw Fred Coran qualify in first place in the S15.
My car, the black S15, 3.2 litre, Fuel Tech Liberty. We went 670 at 210 in that one.
The Pepper Money cash boost in the Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo class went to Eddie in the RX8. In the end, Anthony Matuk was runner-up in VL God, and he also took out Best Burnout. And Justin Gregory took the win in his RX7. Fuel Tech Pro Mod was where the quickest cars at the event with Monster Twin Turbo and Supercharged V8s came to play. Robert Campisi was #1 qualifier in the Mustang. In the end, it was Tristan Ockers as runner-up in the Nova and Greg Sakaridis in the Mustang that took the win of Fuel Tech Pro Mod. Precision Turbo Factory Extreme is the headline act of sports compact drag racing in Australia. Dom Rigoli was making waves in his 350Z, going 6-0 with a cast RB block.
We've done a few revisions. We've lightened the car a bit. We've put a bigger turbo on it. We've been sort of adding the numbers up to get this result, and it's kind of been easier said than done. And yeah, we're here. It's just something personal for me. Like these billet guys are just going nuts overseas and even here. Cast, I've always wanted to find the limit of it, and to try and beat a 2J, cast 2J, and I think we're getting there. It was a .96, 60. I'm not sure what the 330 was. It was 2.6 something. It was 3.9 half track. So I think that is the recipe for the 5. Obviously, we need the power at the finish line, but I think we're going to need over 90 pounds to do it.
Rod Harvey was the quickest import of the weekend, going 5.873, while Frank Tarabay had the light of the night with a .003. Rod Harvey was runner-up to the #1 qualifier and Precision Turbo Factory Extreme winner Joe Signorelli from Gas Racing. He piloted the Celica to a 5.9, also earning him the Pepper Money cash boost for Precision Turbo Factory Extreme. Dandy Engines was the most successful workshop overall at the 2021 Sydney Jamboree, winning the Castrol Edge Workshop Challenge. Now our attention turns to the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree, presented by Link ECU and Tuner's Edge, held on August 21st and 22nd at Willowbank Raceway. More info, entries and tickets online at jamboree.com.au.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of race car engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
With over 25 years experience, Link Engine Management are global leaders in motorsport engine technology. Developed and manufactured in New Zealand, Link supplies a range of ECUs, sensors and dashes to drivers around the world. We have a range of products to help you get the most out of your engine, and all our ECUs come with a limited lifetime warranty. To learn more about our products, see the Link team on the hill today or visit linkecu.com.
Oceania College of Technology, an RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings, 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
G'day guys.
Hey guys, here we are, overtaking lane, bringing you some Jamboree action. What do you reckon?
Yeah. Oh mate, this is amazing. I've never been this close before.
Pretty exciting. There's the track, we're here, we're on the start line.
Yeah.
We should get some great footage. We've got heaps of people to talk to, there's so many cool cars here. It's a massive, massive event.
Yeah, it is.
All I can say is if you haven't been to a Jamboree event, you have to get out here and check this out.
Yeah, it's huge.
And all those rotaries.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen so many rotaries in one spot?
No, I've never seen. There'll be some sort of world record here.
One thing I haven't seen is a stand full of Apex seals, but these guys, they know how to run them. So look, there's going to be some excellent action. What are you keen to see?
Just the drags, burnouts, everything. Can't wait.
Nothing in particular?
Nothing in particular, just all of it. I can't wait.
We're going to catch up with the guys from Nugget Garage.
Yeah.
I think see them. I want to see that Bamboo KE20 with that massive turbo, how that runs. They've just been putting that in this week, so that'll be exciting. But yeah, let's go and
let's do it.
Grab some action.
Hey guys, I found Chris from Nugget Garage out here. So running one of the KE20s out here today.
Yeah, mate, I got the little rotary one here. It's doing really well actually. We've done a couple of PBs on it today, which is pretty good. So we got 9:20 on the last run.
Wow.
So it's pretty impressive really. So we had a 9:40 run at a drag challenge.
Yep.
And then we first pass out here was at the other PB at 9:41 at 1:42 I think it was, or something like that. And I just went 1:45 mile an hour this time at 9:28. So the best 60 foot time we've had is 1.35. It's got the best 8th mile at 5.9, best mile an hour 1:45, best quarter at 9:20. So it's PBs all around for this thing. So that's awesome.
How good's that, mate? How good's that?
Yeah, it's a real good run.
So now you love the KE20s because
we do.
This one you said drag challenge. You mentioned drag challenge. You got the 940 and this snapped axles at drag challenge, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, broke an axle on the very first pass. So
and there's a video of that on Nugget Garage.
Yeah,
if you haven't seen that.
Check it out.
Get on that.
Yeah, so first pass, we snapped the axle, and by the time we got it fixed, we couldn't get it back out there for another run. So the averages were gone. So I think they just dialed in with like a 20-second pass or something like that. So we were out of the running, but we just kept going anyway, so as you do.
And of course, if we're watching Nugget Garage, we'll see the other KE20 with the 2JZ.
The 2J1, Scott's one, yeah, he's trying to get a handle on that. He just went 8.1 in it though, so
it's going pretty good.
It's pretty good because he's got a lot smaller tyre on it now and new turbo, so many new things. So
yeah,
it's changing the rear springs as well. So many things to change and now get a handle of them. To go 8.1 on basically the first hit, because well, it was the second hit, but the first one just turned the tyres at half track and went nowhere. So
you dialed it down a bit after that?
Yeah, I think he's played around with it a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just gone 8.1. And then now an injector's stuck open. So he's off sorting that out.
Fixing that, yeah. He'll make it work again, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's plugging it into some other computer to do some sequence. I don't know.
As long as he gets it to going.
He does his stuff.
That's it. But the rotor's reliable this weekend.
Yeah, it was strangely enough more reliable than the 2J, which is weird. But I'm trying to break it, but it's not.
We'll give it a go.
Yeah, we'll give it a crack.
All right, well, there's a link in the description to Nugget Garage. You should be already on there, but if you're not, go check it out, and you'll see all the cars over there. And you'll see it on Power and Petrie as well. The last video, we got the van on the dyno. That one over there. Like a 450 horsepower van. Yeah, 430 on the day there.
430 there, 470 on the
One JZ in it.
Yeah, 1J, 35, daily driver.
Not bad for a daily.
It goes all right. It's my bed for this weekend.
There you go. How good's that? Awesome. Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us and having a chat, mate. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
G'day, Joe. Good to see you, mate. We've spotted you here with the boys from Pack Racing. So you're spending the week with them this week?
Yeah, we've been spending a little bit of time with them. Yeah, just trying to help them out with some suspension stuff. Yeah, just slowly we're getting on top of things. So yeah, they're showing some great potential. These two cars here, and the Pack boys, they definitely got their stuff together.
They do, and a lot of people come Jamboree, and the talk's been, you've got to get out here and see the Pack Racing team. So, it's pretty keen. I sort of spotted you and we thought we'd grab you. So, but you're actually coming out for Kenda, aren't you?
That's right, yeah. We'll be bringing our brand new Profab Carl Cox drag racing Mustang up here.
Yeah?
Yeah, we're keen to come out and have some fun here.
Yeah, do the 1/8 mile and
definitely.
See how it goes. Do you reckon there's big talk about trying to crack the 200? Do you think it's possible?
It's most definitely possible. We brought our car out and tested last week out at Sydney.
Yep.
On its fourth pass, it went 4:08. So that's pretty exciting for us.
Going right.
Yeah. So we're going to come and have a crack at that 200 in the 3-second pass. Yeah, so we're looking forward to that.
I think there's a couple of grand on that 200 now.
Yeah, there is, yeah. And there's a lot of cars that are, all capable of doing it.
Yeah.
It's a great class. I love the radial racing, and the boys are putting on a really good show here at Kenda. They're doing really good stuff for our class, and it's really moving forward. A lot of cars, a lot of new cars coming out. It's just great.
It's pretty awesome. And then back to Jamboree, what do you think the guys are going to get today? What are they aiming for? What's the goal?
Oh, look, obviously to go fast and try and win the classes, but one step at a time, and get on top of it, more than anything, and make the car consistent, and hopefully we can be there at the end.
Yeah, perfect. Well, thanks for stopping by and having a chat with us. And check out Profab. We've got a Facebook page. We'll throw a link in the description of the video.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe.
No worries. We can do that. We can do that. We are on the dry right now. We are in Operation Dry the Track. I've been instructed to do one of my favourite things. Is that right? Did you say we can do that, Jane? Yeah. That means I can crack out the tennis racket now and start hitting balls into the crowd, eh? We can do that. The trouble is, it's wet grandstands. We just wouldn't want people to run around, and that's the only thing. We could do it on the grass. I could pull this bad boy out and hit a few balls. And of course, we've got the J balls. They're a nice little keepsake, aren't they? So it saves you having to run down to Jam Central to get your merchandise. I'll come and crack a few if we can get the ball supply out.
The kids can go to school on Monday and hit the balls out.
And I do believe that slipped in with those balls are a different ball. And those particular ones actually allow you to bring it back to Jam Central and swap it for a piece of merchandise, i.e. a shirt or something. So I do believe that's the system. We haven't used it up till now. We've been very busy, but Jane, you've come up with that idea, have you, to say, hey, how come he hasn't cracked any balls out yet? Is that what you've said?
No, I'll give the credit to Jenny Birds.
Oh, Jenny brought that up, did she? Okay, well, because I haven't been hassling her with it. Well, I'll go down and see if I can't find our J-balls and come and crack some out to you people out there if you want to play catch. We don't want you to run in the wet grandstands and fall over and stuff. We'll just try and get them to where you are. How about that? That's a reward to the stalwarts. Maybe all the other people have gone home, haven't they? So the stalwarts probably got a good chance of getting themselves something, eh? Okay, well, that's great, Jane. I've got the racket. I'll go down and see if I've got the balls to continue, eh? Good, he got it. He got that joke, that bloke. Then he got that joke. So we are in the process of cleaning at the moment. So we'll go and see if we can find something to whack out there, and we'll continue on with the dryness. Now, I heard you were on the phone to Chris Tate. Then is that right? What's the story? Morning Glory. He had the old engine in. So has he got another engine? He's going to put the bigger engine in because he's got engines. He just rolls them up and they bolt up. Yeah. So he's going to be coming back for an assault this afternoon on Pro Compact. Oh, here we go. Mexican Food Cartel has arrived. There we go. Eat your heart out, Guzman and Gomez. We've got Captain Cole here on the... And not the Captain Cole, but we've got Cole Munro. Of course, Crazy Cole, he's back on it. All right, well, I'll go down and get some balls and see if we can crack them around, Jane. What a great idea. Back to what we can run on the screen, the live stream. Hope you're still all on there. We've had that rain come through. It was a little bit more than we thought it was going to be, but it looks like it might be all okay now, so we're into the drying. Thank you.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of race car engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
With over 25 years' experience, Link Engine Management are global leaders in motorsport engine technology. Developed and manufactured in New Zealand, Link supplies a range of ECUs, sensors and dashes to drivers around the world. We have a range of products to help you get the most out of your engine, and all our ECUs come with a limited lifetime warranty. To learn more about our products, including our new G4X range, or to find your nearest dealer, visit the Link ECU team at the track today.
All good? Yeah, good. We've got one up G here.
What's happening? I didn't think it was going to be interviews.
What's happened?
No, we're good.
Yeah, but what
CO2.
Started motor something more?
Nah. So basically, over revved. Didn't. I shifted second. Over revved. CO2 was leaking. Over revved. Smashed the flywheel.
Because I knew you had paddle stuff, don't you? To shift. No, you got the lever. You got the buttons.
Push buttons.
Sorry, we're coming out here.
Oh, that's not working there.
Yeah, so it's got, so push button like that. So you're hitting them.
I was hitting
them.
You're
like, and it's like,
got out, hit second, didn't hit second. I did, but it didn't. So rev through.
What was the RPM on that?
We didn't have time to check the data, but it would have been about 13. The engine was still brapping, I still won the race.
Yeah, I saw that.
I won the 100.
So what'd you do?
We fixed it.
And the Rotary Brotherhood.
Sammy got one of his boys straight to his shed.
Straight to the squash courts.
Yeah.
So tell me what happened. So it's just all those revs.
Yep.
And it's just, and you backed off on the gearbox or something.
No.
So
So basically,
Trying to shift the gear, we've got no air.
Yeah. So no air to shift the gearbox.
stayed in first, over rev, ring gear, flywheel, boom.
So just shears all that off.
Well, it exploded it.
And it took out the nose of the starter motor as well.
The whole thing was in pieces. Like it just went boom.
So what sort of starter motor do you use on that?
Series 4, Series 5.
So Series 4, Series 5. So
Yeah,
what ring
standard
gear?
Mazda.
So will you put a whole new flywheel on it, or just new?
We had a whole new flywheel clutch, put it all on.
Right. So this is the thrash that we're having here at Jamboree. Now, one day event, you normally wouldn't thrash like this, right? But this is Jambo. You're not the only guy that's been thrashing here today.
No.
But I thought Wadachi's gone.
No, we're still in it, mate.
You won the best Halloween team too. Do you know that?
100%.
Yeah, you won the best. I don't know whether you can get best crew style and best Halloween team. But
well,
you've won best crew before.
I know.
Yeah, I can't keep pulling the strings. Not that I have to. Pulling the strings, get it? No. So this is the thrash that Dodsy's done today, and he's got it all together, and he's ready to come and let it rip in round one. It's like Dodsy's old used car yard. Have a look at this.
Yeah.
We got the old
2 RX2s.
Got the CQ got the CQs in here as well.
Going round and round.
I never knew that there was that much storage at the back here.
Oh yeah, mate. We made it. We pushed cars out of the weather. Get them in.
Yeah, get them in. So that way we've got no worry about the water on it. So that's one thrasher ready to go for 3 rounds tonight. Apparently Tatey, we're going to go talk to Tatey in a sec. He had the old engine in. He's going to put he's got the good engine in it now. So we'll get to see what happens. But I don't know. It still could be a 2-rotor in the final yet. What happened to Sam? What happened to the Ninja?
Scared.
Scared?
Scared, mate.
What happened? No inside news, import media on that?
No, he'll be right. He'll be right.
Is
Me
he?
and him. Yeah, me and him.
Is he Sam still here?
Contracted to not speak.
Oh, you're contracted not to speak. So you know what? It never used to
Maybe.
be this complicated, but now it is. Okay? So, Dodsy's ready for round number 1.
Ready to go.
The track's getting all dry right now.
It's a grudge race. That first run that we had just then, it's $100 on it. Big money.
So
Big money.
what up G against the Ninja?
Yeah, big money. I got out. I knew I had him. Got out. Shifted. That's when that exploded. So I was idling all the way down.
He never got.
Waiting. I was even going to pull the chutes at 10 mile an hour.
You did
Just to stir him up. And then I went past. Got him.
So you're
Got in the bag.
So are you seated already in round 1 for this?
Yeah. So me and him.
Oh, so you and him again?
Me and him again. So we're going double or nothing.
Wow.
200 big ones.
Yeah. Well, considering that he's already done a starter and a ring gear and a few other things.
Right.
So the box is all right. You went through the gears again just to make sure everything's all right.
No. We'll be right.
Oh, the input shaft's fine. The rest of it's probably right.
We'll be fine.
So the rig gear's on the outside, and she was all protected inside. It just exploded.
But that's a Lenko, isn't it?
It is.
Nah, she'd be right.
He'll be fine.
If she's at Liberty, I'd be worried. But yeah,
He'll be fine.
So he's ready. Word up,
Ready
G.
to go, ready to go.
So he's good. There we go. Another great interview here for Overtaking Lane and the Jamboree live stream.
Beautiful.
We'll go and find we'll go see what Tatey's doing for the 4-cylinder guys to see whether or not they got a chance against the 2-rotor, right?
Go see him.
Right?
Tell him to pack it up.
Oh, tell him to pack it up. Hey? Well, I'm going to go and do my own interview with him. Where is he? Hey? He's back in the pits. So we can't get the stream down there. So you can see there that we've got Chris Tates who went 7 flat, 200 mile an hour. I do believe the word is that was, I think, the engine that he previously had in the car. He's got a new engine, a bigger engine, I believe. Maybe some more billet bits in it. So it's a good chance. And of course he's done the swap on it since I think the first round. So here he is coming back for, so the first round of qualifying, went 7 flat at 200. We'll do an interview with Sammy. So it'll be interesting to see what Tatey does in the first round of Pro Compact with the other engine in it. And this guy, we'll get him because we can't move. He's got to come over here. Sammy Afkel. Sammy. The king of the two-step.
Yep,
King of the two-step.
Love the two-step.
Yeah, we're keeping the range here because of the thing there. I can see you've got the RX-8 down the back there ready to go.
Yep.
And because I think what are we doing? We're kind of blending factory extreme and I think Pro Mod and everything together. So I think no matter who we match race today, it's going to be a little funny because we didn't have the big fields that we normally had if we had everyone from interstate. But mate, something about Jamboree, and it's so good to see that. I mean, it's a shame that we've had issues with Arch with his car, you know, and Jerry. I think Jerry's trying to build another 20B to come out for round 1. But it just goes to prove, mate, that the rotary love never goes away. Right?
Doesn't matter how much they stress it, you're still going to wait and come out.
Now, when that car, so that's the same car that was grey, they painted it red.
Yep.
Now, how quick had you gone in that car?
They went 650 at 211 and we went 680 at 2
16.
So it's definitely mid 6 second potential, which is enough to handle mainly anyone. And of course, you love it.
Oh, of course I do.
And
How can you not?
Sammy reckons I put him on the map, but it was Sammy that put himself on the map. You did it to yourself, son.
It's the flamage, mate. It's the
flamage. You do love the flamage. He was tuning it in the pits there before, and you hear it rom, pop, rom, pop. So I get it. I get it. There's two types of people in this world: people that own Rotaries and people that wish they own them.
Exactly.
Right,
Everyone wishes they owned one.
Yeah. So you're ready to go. You probably got to chamois that thing down. Was that caught in the rain before? Yep. So you got to chamois it down.
It's waiting for these V8 boys.
Yeah, wait for those V8
bring
boys.
it out.
I wish we had the compressor's probably needed to probably blow everything out too, all the little bits of water and stuff. But anyway, we've had that rain shower, and it looks like it's another guy that's ready for round one. So ready to crack it. Yeah, the Rotor boys are all pretty good. Now we've got a few guys coming out the side here, so a few of their spot on guys. We probably can't get in behind there. We've got to stay on this side, don't we? So, but I tell you, this has changed the conditions completely, right? So all that track temp that we had there early on today, and I wouldn't even hesitate to think that's over 50 degrees. We're definitely not going to have that now. We'll have to try and heat gun that a little bit later to see whether that's come right down. One thing that has been on our side is because that track was so hot, that rain did kind of knock it down a bit. The guys are onto it now. There's still a lot of residual heat in that track. So hopefully we can pull that back out, give it a spray, and then cars like this that are coming out here right now. What Up G car's going to be ready once we get that track dry. So still plenty left of the old live stream here at Jamboree 2021 today. Sun's back out. Let's just see how long we can go before we cop another bit of moisture. But I don't believe in chemtrails or cloud seeding. I just believe that you're either lucky or you're not. We're going to be ready to let it rip anyway, mate. Let it eat! Let it eat! Oh, you're going to be live now, right? So there we go. I didn't know we were live on the PA, now you've told me, so I should keep the swearing down. So What Up G's ready. Tatey, I don't know where Tatey's gone, but Tatey's car's here. I know we've got the J275 pits there with a lot of the spot on boys there. They'll be bringing them out shortly once they put the call out. But yeah.
Money, mate, Mackay. Winning money down here in Brisbane. Alan, can I get your autograph? Is the table ready?
To the Rotary boys, they're the Rotary community. And of course, we do miss all of our interstate guys as well. I mean, we normally pad the fields up pretty nicely in every field, but our Rotary guys, they're just as passionate here in Queensland. And when we get to run with all the guys next year in Sydney, let's hope that you can imagine what the fields are going to be like when we get to Sydney in March next year. It's going to be pretty killer, I can tell you. And big shout out to everyone on the stream that's watching this. Wish you were here. Fortunately, Anastasia would make you quarantine for 14 days, so who's got time for that, really? Let's just wait until the magic time comes and they're allowed to come through and we get to rip out Jamboree again with all of the straight equipment. So they're still drying the track. You can hear them sort of rubbing it down now, spraying it, doing all that normal prep. But before too long, I'm sure we'll be doing the shout out to get people to the lanes to continue where we left off. So back to you guys. We'll go and see if we can find some more interviews shortly. And I ran out of balls, by the way. So sorry. No balls, I'll say it. No balls. Out.
Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek, is the retail and trade side of Race Car Engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Stand
that's all it ever takes. To change something you know is worth changing. Hiking into March with giants. To break myself of my ideas. 1,000 feet below. I keep my own love to keep the peace.
With over 25 years experience, Link Engine Management are global leaders in motorsport engine technology. Developed and manufactured in New Zealand, Link supplies a range of ECUs, sensors and dashes to drivers around the world. We have a range of products to help you get the most out of your engine, and all our ECUs come with a limited lifetime warranty. To learn more about our products, including our new G4X range, or to find your nearest dealer, visit the Link ECU team at the track today.
Oceania College of Technology, an RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings, 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
After being postponed from its usual date in March, the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree, presented by Link ECU and Tuner's Edge, had perfect weather and a big turnout at Sydney Dragway. Australia's quickest sport compact and high-tech street and drag cars converged for an epic day of racing across 10 categories. Jamboree isn't just about racing though, it's a show spectacular, with plenty to see and do off-track as well. Traders Alley had the latest and greatest products and merchandise to check out. The Shannons Show and Shine also had a great array of cars on display as well. In MTQ Street Compact, Bradley Halliburton qualified in first place and then took the win in his Toyota Cressida, with David Atterton runner-up in his Mazda 323. In Mora Motorsport All Motor, Craig Wasson was #1 qualifier in his RX-8. He ended up runner-up to Salim Matta in his Tirana, who took the win. Bosch Motorsport Modified Compact was the largest field at the event with plenty of action. Steve Farrelly in the Barra-powered VL qualified in first place and went on to take the win, with Cameron Basirio in the runner-up spot in his Toyota Hilux. Repco Max Modified 10.5 saw Vince Rigoli as the #1 qualifier in the Cosworth-powered S15.
Fauzi, the orange S15, that car's been a struggle for a little bit with the C4 transmission. As of recent, we only put a Turbo 400 in it this week, built by Fred at ProTrans. 750 at 180 mile, mate, forced on the Cosworth 2-litre engine. The car was always put together with the Cosworth for a dear friend of ours, Fauzi, and it was always his dream to get the car to run 7s on a forced on the Cosworth engine. We've done it, but now we're chasing the world title, so we'll get there.
Vince went on to take the win with a manual man runner-up in the RX3. Speedflow Street 289 was all about the old school, and Paul Tester was #1 qualifier in the Chrysler Galant. Andrew Myers ended up with the category win in his Mazda 323. He also took out Best Wheel Stand at Sydney Jamboree and the Rotary Compression Tester prize for having the best reaction time by a rotary-powered vehicle during racing. Damien McKern was runner-up in the RX2. RCE J275 has become a fiercely competitive category with some big cars and bigger names making the switch to be on radials. We caught up with Po Tung, whose Supra has returned and made the switch.
We've been out, for probably a couple of years. Just coming back now with the fuel tank, new ECU on board. Yeah, the car's been going well. In testing, we went 676 at 210. So we're just out here running J275. Well, it was built as a 289 car, and mate, the horsepower that the engine's making used to just punish the tyres. Like, the tyres could last anywhere between 3 passes to 6. And it was just getting a little bit dangerous on that tyre. With the 275 radials, the car's a little bit more smoother. That's why we've gone to the 275. So, and also, there was no competition in 289, so got to step up and get the next class, you know?
World-renowned DJ and drag racer Carl Cox was #1 qualifier in J275 in his Ford Capri. In the end, Danny Busbridge took the win in his Tirana, while Ben Vlecken was runner-up in his Commodore. The GTR category was a showdown between long-time rivals Matux Racing and Croydon Racing Developments, with Nader's King 32 and Robert Margin's Jun 2. They are in a tit-for-tat battle for the Pro Street GTR world record, but when they did line up, it gave us a great race. Into the Pro categories now, and first up, McKernan Associates Pro Compact. Rodney Rahayem from Pack Performance qualified in first place in the RX8, also resetting his 13B record.
How you doing? Rocky here from Pack Performance at the Sydney Jamboree. It's been a little while since we've been racing, so it's pretty good to be back out here with all the COVID restrictions or what have you, but it's awesome. Good weather, plenty of people. We've got about 21, maybe 20 cars racing today. Typical turnout for the Pack Performance stable. We've got a lot of street cars here. Of course, the big car isn't here at the moment because we've been working on it tirelessly, but we've got the RX8 instead. Just ran a 648, making it the fastest two-rotor car in the country.
In the finals, Rodney crossed the centre line, getting disqualified, so he took runner-up to Frank Canistra in the RX3. Mario Rahayem took the Pepper Money cash boost in the Starlet for the McKernan Associates Pro Compact. Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo saw Fred Coran qualify in first place in the S15.
My car, the black S15, 3.2 litre, Fuel Tech Liberty. We went 670 at 210 in that one.
The Pepper Money cash boost in the Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo class went to Eddie in the RX8. In the end, Anthony Matuk was runner-up in VL God, and he also took out Best Burnout. And Justin Gregory took the win in his RX7. Fuel Tech Pro Mod was where the quickest cars at the event with Monster Twin Turbo and Supercharged V8s came to play. Robert Campisi was #1 qualifier in the Mustang. In the end, it was Tristan Ockers as runner-up in the Nova and Greg Sakaridis in the Mustang that took the win of Fuel Tech Pro Mod. Precision Turbo Factory Extreme is the headline act of sports compact drag racing in Australia. Dom Rigoli was making waves in his 350Z, going 6-0 with a cast RB block.
We've done a few revisions. We've lightened the car a bit. We've put a bigger turbo on it. We've been sort of adding the numbers up to get this result, and you know, it's kind of been easier said than done. And yeah, we're here. It's just something personal for me. You know, like these billet guys are just going nuts overseas and even here. Cast, I've always wanted to find the limit of it, and to try and beat a 2J, cast 2J. And I think we're getting there. It was a .96, 60. I'm not sure what the 330 was. It was 2.6 something. It was 3.9 half track. So I think that is the recipe for the 5. Obviously, we need the power at the finish line, but we're going to be. I think we're going to need over 90 pounds to do it.
Rod Harvey was the quickest import of the weekend, going 5.873, while Frank Tarabay had the light of the night with a .003. Rod Harvey was runner-up to the #1 qualifier and Precision Turbo Factory Extreme winner Joe Signorelli from Gas Racing. He piloted the Celica to a 5.9, also earning him the Pepper Money cash boost for Precision Turbo Factory Extreme. Dandy Engines was the most successful workshop overall at the 2021 Sydney Jamboree. winning the Castro Edge Workshop Challenge. Now our attention turns to the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree, presented by Link ECU and Tuner's Edge, held on August 21st and 22nd at Willowbank Raceway. More info, entries and tickets online at jamboree.com.au.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of race car engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
With over 25 years experience, Link Engine Management are global leaders in motorsport engine technology. Developed and manufactured in New Zealand, Link supplies a range of ECUs, sensors and dashes to drivers around the world. We have a range of products to help you get the most out of your engine, and all our ECUs come with a limited lifetime warranty. To learn more about our products, see the Link team on the hill today or visit linkecu.com.
Oceania College of Technology, an RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings, 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Mate, here we are, Kenda. What do you reckon? Keen as?
Oh, it's awesome. Just been awesome. We've already seen the testing day.
We've seen the first testing day last night. We saw a little bit of the action, and I think while we were doing our live show last night, there was a 3-second pass.
Yeah, Australian record breaker.
Yeah.
394, I think it was.
Yeah, how good was that? We completely missed it. Like, we were doing our live show, we actually saw it and it didn't click, what we just seen. So until afterwards, and we're watching like, oh man, that was a 3-second pass.
Yeah.
So there should be heaps more action. We've got the grudge racing tonight. So this is the first day of racing with the grudge racing, right? We've got testing on now.
From 6 o'clock, the grudge racing starts. So.
Yeah, so we'll bring you a bit of the action, and let's go and have a chat to some people out there and see what's going on at Kenda.
Yeah, let's do it.
So how you going? You've made the trip over from WA. You've got 2 cars over here for the team?
Yep, we've got the Black GTO and now we've got this one. This one was maybe 6 weeks ago we decided to put this bad boy together. And so we've pushed it and we've made it happen. Everyone's just busted themselves, but everyone's put in the effort and we finally got here. We did all the rear end work. Eddie and Tony and everyone from Actives Automotives, they sorted out all the engine, gearbox, all that sort of thing. So we got all the chassis sorted, got it back to them. They put it all back together, and then it was just a final push
Yeah, right. And did you have a test last night?
So we managed to do one run that wasn't. It's that thing in drag racing, isn't it? Where if one thing falls, we've been trying to change a lot of things throughout the car just to make sure that we're from the start onto it.
Yep.
And in doing so, it's caused other things to unfold, but that's why you've got the couple of test days. We managed to do one in Perth, got a few little gremlins sorted, but we'll get there.
And the black one, how did it run?
It went okay, but we're in the same thing. We changed some fuel injectors, and that's caused another Pandora's box and things. So what we're doing is we're bringing everything back to what we know and where we knew it worked, and from there we're going to try and keep cruising on. But we've got flex plate issues at the moment, so we'll get this down the track and try and juggle between them.
And then go from there.
Yeah.
No worries. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on you all weekend.
Lovely.
Maybe touch base and see how you're going later in the weekend.
Too easy.
Thank you. G'day Kurt, we're here from Overtaking Lane, mate, and I'd like to learn a little bit about what goes into the prep on this track, because you've come all the way from America.
Yeah.
And they've flown you out here, I believe, to do some prep on this track.
Yeah.
Mate, what goes into it, and what's different to a normal drag race, mate?
All right, that's probably let's start with what's different.
Yeah.
So obviously you got slicks and you got radials. So a slick tire has a lot of sidewall on it, real flexible. Radials do not. They have a very stiff sidewall. Slicks grow, radials don't.
Yeah.
So those are the two biggest differences in the tires. A slick tire wants to spin. You have to spin a slick. Even though your car's hooking up and you can feel it inside, a slick is spinning.
Yeah.
And you control that with wheelie bar, torque converter, clutch, timing, how much your spin is and how fast your spin goes to a full hookup. With radials, there is no spin. If a radial tire spins, it spins. There's very little saving it.
Right.
So, to combat that, the rubber on a radial track is much, much thinner, probably a 32nd of an inch, and that, especially in the daytime, because the main thing is we're putting so much glue on these things. Probably 4 or 5 times the amount of glue that you put on a slick track.
Right.
And I guess these guys probably spent $14,000 in glue this weekend.
Wow, that's amazing, isn't
it? And so you'll also see us out there scraping it some to get, whenever you have glue and heat, it kind of creates slime, and you can't hook up on that.
Right.
And so we need the glue, but we can't have the slime. So we'll go out and we'll scrape it every now and then. We'll just take the top layer off and keep it thin. That's also why you see them when they do their burnouts. You have your funny cars and top fuel cars, they'll do the big long burnouts.
Yeah.
We don't do that here. The rubber is so thin and there's so much glue on top of it. You do your burnout back here in the rear part of the lanes, get your tires clean, warm, and then you just roll out. You chop the throttle early.
You don't want to go over the start line at all with your burnout at all.
No,
That's
not
the
under
last thing.
power.
Yep.
But just roll through it and you'll see these tires leave a nice path of rubber.
Even get back racing, and we still have about another 4 hours worth of racing on top of that. So unfortunately the event has been abandoned as of now. We thank you everyone for your attendance today here at the Garrett Advanced Motion Jamboree. We hope you've had a fabulous day. What a great turnout we had on track here, and even though it was hot, it was great up until the rain did come. So thank you everybody. We will be back racing at Sydney Jamboree in March, so make sure you check out all the details on the website. Thank you very much.